757 Spy Flight, a little bit of a different flight today. No need for a flight plan today. It's just us and the seat of our pants and all that other cool stuff that pilots talk about. Let's go flying. Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming by today. It's a little bit different. Yeah, just kind of jumping in today. I don't think we really need departure boards for VFR flying and stuff like that. No security to walk through. You don't need to empty out your coffee cup. Don't need to take off your shoes or anything else. Just come on in and let's go flying. We are on VATSIM, and normally you'd think, hey, aren't we doing this over on multiplayer? And that's because there's several people that fly with us over on P3D, X-Plane, Flight Sim 2020, and 2024. And this way we can all kind of hang together and fly in the same world. So that's the big reason why I left us on VATSIM. But we don't have to file a flight plan. This is going to be all VFR. So Squawk 1200. And basically, it's an IFR VFR flight. So VFR, visual flight rules. IFR, it's going to be I follow rivers. At least that's our first flight for today, is following rivers. So there is a flight plan. Somebody I saw in chat says, there is a flight plan, right? Okay, well, here was, this was a little map that I did earlier today. And so we're taking off from the airport in the lower right-hand corner. We're going to go straight north, dive into the canyon, and follow the river. You want your slowest airplane, okay? Because you run out of room really, really, really fast. So there you go. That's kind of what the plan is for our first flight. We do have a second flight today, and that's going to go over the Caldera in Yellowstone. This one's going to be slightly more complicated. So this one, we're going to take off from Yellowstone Airport. We're going to do a little dog leg over Yellowstone Lake, and you should be able to go directly south. Okay, and there you go. That's kind of the plan for the moment. We'll see what happens, and then after that, we may have to shift the time just a little bit for our third flight today, but we're going to be going to from Boston to Philadelphia to catch some fireworks and see what happens over there. So that's the plan at the moment. Thanks for being here. Kazan Racing is here. Hello, Ontario Bear. I think I saw T-Bird coming in. Martin, happy 4th to you. Martin fired up the barbecue. You're going to cook lunch today. Homemade sausage, beef, bacon, sharp cheddar, chili, garlic, nice spices, not rice. And your wife is baking sausage buns. So you've got quite the party going on, Martin. Well, thank you for telling us what's on the food menu there. It sounds really, really good. Cheers, USMC Vet. Rogue Pixel's back. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Zach is flying the Phoenix to Tel Aviv. The Comanche should do good. The Comanche would be very good. Humber says it's going to be haggis and whiskey. So the party has begun in Scotland, too. So, NASCAR, are you going to fly with us in Boston today? Yeah. So we'll fly Boston. There were a lot of little things to update. So I've actually been updating the sim for quite a while this morning. But I should have all the scenery set up for our flights in the national parks. And we've got a really nice scenery for Philadelphia. We've got a really nice scenery for Boston. Might have to move the time forward just a little bit. So we'll need to be taking off, at 9 p.m. local time in Boston. So, or we could do another flight before we go to Boston. We could do that too. So no big time schedule today. Let's see. We don't need ElevateX, I don't think, for this flight. Are we ready to go? So let's see here. Who turned out the lights? Let's come on up over here, and we got to do a few things outside the plane first. So we're going to come on over here, and we need to take off those tube covers. I got to get a little bit closer to this for that. There's the tube covers there. I'm flying this airplane today because this is probably the best GA that I've got. And not the best GA, but the best one that I can fly. And for this flight, holy moly, do you need to be able to fly it. You're going to get kind of tired too because no autopilot in this thing. This is hand on the throttle, hand on the stick, feet on the rudder pedals. That's the kind of flight that we're going to be doing on the first one. We've actually done it before. When Flight Sim 2024 came out, we did this flight. We actually did it the day before in the old Flight Sim 2020 and then came back to 2024 to check out the new scenery. But then we have all sorts of new scenery that came down as a part of the last upgrade, the national park stuff. So I figured, Grand Canyon and Yellowstone would probably be the best. Tim Dog, it does have an autopilot. This one, oh yeah, it does have an autopilot. It does. Not going to use it. As a former president said, not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. No autopilot on this. Somebody's got a big jet up there. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, let's go ahead and turn off a few things here. And that looks really good. And then once I go ahead and move my controls here, I really kind of pull those off. That is Flyer Studios. You've got a C-130. This is called a Humber. This is called a de Havilland Twin Otter. This is actually one of my favorite little airplanes. I'll tell you why. It's a little bit old for sure. It's not very fast, but you could take this airplane and you could fly it into, you could fly the airplane into Heathrow. You could do it. You could also fly this airplane and land it on the beach in Scotland, which they do. So you can take this anywhere. Just you can't be in a hurry while you're doing it. That's why. So Ruben, that's not a jet. That is a C-130 up there. Good afternoon, totally qualified. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. And a happy 4th. Yeah, thank you for coming. I hope we've got some nice flights here. Going from our final flight for fireworks, Boston should be really, really nice. Philadelphia, I mean, that's the home of Liberty Hall, so there you go. Ontario Bear says Spy Hat. I'll do Spy Hat for a little bit, but it's starting to get a little bit warmer here. It'll cool off in just a bit, but it's starting to get a touch warm. It's not a bird, it's a shark. It isn't. It absolutely. Scott is back in chat. Welcome back. Good to see you. Shall we get going? All right. So let's see. First thing we got to do is we got to load the airplane. The only way to load this airplane is to use the iPad. So the iPad in the airplane. Dinner is going to be a Swedish American barbecue. So Martin's got dinner tonight. And Mexican barbecue. You're not even allowed into the kitchen at the moment. Your wife, your mom, and all the ladies are cooking up a storm. Oh, really? No kidding. So, I absolutely love Mexican culture. I lived in Corpus Christi, Texas for 10 years. It was great. Camelton, happy 4th. ZLP, there are sharks on this airplane. That's right. Okay, a little more coffee. All right, so let's go over here, and to load the plane, you have to hit the little airplane here and go to performance and mass and balance. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go to fuel, and I'm going to go and I'm going to quick fill up a little bit more fuel in here. I'm just going to go and add a lot more fuel because I don't know exactly how long we need it, but there you go. Cargo, we don't need any cargo seats. Let's see, we can go and we've got full seats in here, so let's load the airplane. Load it immediately. So we've got a basically full load, and we got some passengers back there to enjoy the flight. And that's all we need from this, so we can get rid of the little iPad. Are we ready to go? All right, here we go. So let's see here. Let's see. There we go. All right, so let's go, and everything's set and ready. So first things first, take off to the north, fly to the north until you see the canyon, dive into the canyon, don't get too low, and you know, if they lower here, it would be watch out for snakes, right? Battery's going on. Battery's going on. Let's see, just making sure reverses is good. Okay. So let's do power. Hi, Martel. Welcome. Thanks for coming by. Nikki just arrived too. Nikki, thanks for coming in. There are always sharks. Okay, let's go ahead and feather props all the way down. And everything is good there. And let's come on up here. So we need anti-collision lights. No, we start with position lights. No smoking, seatbelts. Okay, all of those look really good. Let's just go ahead and start up the airplane, shall we? So to get this thing going, you need to come on over here and fuel booster pumps go on. Fuel boost pumps go on. There's fuel booster pumps. We don't really need these. And we'll pop those in. Oh, and we're squawking. We're going to need a transponder because we're on VATSIM. And the transponder is actually up here, right? Stand by. Okay, cool. Let's go and start an engine. So the way we do this is look up here, start engine number 1 first. And you look over here, gas generation, RPM at 15%. There's 15% and fuel. And here comes fuel. ZLP7, happy Independence Day. Welcome in, ZLP. Thanks for coming by. GT Boy, hey, welcome in. Beer cheers. Maestro's got the A330. You did the first flight yesterday. You do get a cargo variant. You do get a cargo variant with that PMDG airplane. All right, and now from here, take that out of feather. All right, looking good so far. Danny VDW, welcome on in. Ollie just arrived. The angry look, I know it is a little angry. I'd kind of prefer a little bit more of a happy shark. I think a happy shark would be better, but maybe there's just no such thing as a happy shark. Maestro, what did I say? Yeah, I think you get the one of the PMDG airplanes, you get a cargo variant. 15% and fuel. Danny VDW, thank you for the happy 250th. Well, and to you too. Thanks, Danny. Always grateful to see you in. Thanks for coming by and always saying hi. Means a lot. Humber, I did not build my PC. I did not build my own PC. Ollie refers to it as Trader's Day. Well, you know, you come from the side of the pond where I could see that. All right, now we got to come up here and we've got to do generators, reset and on, reset and on. We need to do bleed air. So bleed air is going to go on too. We need to pop that in there. Oh, I should have done the bacon. Got that going on. And that's pretty good up there. Let's do flaps 1 for takeoff. Flaps are 1 for takeoff. And away we go. Our heading right now is virtually north. So I'm going to kind of go the other direction. But you know what? We might as well just have a look and see. No, it's the 700 and 800. Low-vis to the rescue. The 700 and 800 have a cargo variant. The 900 doesn't. Okay, so GCN Airport. Let's look at weather. The altimeter here is 3036. 3036. 3036. Altimeter's checked and set. There's the airport runways. So runway 3 is not used. You take off on runway 21. So you take off to the south, make a turn to the north, and head for the canyon. Okay? That's basically the best way to do this. If you do have Navigraph, it's great to maybe use the VFR chart. And if you don't know how to get to the VFR chart, so over on the left side of Navigraph, you see all the, the little moon here. Well, and then the layers, go to a chart where you probably have it set to IFR high or low, and just set it to VFR. And that way you're going to get a VFR chart. And so that's how that works. Rogue Pixel, iFly has an update for the Max 8. I know that. I did download it earlier today, and yep, we're going to fly that on our 3rd flight today. So I did go and get that updated. Oh, and by the way, with the update, be sure and check your liveries. Some of your liveries may need updated too. All right, so I'm going to have this kind of off to the side. And let's go props full forward. Taxi light goes on. Pedo 2 Peters, probably don't need him here, but there you go. Mr. Jazz, we are very jazzy today. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Senor Tomas hiked to the Grand Canyon, and you got caught in a blizzard. Hey, this part of the world, things are actually really, really... You do have weather extremes like that. Let's see. And let's just go to 122.8. .228 will probably work for us. That looks good. We're on VATSIM. Oh, we have to squawk mode Charlie. And so squawking mode Charlie. And away we go. Maestro figured out already, but you already had the 900. Hey Jim, thank you for a happy 4th wish from the UK. And cheers back. That's one of the neat things about VATSIM and Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that, is we get to celebrate all the holidays, not just our own, right? Flyer Studios looked up CTAF. Thanks, Flyer Studios. 119.0. Let's do that. Let's be good pilots. 119.0. There we go. Zach is here. Thank you, Zach. Welcome aboard. Happy 4th to you, and thanks for coming in. Uh-oh, looks like we got a little bit of a terrain error here. Oh, by the way, you need to go in, and for our next flight, we have to remember to go and make sure that we disable our Jackson Hole, Wyoming scenery. Got to make sure we do that one. Loviz went and checked out the Jackson Hole scenery, and it looks really good, so default is what you need now. It was nicer than how I put it in Good Jest. Happy 4th. Ollie? I thought you put it pretty nicely myself. I got it. And I'm actually kind of dense today. Hey, Sunjammer, welcome aboard. We are on VATSIM, so Sunjammer, if you wanted to fly, I kind of thought you might be wanting to fly X-Plane. So I put the flight on VATSIM for us. I try to do that, you know, for people who might want to fly on VATSIM or who might want to fly on, VATSIM or, who might want to fly X-Plane or P3D or one of the other flight sims. Loviz says it's either Happy Treason or Happy Good Riddance Day. Oh, the reason you weren't hearing anybody is I forgot to turn on the Katie Pilot app. If you don't turn on the Katie Pilot app, you're not going to hear anything, right? All right. Anti-collisions or strobes? Grand Canyon traffic. Otter 714 Juliet Whiskey. Lining up and taking off to the south and then the north for a dive into the canyon. Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon traffic, Spooky 5, right base 21, touch and go to follow traffic. Or departure, Grand Canyon.
Spooky 1, what a great call sign.
On the speed, turning right for downwind base.
We're good to go there. Spooky 1. Now there is a great call sign. Are we ready to rumble? $65 to fly.
Grand Canyon traffic, Spooky 5, final 4, runway 21, got the departing traffic in sight, Grand Canyon traffic.
I know I'm trying to come up with a spooky joke. Flaps. Grand Canyon traffic. Otter 714 Juliet Whiskey is now clear of the runway, departing to the south, the east, and the north. Happy landings, happy 4th. Grand Canyon. Left turn for the east turn. Low vis, it is a little, it is a weird 4th this year. That's kind of an elephant in the room. Again, this is just such a great utility kind of an airplane. I really like this one. If I had, I guess it's like a $5 million airplane though, so. And that's probably not with all the really groovy new avionics. Zach has a spooky joke, but it would scare you.
To the north for the Grand Canyon tour and Grand Canyon.
Tim Dog took a caravan today. Now I do suggest you use your trim controls a little bit with this, with your airplane on this. And we need to come over here. And let's go over to 1 to 2.8. Let's see. I'm missing a little chat. Yeah, I think it is GT Boy. Tim Dog is in a caravan. Ruben is struggling with speed at 6,600. Is it really hot where you are, Ruben? Remember, I mean, temperatures are really, really warm in the northern hemisphere this year. So one of the things to keep in mind is density altitude. Humber, this is all freeware. I think that my Boston scenery today is a payware, and I think our Philadelphia, but that's it. Okay, so there's this groovy little road. There's this groovy little road here that we'll just follow from the airport and the village area that takes you right to the canyon rim. And who was it in chat that actually got to hike in the canyon? Somebody was in chat and said they got to hike in the canyon here, which I think is pretty cool. Is the airplane free? You know, it was originally a payware. I don't know if it's still, if it became a freeware or not. It was Senor Tomas. Senor Tomas did this and hiked halfway down and back. It is. I've seen it. It is. This is definitely one of those places that you absolutely positively have to see with your own eyes. Years ago, Russ's daughter and you camped right below where you spent a couple of weeks on a houseboat at Lake Powell. Really? So you were right below, you were in the camping area here? And Senor Tomas, so you were near the airport. So this was where you started down. There's got to be all sorts of incredibly cool trails and stuff in this area. Tim Dog, if Tim Dog goes to Expo next year, Tim Dog is going to do the aerial tour of the Grand Canyon. I think that's a great idea, Tim Dog. Jim, you got home today? You had a day trip to Paris? Oh my gosh, Jim, I hear it's super duper hot in Paris. How was it for you? Oh my gosh, would you look at the side of the canyon wall here? And all of this is new scenery, by the way. This is all new. Okay, we're looking for the river. There's the river. It's somewhat dangerous hike. Nikki says you have to be prepared for completely different weather conditions between the rim and the bottom. Nikki says there could be as much as a 30-degree change in temperature. What if Nikki, what if I flew to the canyon on United? It wouldn't still be a Delta temperature, would it? Sorry, I had to turn it into an airplane joke. Oh my gosh, they've really done a good job.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
And now you just follow the river. Jim says it was really hot in Paris. The buildings back in, well, that's because those buildings were built for to retain heat back in the day. That was Nikki's first joke response. Now I'm also trying to get my speed down a little bit here because you run out of room awfully fast.
Banking. Terrain.
I gotta say, I think that the scenery is really changed. Since, remember when we first did this flight? It's really good. This is going to be a really good tour. Wow.
Terrain.
Emerald City Racing here. Hell's Canyon is actually deeper, though, than the Grand Canyon. Emerald City Racing, so you were there fighting a wildfire. My hat's off to you, Emerald City Racing.
Terrain.
I covered the firefighters back when I was in TV. Thank you for everything that you do.
Terrain.
I've lived in some areas where there's been some pretty bad fires, and it's scary. There's still some parts of Colorado, Montana, where you can still see some damage from fires that were years and years ago.
Terrain. Terrain.
One of the other things to remember is if you're gonna hike in here, and I don't know, Senor Tomas, if you saw, did you see any wildlife in the area? I would imagine that there was probably some interesting wildlife in the area. Maestro also does wildfire fighting. In the U.S., Maestro, my hat's off to you too. Thank you. Senor Tomas said mostly just mules. Oh my gosh, this is really amazing job. So a lot of this is all part of the scenery upgrade that we just got for national parks. Loviz recently did a flight over Everglades, Alligator Alley. That's that huge park area south in southern Florida. And said it looked really good. It's cool that it's in a desert, but you run into these dense patches of green where water is running.
Terrain.
Okay, so I've got my speed just above like what we would in the Airbus would call green dot speed, flap speed. So I'm not going too fast. But if I have to, I could shove the throttles forward if I've got to climb. Or as Charlton Heston say, climb baby climb. Now that we've got an area here that we can see a long stretch in, that's the time to go and dive deep into the canyon. It's when the turns start that it gets really scary. I would imagine that they've got a very, very specific flight plan there, Russ. I imagine that they've got one-way rules and stuff like that for sure. Because, I mean, let's say some yahoo's coming the opposite way right now. What are we going to do? I mean, that's a head-on collision right there. You really aren't going to be able to, jump to the left or step to the right. And Tim Dog says, no, they actually have charts for the routes. ZLP7 did not bring along any travel insurance, so we need to take it easy and not bumping into any of the rocks. Actually, Tim Dog says you can go different directions based on altitude. I figured it'd just be one way, Tim Dog. I really thought it'd just be one way. Jim says we need parachute. It's that bad. All right, we're going to do a big, gentle turn now to the right, and then a very, very fast turn to the left.
Banking. 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 500. Banking.
Ground proximity warning system's having a really fun day today.
Banking. Sink rate. Banking. Banking. Banking.
Emerald City Racing wants to know about virtual maps and scenery in Alaska. They're just as good as what you see here, Emerald City Racing. It's going to be just as good. I'm noticing that it's getting the sides of the cliffs are getting a little steeper, so I kind of was going up a little bit. I felt like I was going to run out. ZLP7 is tired of the bank ads. That's right. We're sick of hearing about the banks. Or Emerald City, I've also got just a basic VFR chart. So I'm using the VFR chart over here in on Navigraph so that I've got an idea of what's coming up next. You know, if I've got a long straightaway, that way I can go and pull throttle back and take a dive into the canyon here before things are going to get really tight. And by the way, we got an insanely tight turn coming up next. That's right, this is a brush flight in a Twin Otter.
Terrain.
See, if I become a real successful YouTuber or live streamer and I can afford my very own Twin Otter, I get to go and I'm practicing for that right now. I probably otter take it someplace else. It would be easier in a bush plane. One of the things that we learned about some of the bush planes is the ones that have the really, 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 really big tires and stuff. Those airplanes actually won't land on an asphalt runway. They'll instead land on the grass side of the runway because those tires would be damaged by landing on the concrete or the asphalt, but because they're made and they're pretty expensive tires. MG King, doesn't the scenery really looks good? I think that this is almost as good as taking the tour. Tim Dog says that it would be an illegal flight anyway. Well, it wouldn't be the first time a spy got into trouble. It feels unreal that we're at 6,500 feet. Yeah, and so close to the ground. Hey, Captain Whip. Welcome aboard, Captain Whip. Happy Independence Day. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. We've got the little Twin Otter. We're checking out some of the new parks that we got. The latest update from Microsoft Flight Simulator. Hi, Captain Chris. I saw you came in. Welcome aboard. Russ says if anybody's got to go to the bathroom, just hold it. There's a Buc-ee's around the next corner. Remember before we had Buc-ee's, Russ, there was the Stuckey's roadside rest areas, gas stations and stuff. They always sold fudge and Divinity. Happy 4th, Captain Chris. Thank you. CLP7 says hi. Tim Dog's at 5,500 feet. I'm at 3,500 feet. Emerald City Racing. I tried a couple of helicopters in X-Plane. I've really kind of found that helicopters are a lot harder if you spend a lot of time in fixed wing. So it's really kind of hard. I've done it on occasion, and you know, there's the new military developer, and I did go and get that one. It's still kind of hard though. Tim Dog remembers Stuckey's, and Russ says they had bee houses at their store. Happy 4th, JSG Droid. Welcome in. Thanks for coming by. We're in the middle of the Grand Canyon. We're going to do a super volcano flight next over Yellowstone.
Terrain. Terrain. Sink rate.
Pull up.
500.
Hi, Black Dog. Happy
Sink
4th.
rate.
Thanks for coming in. This is a total hands on the stick, hands on the throttle flight.
Pull up.
Black Dog just did a resub for 29 months. Hi, Black Dog. Thank you for a resub. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by today. All right, got a couple of tight turns here. Looks like things are starting to get a little more, a little bit tighter here. Humber, yeah, chase plane's really good. Sometimes it takes a long time for it to load. You know, it sometimes has a problem loading, but most of the time I think it's pretty good.
500. Pull up.
Really impressed by the quality of the scenery on this. This was an amazing update. Took about 3 hours for me to download it all. I should have read Loviz's message first and then, you know, just streamed it down. I know we should have an action cam on the other side of the airplane, right? Really, that would be great. Humber, the favorite add-on? Not necessarily add-ons that I'm jazzed about. It's airplanes and stuff. Code Blue, a lot of my settings are basically medium. My clouds are high. And I've also turned off a lot of stuff like boats and fauna and other things like that. Alalu, welcome aboard.
Pull up.
Okay, there is a branch off to the side. You want to take the right branch here. Looks like a little bit of a beach down there.
Pull up.
Oh my gosh, I'm just blown away by the scenery here. It's totally amazing. This looks like the valley scene from, Manafee says, from Top Gun Maverick. I don't know, I was kind of getting a little bit of a Will Smith vibe being chased by a UFO. I just don't want to eject. Phoenix is a favorite airplane. It's an incredibly well done airplane too. Russ says that this would be really good with VR goggles. I think you're right, Russ. I think in an airplane like this, low and slow, flying in with VR, I bet it's amazing. Senor Tomas, yep, that was the scene. Welcome to Earth, and a big, you know, a punch and a cigar chomp, right? Coming up on something that is labeled as Bedrock Canyon here. That's another nice thing about using Navigraph, because basically you can go and get a couple of points of interest along the way. So you get to look at, oh, there's Bedrock Canyon. Cool.
Terrain.
Code Blue, I think a lot of folks are looking forward to the A220. I know I am. They put out some videos on the A220 lately, and it looks like it's going to be a really amazing airplane. I think it's because it's a helipad, maybe. Maybe it's a place for a helicopter to land. And I think it's this area up in here. So maybe that's a pad for landing. Maybe that's a little landing point. We're getting close and personal. We are getting very close and personal. Humber, I don't want it to sound like I'm being mean to PMDG, but for my 737s now, I'm really liking the iFly. I'm really enjoying the iFly. I still really like the PMDG 777, and the NGs are good airplanes. Those are good airplanes too. But I've been having a blast with the iFly. The new... Somebody started a hype train, thank you. The new EFB for the iFly is a really good EFB. I'm almost kind of a little bit worried about that because soon, well, probably by the holidays, Katie Pilot is putting out, you know, the super EFB, the monster EFB. And I'm really kind of looking forward to what that'll be like. Down to 2,600 feet here. Hallelujah, thank you, and thank you for the happy 4th. Theta, welcome aboard. I'm kind of moving my little point of view up here a bit. Keith, welcome. Happy Saturday. All right. Manaphy would rather have the Max, but the 900 is fun too. Oh, wow, look up here. It gets really, really skinny. Yeah, I think we might want to go up a little bit.
Pull up.
Ruben, did somebody crash? That's right. I've got my speed down to just below the white arc for flap settings, so I'm really trying not to go too fast. Broken Arrow, this is a fun little airplane. It really is. We don't really need the taxi light on, do we? No flaps. And the river does, oh wow, the canyon looks like it gets definitely a little more steep. Hi Snoozy Skyways, welcome in. Typically we're usually cruising along at about 145 to 150 knots in this airplane. Ooh, somebody's going the opposite direction. Wow, are they low to the ground?
Sink rate. Pull up. Minimums.
Oh my gosh, minimums. So we were about, we kind of buzzed the fish in the river there, if there are any fish.
Too low, flats. Too low, flats. Minimums.
That was Flyer Studios in the C-130. How's the C-130 handling the tight turns there, Flyer Studios? Almost dinner. ZLP says, watch out for alligators. Oh, wow. It's getting a little steep here. Okay, got a lot of little switchbacks coming up here. So we've had some nice long stretches of river, but we're going to do some hard turns to the right and to the left coming up. I'm just also keeping my eye out to see if there's an exhaust vent port that we need to be targeting and use the force with. $65 y'all the way. Welcome back in. Happy 4th. Thank you for coming by today. We're checking out a couple of parks today. Oh, and finally some AC.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
Dom
class
MGY did a nice
Royalty
resub. Hi
noted.
Dom MGY. Thanks for the resub. Dom's been here for 38 months. Thank you. Welcome on in. Happy 4th. IQB, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. All right. It's about ready for a real hairpin turn to the right. And I think it's right up there. That looks like the cliff that Will Smith flew the airplane into to trap the alien spaceship. I mean, it's going to be a hard turn, so I don't have a parachute that I can go and release to cover up the spaceship. Okay, speed's down, so we should be able to handle this turn.
Pull up.
I think it was too, Loviz. Loviz says that Independence Day is a really good July 4th celebration movie. It was. I remember that one.
Banking. Banking.
And a tight turn around that corner.
500. Banking.
And there's going to be another turn up here.
Pull up.
Oh my gosh, Manaphy, I'd totally forgotten. Yeah, the National Treasure movies. Okay, tight turn, left turn.
Banking. Banking.
There we go. Manaphy says parachute. I remember National Treasure. Those were good. I always thought there would be another one. I think there were two. Senor Tomas says barf bags may be needed. Well, there were two National Treasures, right?
500.
And I thought they were going to do a third. Okay, and now we've got a couple of gentle switchbacks here. Loviz likes the first one. One of the things that was great, I called the National Treasure, I called those treasure hunt movies.
Pull up.
You know, and those are always a good time where you kind of get to play along with the characters and, you know, guess a few clues along with it, and it's a good time.
Banking. Banking.
Hi, Ruben. All right, coming up. That's a Special Mountain, Mount Sinalia. I can't read it too well. That's actually, I believe it's a C-130. That passed us by there.
Banking. Banking.
Maestro wants to depart out of Portland today. No need for autopilots today, right? Just a really, really good side stick and throttles and rudder pedals.
Banking.
You know, you could. I think if I were to hand fly the Max or the Phoenix or something like that, I'd want to do it once without the live stream going. Just, I mean, you get kind of busy. Flyer Studios had to pause. The bank angles. It's a white knuckle flight for white. Well, it's a big airplane. The fact that you're doing that in this is pretty amazing. Loviz says the F-100 would be very good in this.
Banking. 500. Sync rate.
The autopilot does not understand the command now. Nope. We're coming up on a waypoint called the Dome. Loviz says we should take the F-28 in here. Not unless I fine-tune. I would be able to fine-tune the. If I could fine-tune the. Throttle. No flaps. I'm just above the flap speeds right now. Maestro wants somebody to take the MD-11. I don't think it would even fit in the canyon.
Terrain. 500. Banking. Banking. Terrain.
The spy jet, the BD-5J would be probably just fine. You could actually get the BD-5J kind of slow. You could fly it slow enough to, I think, be able to do an effective flight through here.
500.
You know what's really cool is I haven't noticed any screen stutters or anything like that. Haven't got the Falcon. That's right, they had a flying car in James Bond too. Captain Squid says the Kodiak would be nice here. Loviz, I started downloading before you told me that, hey, you really ought to not do it. So this was downloaded. That's what I spent most of the morning doing, was downloading. but yeah, it's downloaded. I think what you're saying about downloading stuff, streaming it as opposed to downloading makes sense. I think the only trouble that I would get into is... The only trouble that I might get into is with the live stream going on too. I'm climbing up to go and see what the dome is here. That's the dome right up ahead of us. I was going to do a little side thing here. Dad is doing approach to Lowy today. How's Innsbruck today?
Terrain.
So on my chart, the thing off to the right is called the dome.
Terrain. Terrain.
Subscriber
Lobiz
confirmed.
says that
Top
Flight Sim
Strat
2024 is meant to be
Loyalty
streamed.
noted.
Trading TV just did a nice resub. Thanks, Trading TV. Thank you for the resub. And there's the dome. Hey, Blue Idol, thanks for coming by. It just looks so freaking good. I know the shark wanted to get dipped into the water. So the dome was worth looking at. The next cool waypoint is something called Vulcan's Throne. Let the Star Trek jokes begin right now.
Terrain. Sink rate. Sink rate.
Back into the canyon we go.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. 500. Pull up. Pull up. Minimums. Pull up. 100. 50. 30. 20. Too low. Flats. 10. Too low. Flats. Too low. Flats.
I think we might have gotten the bottom of the landing gear a little damp. Something about a rat. I missed that one. Manaphy, no, we were a little too low for your. We were a little bit too low for your parasheep on that one. That's right. That's what we need on this flight. A couple of good sheep that have had too much to drink, right? The reason I went for it there is I was looking over on the map and saw we had a really good straightaway and thought that would look good. Okay, we're coming past Vulcan's throne, but it's way, 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 way up at the top. That's right. Sober sheep would have never even dreamed of being a part of this flight, right?
Banking. Banking.
Noticing a change off to the side there. That's more green than brown. More green than brown. I missed Captain Squid out. Sushi chopstick? I would guess you would need to watch out for snakes here, too. You'd need to watch out for snakes here.
Pull up.
Sunjammer has something really long to read, and I can't look away too long. I think that's from a movie. I've got no idea. I can't read it out loud. Hi, Black Dot. Yep, alligators. I guess the reflections inside the cockpit on the windshield are a thing with the Twin Otter, but boy, they're annoying after a while. Tom's back in chat again. Welcome aboard. Thanks, Tom. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in on YouTube. I figured this would be some nice things here. Well, thank you, Tom. That's awful nice of you to say. Oh my gosh, I think my back is getting old. Oh. It's hard to sit like this long. You know, we don't have the... Yeah, Daniel says to stretch a minute. Thanks for saying so, Tom. Okay, let's see. We're coming up on Twin Peaks. There's Twin Peaks. I don't know that the Double R Diner is going to be anywhere in sight, though. I don't know that I can get to... a hydrate. See, the cups are over there. And we've got this turn.
Banking. Banking.
Oh, no.
Banking. Pull up.
Oh.
Banking. Banking.
Okay, let's not go out and do the flybys as much. That's just gonna get us into trouble, right? That's just gonna get us into trouble. My coffee, yeah, NASCAR, we spilled everybody's coffee. No room for messing around on this flight, that's for sure. But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Sink rate. 500. Sink rate.
Tell you what, ground proximity warning system is getting a real workout on this flight. I think I probably noted that already, right? So eventually, in my map over here, we're going to intercept the flight path that takes us down to the Boulder City Airport. As we start to turn a little bit more to the south here, there must be a GPS inhibit button, Errol. I think so. I don't know where it is. I'm sure there is one. Probably don't have time to look right now. Totally Qualified has the latest in the World Cup news. Noticing that it's flattening out just a little bit more. Manafee hopes that Paraguay wins. In the group left of the auto AP altitude selector, it's the leftmost button. Okay. Thanks, Earl. Oral, I hope I'm saying that right. You really don't want to not look out the window much. Tom, I'll bet, yeah, the Piper Cub would be good for this. This would be a good flight for the Cub. Or, you know, we were talking earlier, any of the Bush planes would be really good for this. You could actually use those and land in a couple places. Ruben says the PA-24 is handling this well.
Pull up.
It's a big hill there. We don't want to run into the big hill, right? Totally Qualified is having fun on the tour. Here's the plan when we get... Vaseline? I have no idea, Sunjammer. I am totally lost on that. Mr. Jazz, it is a great place for flying, isn't it? Long as you don't get the airplane a little too slow or get too close to any of the big giant rocks, you'll be fine.
Pull up.
From the altimeter, eyes up to the small secret AP altitude panel, then left. There is a group of switches, and that's where the GPS inhibited is. Okay, so you're talking about these over here, right? One of them was active. GPWS inhibit. Thank you. Oh my gosh, the Tour de France. Wow. RL42, thank you. Got it. Now we'll give the ground proximity warning system a little break. Wow, there was a time, Danny, I would never miss the Tour de France. I mean, I was glued to every one of those, hanging on every word that Phil and Paul, the two guys that were announcing the tour. Okay, sharp turn to the left.
New recruits detected. Welcome
Earl,
aboard.
thank you for becoming a follower. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here.
Minimums.
Wow, there's some really great scenery around here. We've got a long stretch now, so this is a great time to start getting a little bit low here. The water looks amazing through here too. Man, if he's going to be on Orlando ground later on today. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't reach the hydration thing right now. Or the mouse to be able to go and point and click. This is not one of those flights where you can just turn it over to the autopilot and go over to the galley and grab yourself something nice to drink. I'm really blown away at how good the scenery is down here, down low, by the water. It's really pretty good. I mean, the trees are showing up. It just looks great. Probably take a raft through this part of the canyon. Yep, you did hear a 40. Okay, we're coming up on the flight on the course for Boulder City Airport. About the water crisis in the region, well, there actually is in this part of the world. It's pretty serious. You know, water from the Colorado River is going down. The snowmelt is going down. That's right. It's time for reversers. That's right. No thrust idle. Still trying to keep the speed down low, though. So what we're doing is we're over here, and this is the course heading. Whoa. That's the course heading over to Boulder City Airport. The question is, do we get to see Hoover Dam? Well, it's not like we're on a big old schedule today. Whoa. So what we could do is get on the course heading to Boulder City Airport, and then we're going to catch up with the canyon again. And once we dive into that, we could go in and see Hoover Dam. Kim Young is back. Welcome, Kim Young. I'm noticing a couple of really nice mentions of consecutive streaking. Good Nabin, Kim Young. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in today. But we're slowly climbing out of here so that we can go and intercept the course, and then we'll pick up the river in a little bit. I think we're going to be able to clear that part of the canyon. I hope. Just barely. Oh, inches, inches. Just yesterday, Earl watched a video about Lake Powell. Yeah, we're going into that area right now. Well, it has been a house of cards. They've known about it for a very long time. This is nothing new, but nobody really wanted to try and figure out a way to solve it. And now it's going to increasingly move to crisis mode here. Let's see if we can hydrate now that we're not in the trench run here in the Death Star. You gotta hydrate when you can. All right, so we're gonna leave the river. There'll be more canyon, but we're going to continue on this way until it picks up, and we should be able to go and get to the Hoover Dam. We've got another rim of the canyon here that we've got to keep climbing for. Hey, we can do flybys without running the risk of running into the side of a canyon wall. It has. It's been done. It's a good way to put it. It's been developing for decades. To give you an idea, and I'm going to date myself horribly here, the very first press conference that I attended as a television news reporter was with then Colorado Senator Tim Wirth in western Colorado. And it was about the developing water crisis in the West, and that was back in 1990. It was a big deal back then, and it's been slowly getting worse, and there's a lot of competing interests and you know, people that need the water and everything else, but they just can't make the decisions. About 1,000 foot per minute climb here. So we haven't gone splat yet. We're also building up a little bit of speed here. We're at 7,300. We could dial in 7,000. Wait, that's 15. So we'll go to 7,500 now. That looks good. Now let's go ahead and dial the heading bug over. Okay, there's the heading bug. That's 7,600. Come on down a little bit. Russ says that in Texas, water is for fighting for and whiskey is for drinking. The Great Salt Lake has been drying up too.
Let's see in the area.
Hey, remember
Who's this?
Fairbairn 8 Tango Whiskey.
Roger. I'm 717 Juliet Mike. I'm about 10 miles in trail with a closure rate of about 200 knots.
AP, now we can kind of sit back and relax. We were talking about that. We had a flight into Salt Lake recently and saying that, yeah, the Salt Lake is drying up. Upstream versus downstream interests. Yes, there's an awful lot of them. And caught in the middle of all of that are people that, have a home there and just trying to, get water out of the faucet. So it's a tough question. All right, we're at about 7,500 feet. That's looking pretty good. Heading hold is working. So let's see, where are we now? We're coming up on Peach Springs Grand Canyon West, a little airport over here. So if we zoom our map out a little bit, you can start to see Lake Mead. So you can start to see that over here. And of course, we're coming into the Vegas area. So, we'll see Hoover Dam. And so once we get into here, we can go and we can start following the lake around over here. And then once we go there, we'll turn south to go to Boulder City Airport so that we stay out of, because we are on VATSIM, we can stay out of the way of ATC or airplanes coming into Vegas. Because we don't want to be get in the way of any of the big jets. Well, I gotta tell you, I have been a huge, solar amazes me. And the things that you can do with solar and wind, I just, I know there's other people that, it's gonna take time to, make changes, but you can do amazing things with solar. And for a while, remember about this time last year, yapping away about, there was a company, I think they were in like Denmark, they moved to the US. I don't know if they moved back or not. And they were developing an electric airplane about the size of the ATR. And it could be used for short commuter flights. I think we've actually got the electric airplane in Flight Simulator. It's been a while, but you can do great stuff. Russ also remembering, and I will tell you, that is a huge, erosion was another huge issue when I was, back when I went to that one press conference, with the senator about Western water. Erosion was a huge deal. All right, so here we are over here, over at the airport that we're going to. So we're coming over and we're gonna do Boulder City Airport. It looks like runway 27 and runway 33 are best. Either 27 or 33 is going to be the best for our landing. There's an RNAV for runway 27. So the RNAV for 27, let's just look at the airport really fast. So runway 33 and runway 27, and there's the FBO. Probably what would be easiest is after we fly over Hoover Dam, we go south and come in and do 27, I guess. Would probably be the better way to go. That's going to be... Oh, the wind is nothing at nothing. The wind's nothing at nothing. So there we go. Altimeter. The altimeter is 2998. Coming passing the Peach Springs Airport, and there's Peach Springs over there. Hi, Peach Springs. Let's see. There's a Manassas Company Electrica Aero, a STOL airplane. Tim Dog remembers seeing Hoover Dam from your flight into Vegas back in 2024. Fatal and Fine, is that you up there? We got somebody buzzing us right now. The EL2 Electra Aeros aircraft has been a hybrid electric drivetrain, and it can take off with only 150 feet. Amargosa, welcome, welcome. So what we'll do is we'll have fireworks in our third flight. So we're kind of just taking time buzzing around today. You know, VFR flying, we're going to go around, you know, we just did Grand Canyon. We're going to go and do the Caldera around Yellowstone. So, you know, go over to YouTube and, whoops, oh, there's Rise. Kind of wanted to make an emotive rise here. But Yellowstone, we'll take off from the Yellowstone Airport and go over to the big lake. And then go south down to Jackson Hole, which has a brand new airport. Make sure you turn off if you have a payware of Jackson Hole, because we got a really good Jackson Hole airport that's now free in default. Manifee wants the Just Flight Piper Arrow. That was actually, I think it was either the Arrow or the Comanche that I have that I really like. Little bit slow. We should be cruising along at about 155. Tim Dog's below us. If you are, I just, ahead and a, oh, there you are. I see you. Tim Dog's down there. Hi, Tim Dog. All right, let's see. We're coming up on Tenzo. There is Cowboy Airport, I guess.
719 Juliet, let's hear you up.
Okay, there's Meadview Pierce Ferry over here, and then this is the beginning of Lake Mead, of the lake. So we'll go and we'll see if we can find the place where they've got all the water piled up behind it. And when we see it, we have to say, damn. That's the secret word. Whenever you see a dam, say the word real loud. think the lake is going to start to appear kind of up here. Passengers behaving back there. Hope they're doing really well. No in-seat entertainment screens on this airplane, and my guess is, I'm gonna guess that they probably don't have Wi-Fi on the airplane either. Nor do they have a lavatory. So if you've got to go, I guess that's what the small door is over here. You just kind of open it and hope you don't fall out. Super duper impressed. Up there we go. There's gonna be part of the lake. There's a flying organization at Manife's airport that has a Piper Archer. So that's one of the cool things about Microsoft Flight Simulator and some of the really, really great airplanes and stuff. Because if you can go and dive in to an airplane that you know is at your local flying club, well, at that point in time, that's going to be really cool because you're learning procedures and everything else that are going to be good for the real airplane. And that's part of what is so awesome about having this right now. If I was still young enough to be flying and everything, you know, learning things with this and doing things with the sim and everything. It's called a Griani bottle. It's the one that's rolling up and down the aisle. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and make a turn. So let's go and turn to 300 degrees. Your CFI is 75 years old. Humber would like to do Oban to Inverness. Would be great in this plane to Loch Ness. Yes, we've actually buzzed Loch Ness in this one. Usually what we do when it's time to do the Loch Ness flight is we'll go and we'll take off from Inverness, buzz the channel, buzz Loch Ness to see if we can see Nessie. And then if we never see Nessie, then there's another channel that takes it to the loch beyond that, and then another 2 little canyons, and then we make a right turn to the Glenfinnan Viaduct. And if we've got the scenery loaded, we then get to see the Quidditch pitch and a wizarding school, which is in which you can get the scenery for in flightsim.to. And then there's actually 2 airports. If we've got enough fuel, we could, we usually go to an airport up on the north side that I don't remember. And that's a nice one. Tim Dog says the heading is going to be 280. I was going to follow the river here. Okay, so we're at 7,500 feet. Oh, you push the button. Okay. I was just doing a little autopiloting so that I could go over and, hydrate and stuff like that. 6,500 is the legal VFR altitude for westbound. Okay, so we're going to be 6,500. Until we decide to go a little bit lower. And I'm just doing a gentle descent right now. or 8,500. All right, so kind of coming in here to get in with the lake. There's a little thing coming up here. There's Delmer Butte and then the Haystacks. So we're going to go over Delmer Butte here, and we get to see the Haystacks and see what those are about. This is another cool part of Flight Sim, and when you've got the scenery that's this awesome and good, you get to go and just be, as I like to call it, being a virtual tourist. When I bought the sailboat, I did a lot of sailing in an inland lake in Virginia, and always thought it would be so much fun to, take the boat out here for a couple of years and learn all about this lake, sail and go places. Never happened. But it was a really good time. So, we'd all leave the marina. Usually it was about 5 of us that had sailboats that went out. And we'd sail around for a while and then go and find what we call a cove, something like this over here, depending upon what the wind and the weather was going to be like. And then basically what you do is you come on in and you slowly and if you plan it right, you cruise in. As you're coming into the cove, drop your anchor, slow down, slowly reef in your sails so you really slow down. And then eventually, as you come to a stop, if you timed it right, that's when your anchor line would tighten up, and then the stern of the boat would come out, and then you would be facing out from the cove, and that's when you would drop your stern anchor, so that the boat was always facing out into the middle of the lake. And that's pretty much how you'd spend the evening, spend the night out there, and it was a pretty good time. I think we're a little bit too high. I'm just doing gentle descents here. Manifee says the Just Flight Piper Arrow is on your wish list. I'm almost wondering if that's not the one that I had. Maybe not the Comanche, maybe it was the Arrow from Just Flight. I've got to go and look back at Just Flight and see if I've got that. So here we are out in the middle of the lake. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to turn around this point and come through this little jetty area here, and the dam is up over in here. It was the Comanche by A2A. I don't remember. It's been so long. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I can figure it out really fast. Just Flight. My account. What airplanes? Okay, there's the Fokker 70, the 100, the Black Square Caravan, the F-28, BAE 146. It was the it was the Turbo Arrow. It was the Turbo Arrow for Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's the one that I had. That's it. Hey, they do have one for 2024. I'm gonna get that. Let's get that back. Let's get the Turbo Arrow, because that was a fun airplane and it worked really good. That was really good for your let's put it in downloads and save. Let's just get that in there again. Uh-oh, I think I missed my turn. Yep, we're coming up on Thor's Twins here. Coming up on Thor's Twins. Tim Dog, so I actually had both of those. No, I do remember, yeah, it was the Turbo Arrow. Okay. Hey, look at this. We've got another little thing to fly through. And there's 5,500 feet. And autopilot off. Haha. Tim Dog, you remember the other one too? Boy, I wish I could. I truly am getting old. I didn't fly the Comanche. I did it a while. Maybe it was one of those things where I got the Comanche first and then got the Turbo Arrow and went gaga. I could probably actually get that going for our flight to over the Caldera. So in Super Volcano, one of the first things that exploded was they had a volcanic incident at Norris Geyser, and then the next thing that happened was after Norris Geyser, there was a problem with Old Faithful stopped, and then they started having the other big vents open up in Super Volcano.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
This would be fun.
Sink rate.
I definitely want to keep a kicker motor ready to go on this one to sail through
Sink
here.
rate. 500.
And if you don't know what all of that Super Volcano stuff is, if you go over on YouTube, you'll see an old BBC series. It was a two-parter called Super Volcano.
Sink rate. Minimums. Minimums.
We should monitor 120.65. Is that CTAF for the Boulder Airport? Happy 4th, John DFW. Welcome, welcome. 122.7. Thanks, Ruben.
Too low. Flaps. Too low. Flaps.
We just flew through the Grand Canyon. We just did the Grand Canyon. Now we're going over to Hoover Dam. And then we'll go back to Boulder. And then we're going to go and fly over the Super Volcano. For the next time you need it, a party trick in the Twin Otter is a steep descent, props full, power idle, pitch for any speed, and flaps. If you want minimum forward speed for an extra steep descent. Really? Holy moly. That would be fun to try. Arch, NDA, happy 4th. Welcome in, Arch. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. That is really cool. Arl, so props full, power idle, pitch for any speed. And that's a sort of like a full descent. So Arch, happy 4th. Thanks for coming by. Welcome. I hope you and the other NDAs are having a good NDA 4th. It was a 2,000 foot per minute descent at 80 knots. Really? At 80 knots? No kidding. Have we checked out the new Jackson Hole? That's next. So John, what we're going to do is after we go to find the dam here, the next thing that we do is we're going to go and we're going to fly out of Yellowstone Airport, fly across the Caldera to the big lake which I believe was where Norris Geyser was, but I could be completely wrong. And then south to Jackson Hole. By the way, an important safety tip is make sure that the Jackson Hole, old Jackson Hole scenery that you had is disabled. Maestro is doing a Spirit Airlines PDX to San Francisco today. Okay, so basically follow here and right turns. Tim Dog, I don't think you should. Not yet. I had it. It was good. But Loviz went out and flew into Jackson Hole earlier today and says the new default that came with all of the national parks looks really good. Okay, there is Preno Point right up here. Loviz says the updated default is good with no static aircraft like the Payware. Well, I'm not going to give anybody static about not having static. There's Preno. Now it actually gets a little bit tight here in the dam area. So you're going to see that the walls get really, really close to your airplane. So and it's that little inlet off to the left. Okay, I'm going back to my essentially green dot speed. We're going to be taking all the damn pictures we want to.
Minimums. Too low, flaps.
There's 1,800 feet.
Too low, flaps. Too low, flaps. Too low, flat 100. Too low, flats. Too low, flats.
And I think this is the one.
Too low, flats. Too low, flats.
I turned off GPWS and then I turned it back on. I have most all of my settings are set to medium.
Too low, flats.
There we go. Okay, so those are the big inlet towers for the generators that are showing up first. So there's those inlet towers there. There's the bypass. I think that's the old bypass tunnel over there where they would bypass everything. And then those are the inlet towers. And then as we go over the dam,
Too low, flats. Too low, flats. 500.
was that 007 I saw jumping off that dam? That looked like 007 jumping off the dam. Oh, and we buzzed under the bridge too. Whoa! Holy cats, we're gonna die.
Full up.
Ooh, that was a little bit scary.
500.
Ooh, boy.
500.
That was really pretty cool. Okay, so let's see. We continue to basically a course of 180 degrees from here. So directly south. And we're going to Little Boulder. Oh, actually, we're pretty close to the airport as it is right now.
Terrain.
So follow the river here.
Pull up.
I think I missed the river. Ruben, did you follow along there? That was actually kind of cool. All right, let's see here. The airport is Boulder City Multicom is 122.7.
Pull up.
Okay, we gonna splat into anything here? No, we're climbing. We're doing good. 122.7.
Littermost. Littermost.
Hey, Harold's, welcome back in. You fixed your 737 issue.
This is Comanche Papa Hotel, Papa Romeo Juliet approaching from the east. Straight in approach for runway 27.
Okay, we're good to go there.
Traffic.
Boulder City traffic. Twin Otter 714 Juliet Whiskey is just coming out of the canyon. We're on an extended downwind for runway 27. And looks like we're number 2 for the runway.
Flats. Pull up.
We're a little bit low. So Harold, you've been fixing your 737, and you're getting Navigraph taken care of now. All right, let's do a little ATC so we don't run into anybody. Nope, we want FATSIM.
Right, Boulder City traffic. Comanche Papa Hotel, Papa Romeo Juliet is from the inside. Boulder City traffic.
All right, I think we're next for the runway. Is that you?
Terrain.
Yep, let's go make our turn.
Terrain.
Hey, Harold's, thank you for coming by. That was a cool flight over the dam.
Terrain.
All right, we want to be at 4,500 feet. Oh, we're a little bit low on the approach. We're about 1,000 feet too low. No fear here. Props full forward. Lights. Boulder City traffic. Twin Otter 714 Juliet Whiskey just passed Zagley on the RNAV for runway 27. Boulder City. Well, we probably ought to get out of these canyons here. That could be a problem. I know we're doing GA on this one, and I think I may have the Turbo Arrow ready to go for the next one. There's an airport over there. I think it's hiding behind the throttles.
Terrain.
Yep. That looks like an airport to me. Long and flat,
Terrain.
with a big cash register at the end.
Terrain. Terrain.
It looks like the RNAV gives us a tight turn to final at the end. So this is not a direct RNAV here. Not a direct RNAV. There's going to be a little turn to the left here, it looks like.
Terrain. Terrain.
All right, I have had enough of ground proximity warning. I'm sorry. I know it's there for our protection.
Papa Hotel, Papa
Flaps
Romeo
1.
Juliet for runway 27, Boulder traffic.
I'm sure there's some rattlesnakes down there. Better watch out. And maybe even a giant Gila monster. Got the runway yet? Boulder City traffic. Otter 714 Juliet Whiskey. About 3 mile finals from the runway. Landing runway 27, Boulder City. Hi, Captain Chris. Father's Game is here. Hi, Father's Game. Oh, power lines a little too low. Look at all these power lines. They're everywhere. Holy cats. And that wasn't the runway, by the way. Okay, there's that highway. Father's Game, we're having a great time. Let's see, you're watching the sunrise in the sim in Japan. Father's Game, welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Okay, there's more.
Boulder traffic, Comanche Papa Hotel, Papa Romeo Juliet.
That looks like a
for
big
runway
farm.
33, Boulder traffic.
Okay, I totally misjudged the airport. There's the airport. I thought we were a lot closer. Hi, airport. Man, do you see all the power lines at the end? That's got to be for all the lights in Vegas. Hello? How did I miss that?
Minimums.
Oh, why go around when you can do a dive to the runway? I mean, really. Why do a go around when you can dive for the runway? Father's Game, I hope it is a great sunrise for you in Japan. Good morning to you and thanks for coming in. We are definitely spoiled simmers. A go around. Jeez, we never do that. Had a little bit of a crosswind there. Man, I totally misjudged that runway. Happy 4th Nightmare. Thank you for coming by. Okay, so we just had a great taxi around the, a great flight through the Grand Canyon. We're going to go over to Yellowstone and fly the Caldera. Boulder City traffic, Otter 714 Juliet Whiskey is clear of runway 27. We are taxiing back to the terminal and crossing runway 33. Boulder City. It was a totally stable approach. Aviator, I'm at the airport. We're on VATSIM, Aviator. We're not in multiplayer. Is that part of the reason why, maybe? Look at that. We didn't scratch the paint or nothing. And the Shark Otter is going good.
Caravan 8 Tango Whiskey, currently about 5 miles out.
Yeah, this one's a default airport.
27.
This one's just a default, John DFW. But there's a new default for Jackson Hole that we're going to try later on. So, yep, that's it. Another Reuben. West Yellowstone Airport to Jackson Hole. My guess is there's going to be a nice West Yellowstone scenery. Jackson Hole should be good, and we all have Boston, and we have a nice Philly. I was also going to try and load the Turbo Arrow. It's been a long time since I've been in that. That's a cool little airplane. Okay, crossing the runway, and we'll see if there's any other airplanes here, or they all just decided to leave because there was a crazy spy coming in. You don't know what to take? A general aviation small airplane is what you need. Something small. So my guess is here at this airport, people go running into the office saying that there's snakes on the taxiway and trolls in the dungeon.
Boulder City traffic, Caravan 8 Tango Whiskey, about 4 miles out, runway 27, Boulder City.
Oh, that's just a fuel truck. I thought that was somebody's airplane. Let's come on in here. That looks like a nice building. Uh-oh, taxiway lights in the middle of the taxiway. There's a live streamer. I haven't seen much. Starflies used to just hate it when she saw the taxiway lights in the middle of the taxiway like that. That was cause for freaking out on the Starflies live stream. And since the passenger door is on the back, we should spin the airplane around like this. And that's probably pretty good. Parking brakes. On. Props to feather. That looks good. Taxi light can go off. Pitot 2 Peters can go off. Anti-collision. And feather. I think we got a little bit of river water on the landing gear when we were going through the canyon.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
I think we just got a raid. Okay, ready? And engine 1, and engine
Subscriber
2.
confirmed. Top
There's
tourist
engine 1 and
attraction.
engine number 2.
Loyalty noted.
And we can do fasten seatbelts and the beacon. We need to do generators off now. And so we've got both of those off. And with that, we would do that one, that one. There goes Tim. I think that's Tim Dog landing right there. And in the middle of all of that, we got a really nice raid from Moose. Hi, Mustafa. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. And a happy 4th of July to you. Thank you for coming in today. Moose did a nice resub, too. It is 250 years. It's the 250 birthday, isn't it? Moose, thanks for coming in. If you are wanting to learn some of the older classic jetliners, can't recommend the Mustafa channel on both Twitch and YouTube enough. Both of those channels are really, really good for learning the old school 727, also the Mad Dog and the Mighty Dog. Anyway, the bigger one, the MD-11. And then also some of the other older airplanes too. Yeah, I really like this too. If I all of a sudden, Mega Dog, that's it. Moose, that's it. I do. This is a cool Twin Otter. And yeah, if I were to ever become like a monster successful YouTuber, streamer or something, I'd want something like this. It's not very fast, but you can land this on a beach. You can take it to a major airport. You can land it at St. Bart's. You know, you can land it in the mountains. It's just an incredible workhorse of an airplane. And plus, they've got some really nice avionics that you can update it in there. There's no CTAF for the Grant Moose. It's worth it. It's worth, get your Caravan, get your Twin Otter, get your small little airplane, go low and slow. You can go all the way down, and it's really amazing. So the update was really, really good. The update was really, really, really good. So definitely think that was, that's for sure, one that you're going to want. You're really going to, I had a blast with it. And there's Tim Dog arrived. So Moose, it's well worth exploring. We're going to go and now fly over the Caldera. And I think I'm about ready to get the Turbo Aero installed back in for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's see. I need to log in. And I think I've got it downloaded so we can pop that in. But it is. I think that the new national parks are just great. All right, so let's see if I can make my Turbo Aero work. And, before we do that, we needed to make sure that we have turned off any Jackson Hole scenery that we have, because there's now a new default. So we got to make sure that we do that. And let's see, is my Turbo Aero over here? Should be Microsoft Flight Simulator downloads. Install the Turbo Aero. Okay, almost done here. PA Turbo Aero. Cool. Totally qualified. What payware or good freeware scenery would you recommend for Miami? There is a new Miami. Well, there's one that we've had for a long time. And they finally fixed the jetways in Flight Sim 2024, which is really nice. And the place that I like to go to figure out an airport is Flight Sim add-on Compare. You just put in the Icy Cows, and it's the LVFR, I believe. Let me put a link to this page in chat for you, Totally Qualified, and that should work out for you just fine. And yeah, like I was saying, they finally got the jetways working. They weren't there before. And it's a nice scenery. They did a good job. The only thing that they need to do with the sceneries around Florida is put alligators, staring at the airplanes in the ponds. Okay, I've got another update. Oh, jeez. Okay, KJAC. Jackson Hole, Wyoming. There is Jackson FSLTL static aircraft. I don't think I want that. I'm going to disable that for sure. And here's Jackson Hole by Microsoft. We want to keep that. We want to keep that, okay? All right, let's go recycle the sim and see if we can't get the turbo arrow working on this one. So we're taking off from, we're going to take off from West Yellowstone Airport, go east, heading basically 100 degrees. 100 degrees, and then from there, you're going to want to go to over the lake and then south from there, and that's should take you to Jackson Hole. And I'm just waiting for my turbo arrow to load in. We give it one shot at that. They've got a nice Cessna 152 over here that's a new release. Aha, the F-70 and the F-100, favorite airplanes. Those are so cool. They do have a B-17. All right. Are you going to start loading in here? I'm just getting ready. You're probably waiting for the day that you Flyer Studios. So you've been enjoying that airplane. Where do you get the C-130? Where did you pick up your C-130, Flyer Studios?
New recruits detected.
All right, let me go and just
Welcome
pop
aboard.
these in real
Stay
fast. And we should have that. Control C. Control V and activate it. Can you put it over? Just tell me where it is. Inner Penguin, welcome aboard. All right, here we go. And there's the terms and conditions that we all just breeze past and makes lawyers crazy. Why are you launching? Oh, because I said print it, as I just should have said yes. Hi, Neil. Welcome aboard. Or you could put the link in Chit Chat over in Discord. That's right. It'll be in Discord. Okay, so we'll have the turbo arrow for this flight. The flight that we're going to do is really simple. So I did this one over in Sky Vector. We're going to be up here at Yellowstone Airport. We'll take off. So 100 degrees, 094 actually. And then we go over to the north side of the lake. And then it's going to be 183 degrees, should take us down to Jackson Hole. And that's it should be all VFR today. There's a huge monster dome of high pressure pretty much all over the western US right now. All right, I think the turbo arrow is going. Yay. Let's go. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Flyer Studios says that the C-130, it's from Blackbird Simulations. And this is what Flyer Studios has been talking about. This is the C-130. Got a pretty modern cockpit there. And if you didn't see, Flyer Studios was flying this airplane in the canyon. Looks like they did a really nice job. Hi, Patrick. Happy 4th. Thanks for coming in today. Shouldn't there be, shouldn't Tom Cruise be hanging off the back left side of the airplane? Or maybe it wasn't a C-130 that Tom Cruise was hanging off of. Oh, that's a really nice one. They had a lot of former and current C-130 pilots doing working on this airplane. So this is from Blackbird Simulations. We've actually had several airplanes from, I think, Blackbird. I think we've had several from them. If you'd like, there's an SR-71. So you can get some pretty interesting airplanes there. All right, I think everything is good to go. I think we're just kind of waiting. They had a lot of okay, I read that one. Patrick, thanks for coming by today. And let's see, we've turned off the hot part of this, right? Good. So Yellowstone Airport is going to be KWYS. KWYS. You could go and set up your flight a little bit in this, which is kind of interesting. You could go and do new flight, but instead of downloading it from like SimBrief, you could go put in your IC cows here, KWYS, KWYS. Add that to your flight. Then the next thing that you need to do is KJAC, Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Add that to your flight. Then it's going to give you a direct route. But we wanted to come over here to the lake, right? So there's several different things that you could do. There's Lake Village. Okay, now where I might have it wrong. So there's Yellowstone there. The Norris Geyser was by the lake, right? That's the first thing that blew. Spelling was not my strong suit. Okay, there's Yellowstone, Norris Geyser. There's the museum. Oh, it's up north of the lake. So it's going to be between the airport and the lake. That was the first thing that blew up. Now, do we see that in this? So there's the lake there. There's Norris right there. Okay, so here's a cool thing that you could do. You could go and like put a pin in it, I think. So you could do that and add that pin to the route. And that's going to put that in the route. Now then, after that, we want to come down to the big old lake and go to the village. And add that point to the route. So now we've got our little route out of Yellowstone over to Norris, then where the big area blew up, and then south to Jackson Hole. So those are that's our 2 little hop that we're doing. Zach did some gold coins over on YouTube. Thank you for doing those gold coins. I still have to spend some time learning that. But thank you for doing that, Zach. And thank you for being here today. Dalo is here. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming on in today. Okay, so we've got our flight route. Sorry about the big bad sniff. They had a lot. Flyer Studio says the coolest thing about the 130, I've flown them a bunch of IRL going all around Africa and the Middle East. The way they did the sounds in the interior of that C-130 were very well developed. And Patrick just did something really nice over on... Patrick gigantified an emote. Thank you for gigantifying an emote. I think that shows up now, doesn't it, Patrick? I'm glad that one's working. During the night, you could also do chaff and flares and pop them in for fuzzies. Patrick, welcome aboard. Thank you. Top of the evening to you. And Laxon just arrived from Boda. Welcome aboard. Zach, you got to go. Thanks for doing those little gold coins over on YouTube. That was nice. Thanks. Have a great evening. Cheers, cheers. Thanks for stopping by. And it's Patrick, that was the first time that I saw the Gigantify thing pop up on the screen. So I'm glad that that thing finally works now. Let's see. Almost done loading this. Now then, while we're waiting, we could also go to airports. And let's see, we're done with this. Let's go to Yellowstone. There's a couple of approaches, but we're not landing. So we just need to get the airport. And here is the airport at Yellowstone. So 19 or 10. There is Unicom. CTAF is 123.0. So we got that. Let's come on back to info and runways. Runway 19 for departure. So after, go to the airport here, 19 south, and then out we go. So 19 for departure there. That's looks really good. Coming on into Jackson Hole. Runways, it says expect 19 for the arrival. So approach for runway 19. There's Zulus and Yankees and RNAVs and stuff like that. I'm going to go ahead and get ready with the Yankee. And again, we're VFR, so squawk 1200, and that should work for us. Now we even have charts. I'm feeling very official now. Now's a good time to stretch. Let's see. Don't think that there's thunderstorms here today. It looks like it's starting. Oh, wow. Already 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Celsius. Man, it was really smoky here earlier this morning. Super smoky. Like about 5-ish or so. And starting to get a bit on the warm side here. And it's warmer in a lot of other places. So I hope you're staying cool. And if you've got thunderstorms in the forecast, keep a close eye on your weather. I'm letting it kind of just be ready to go. Tim Dog is flying a Comanche. All right, we're going to do a Just Flight Turbo Arrow. So there's Just Flight. And we've got a turbo arrow. I've got a 3 or a 4. Well, I think we'll take the 4 because that's cool, right? Let's see if you've got any good liveries to go with this. Oh, that's a cool one. All right, we've got, looks like red. Got a nice blue one over there. We've got a dark blue one. And we've got another custom one over here. Why don't we go with just this little dark blue? That looks good. Now save and go back. Swoosh. Save and go back. Now we're going to KWYS. Sounds like a radio station. This should be really, really visually amazing too. Okay. There's a terminal area here, and we want to make sure that there's nobody on the ground there. It's pretty quiet right now. And we've got some airplanes on the ground. All right, if we go to that third little taxiway, I don't think we're going to get anybody. Set as departure. And starts flight. We also need VATSIM. Patrick just binge watched Yellowstone on Netflix. So you're going to like this? And we've got the brand new scenery and stuff that just came out for the national parks, so it should look really, really good. It's a PA-28 is what we're flying. It's a PA-28. Kind of thought that there would be a nice airport here at the Yellowstone Airport, but not whining. There we go. It's been a long time since I've been in this airplane. We're going to have to set a few camera views too. I bet we get to check those off. Let's come over here. I didn't really do the routes and stuff, Glitch Ghost. We're doing a lot of VFRing today. Okay, November 7th. And a PA-28. Right? No, yeah, PA-28. Do I not know how to spell PA-28? Turbo Aztec. It's a turbo arrow. There's the turbo Aztec. There's the Apache Commander. Uh-oh, I did something wrong. It's not happy with me. First Norris, then the lake. Yes, absolutely. It is the PA-28, right? It is the PA-28. Let me just check. Did I do that wrong too? Probably. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's see. Downloads. It's a PA-28R. PA-28R. Nope. Can't be that. It can't be that. It's got to have 4 letters. Patrick had the privilege of going to Jackson Hole as a big American road trip in 2011. 2 clueless Irish lads were first time visiting the States and totally overwhelmed every day for 2 weeks. Hey, I'll bet you had a good time. Did you make it over to Dunyears? Dunyears, something like that. That is a really cool place. It's where you can get moose bread, and it's right underneath. It's a P-28 uniform. Oh, thank you, Ruben. No, who said that? Another Ruben. It's a P-28U. Look at that. Turbo arrow right on the top. Thank you. Piper Turbo Arrow. Thank you. All right, we're on VATSIM. Thank you so much. So yeah, Patrick, over there, it was really cool. Saeed, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Okay, so let's also go, and we're gonna need a couple of views before this. Now, usually a lot of these airplanes come with some nice views here. So we're gonna go and snag a couple of them in here real fast and make sure that they're all ready to go. But I'll bet you had a blast, Patrick. Did you go in the winter or the summer? Did you go in the winter or the summer? Okay, first of all, there's a pilot view right there. You were there in September? I'll bet that was really good. All right, pilot, and I need to give it some numbers here. So there's the pilot. There's a good instrument view. I'm just giving it these numbers here so that I can get to them quickly. Radio stack, that's going to be number 3. Center console. EFB. Okay, let's also go back in there. It's a little hard to read. That's pretty good. Save that position. Okay, then let's see. We've got a passenger view. Let's give that a number. And we've got another passenger view. Let's give that a number. And let's see, we've got a spot view. There's our turbo arrow. So that's a really nice spot view. Save that position, give it a name. That looks really good. And the baggage compartment view. Oh, look at that, we got baggage. Who doesn't have baggage? Okay, all of those look good. So now we've got views and can fly the airplane. So first things first, we're on VATSIM. Yep, we're on VATSIM. Let's come on over here. I'm going to go and call it cold and dark. Confirm.
Cold and dark selected.
Well, very good. I'm going to get rid of the tie downs and the chocks. And we should have the brakes on here. And you can get rid of the yoke if you want to. And that kind of helps a little bit too. And that is flaps. Yep, that's flaps. Okay, there is throttle. Gonna need a prop. Really need to have a prop on this one too. So to do that, we need to do controllers. And let's go to throttles. I bet the Caravan, that'll work good for this. That's great. There's that. Good. All right. It does have a kind of a It has a kind of an autopilot, but really you want to fly. And there's some other airplanes over there. Let's get ready to go. I haven't been in this in forever, so we'll see what happens. First of all, we do have an altimeter setting for here, right? We do have an altimeter setting for Yellowstone. Weather. Weather says the altimeter is 3029. And we determined that runway 19 is best for departure. So go to the north, take off to the south, and out to Norris. Thank you, Ruben. 3029. All right. That's AP. I think those are master switches. Master switches going on. Hi, master switches. Landing gear lever mismatched. Yep, we got landing gear in this airplane. Saeed, welcome. I'm sorry I missed your other comments. We're going to fly the 737 MAX. It got another update, so we're doing that today. 65 all the way. Please come in. Absolutely. Always welcome. All right, so 3029. Three 0.2, 30.3, and 29. That looks really good. Now then, let's see, lights. We've got a landing light. Anti-collision. Probably the best thing that we're going to get here. I think it's time to try and start an engine. So let's see. Fuel cutoffs. There's probably some fuel cutoff valves. There always is some. Emergency. I don't think it's that. It's probably back here. That's trim. No fuel cutoff over there. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's right. In this airplane, you've got a choice, I think, between the left tank and the right tank. So fuel is off. There's left tank. There's right tank. You have to go back and forth on this airplane. We could go and put a little bit of a load in it. Not too much. So flight performance, mass and balance. We're at 25% fuel. Let's at least go to 75. 75. Cargo, not have any cargo. There's fuel. There we go. How about 50? There we go. Load the airplane. And that's it. That's all we got to do. Airplane's loaded, so we're good to go there. All right. Now, do we prime on this one? I don't think so. So let's see. Mixture rich. Mixture rich. Propeller forward. Crack the throttle a little bit. Click, 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 and start. Void just gifted some jewels over on... Void gifted jewels over on YouTube. Thanks, Void. That was really nice of you. Thank you for being nice to me. Thanks for being nice to other folks, too. Welcome aboard, Void. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Okay. Okay, that's the altimeter. That looks pretty good. And that's just going to flap at us because of the That's just gonna blink at us because of gear. Void gifted some more gold coins. All right, so here is COM 1 and COM 2. No, that's NAV 1. So radios are now on. Transponder to standby. We're VFR airplanes, so we've got to go to 1200. 1200. Turn up the radios. So on and up. I think that there is a jewel war going on. I don't know about that. I'm sorry. I have to learn more. Okay, we've also got a Garmin over here. There's the ADF. And I haven't used this one in this airplane yet. There is the Garmin. The self-test is in progress. Okay, we did notice that we had a CTAF here. CTAF is 123.0. 123.0. There we go. That's good. Oh, don't worry about that, Void. Please, thank you for being nice. I wasn't telling you to stop or anything like that. All right, so I think we're all ready to go. Let's go ahead and we'll use this to track our flights. So we're going to taxi out here, taxiway north, depart to the south. And turn on the flight tracker. There we go. That looks good. This is such a cool little airplane. All right. Oil is good. Fuel is 3/4 of a tank. All that looks good. Let's depart. So let's see. Elevator looks good. Rudders, ailerons. Flap lever is not working. No big deal.
Yellow traffic, lining up runway 19er.
All right, we've already got a departure here. There's parking brakes. Parking brakes are off. Let's go this way. Always wanted when I was doing flight training and stuff with the Cessna. It was a good airplane, loved it, but I always wanted to try a lower wing airplane once.
Yellow traffic, Comanche Papa Hotel, Papa Jet. Departing runway 19er. After departure eastbound.
Okay, so there should be an airplane up there ahead of us.
Yellowstone traffic, Comanche Tango Whiskey, landing up runway 19er.
Yellowstone traffic. Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey's entering the taxiway, taxiing north and joining everybody holding short of runway 19. Yellowstone. Not at Jackson yet. There is a basic autopilot in this airplane. It's not a big autopilot, but you can still use an autopilot if you want to. Hey, we can even do a cute little taxi by. There's flaps. So the flap lever doesn't work in the... You have to do it manually with that big pole.
Yellowstone traffic, Community Tango Whiskey, rolling on runway 19er. It will be a left downwind, or left crosswind departure. Yellowstone.
Yellowstone traffic, Sky 65 Yankees line up 19, Yellowstone.
Your first heading should probably be about 070 to Norris. I think that's Tim Dog departing over there. Zoom. Up and away. And we should squawk mode Charlie on all taxiways. Squawking mode Charlie. So let's bug 071. That'll be a good way to know that we're turned on the proper course for our first departure. Our first landmark is a village, a parking area, it's a small lake, it's a geyser.
And then we'll be departing to the
Hi, Buckeye. So our first waypoint is something called Norris Geyser. Oh, somebody's got a big old turbo twin engine up there. Hi, Angry Wolf. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in today. Happy 4th. Thanks for coming by. We're doing a little GA hop over the Yellowstone National Park.
Traffic, Sky 65 Yankees departing 19 and left the crosswind to be leaving the area to the east. Yellowstone.
Oh, there's somebody over there. That's who's on the runway. There they go. Thanks for coming by, Angry Wolf. That's 65 y'all the way. Okay, there's 65 y'all the way. So after we go, it's 18 miles. It's not that far, okay? It's not that far out to Norris. So the things to look for are some tourist highways as you're coming out there. So we've got some tourist highway areas, a lake, and as you come in there, you're going to see a T in the highways, and you're also going to see a big parking area. And that's our first waypoint. Passengers cannot see their potential doom. It's dark already in Innsbruck. Really? Thought it was staying a little bit lighter this time of year in the Northern Hemisphere. Okay, I get it now. So it's going to be 65 Yankee.
Traffic, Sky 65 Yankees clear of 19, entered the left crosswind, climbing 7,500, be leaving the area to the east. Last call, Yellowstone.
Spheric Formula is in chat. Hi, Spheric Formula. Welcome aboard. Inner Penguin sent you by. Hey, good to see you. We are totally chill right now. Normally, we're in big jets and we're flying around in all sorts of ATC and, you know, jammed up with traffic and everything. But now we're just kind of buzzing around doing some national parks. West Yellowstone traffic. Turbo Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey's lining up on runway 19, Yellowstone. So it's 67 Yankee. Got that. All right, over here. Landing light. You got to slow things down. Spheric Formula, we are definitely on the slow side for today's flights. Well, the next one, there'll probably be a lot of traffic. So what we're going to do on our next one is we're going to take off in Could be that what we want to do is it's still really early. So maybe what we'll want to do is fly into Boston, even though we've already got a plane in Boston, or just change the time. Hunter Girl, good evening and happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. We are just getting ready to go out in a cute little airplane, and we're flying over Yellowstone National Park and hoping that the super volcano doesn't explode, because, super volcanoes. All right, there we go. We're looking good. You can see our first heading on takeoff right there is 071 degrees. So NASCAR says we ought to figure out a place to fly into from Boston. We could do a southwest flight from Chicago Midway into Boston. We could do that, and then go down to Philly. Chocolate or Whips. Hi, Chocolate. We're actually, yep, that's him. Thanks, Irvy. Let's go. West Yellowstone traffic. Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey's on the roll, taking off runway 19. East departure over to Norris. Happy landings. West Yellowstone. $60 knots, 65. Yeah, Dad Game Time. I've had this airplane for quite a while. I've had this airplane for a long time now. Over in the other sim, but I hadn't loaded it into. I hadn't loaded it into this sim yet. Yep, gears up. Well, my landing gear lever doesn't work. Gear going up. Yeah, I had it in Flight Sim 2020, but I never got it up, brought it into Flight Sim 2024. So this is the first time. When do you make the turn to the south? 65 Yankee. So what we're doing right now is we're going to go over here for 18 miles to Norris. And then we make another turn to about 117 degrees for a very big lake. And then south down to Jackson Hole. Okay, it's VFR, so there's 8,500 maybe. Flaps. Didn't do a very good level off here. High Flying Eli, welcome aboard. Now you can use a heading hold here, AP on, and heading. And now it'll hold your heading. There is an altitude hold that you can use. And the altitude hold doesn't really work in the airplane, but it's got one. It does have one. And I went a little high. Yeah, there's a click zone for it. There's a click somewhere around here. Yeah, I think you click off to the side and it'll hold your altitude. All right, we're a third of the way to Norris. And let's see. Way too high. And basically, maybe we'll fly around the Norris Geyser. Uh, 65 Yankee has to do a shortcut. You can't go faster than 120 knots. I'm just cruising along here at about 160, and it will be closer to 120 when I level off too. I'm actually going a touch fast here. And I think I see the geyser right over here. You're at in a 172. That's a good one for this. Ruben's doing about 90 knots, so I should go out of turbo mode. All right, I say enough of the autopilot. Off and off. Now, there's lots of little lakes in this area, but Rot Devil just got up. Well, good morning. Thanks for coming in. You probably needed the extra sleep. You'll know you're getting now, okay, so you see over here, there's a little road. There's the road, and that's got to be the geyser over there. So I made a little bit of a turn here. Let's also bug our next heading. Our next heading is going to be 117 degrees. So let's bug 117. That's going to be our next turn after we go ogling the geyser. Hey, Norse Viking. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Flying Eli says thunderstorms in Virginia. Don't fry your computer, Flying Eli. Don't fry your computer. There's that little road. You can see that right over here. There it is right there. There's the little building. And the geyser's going to be right in there. So if you are watching Super Volcano, if I've got it all right, this is the first thing that blew up in Super Volcano. Boom. Right there. Hi, Norris. Okay. Let's go and circle Norris here and then get on to our heading for the Big Lake, which was one of the next things that blew up in Super Volcano. Flying Eli is on a 3-stream streak right now. And I believe pretty much all of this is in what would have been the Super Volcano's Caldera. It was really, really big. It was miles and miles across. Why they called it a super volcano. Okay, we're about ready to come over the road from the north to take you down to the geyser. Rat Devil is checking in Sweden right now. Welcome aboard. Airline enthusiasts, come to the Big Sky Bash. Oh, there's all sorts of bashes around here, right? Hi, airline enthusiast. Welcome aboard. Angry Wolf said to hydrate 7 minutes ago. I have to wait until I can let go of the controls. So there was our big loopty there. Probably a lot of this is, you know, colored like this because it's a geyser area. There it is. There's the little building. Okay, continue the course to heading to 117 degrees, and we have to climb a little bit. There's hills here, and we're looking for the big giant lake. The trim in this airplane is super duper sensitive. Not like a big jet. Ruben says that Jackson Hole, Wyoming is the only commercial airport within a national park. Greer, we do this occasionally, you know, for some holidays and stuff. So occasionally we'll do these for sure.
Subscriber confirmed.
Thanks, airline enthusiast.
Top clearance
Stindofly
granted,
just
agent.
did a nice resub.
Loyalty
Thanks,
noted.
Stindofly. All right, we're on our course heading here. AP. How's our altitude? Yeah, it's probably okay. And I'm going to let it do altitude hold for me a little bit. Said I'm going to let it do altitude hold. There we go. Almost ready to go on the ground. Stindofly's been here for 25 months. Thanks for the nice resub, Stindofly. Welcome aboard. Angry Wolf says to hydrate. And you should hydrate too. So airline enthusiasts, we're coming in as VFR traffic. So we're all doing VFR stuff here. I don't think it's doing altitude hold. I think it's all over the place here. Yeah, I don't think it's doing altitude hold. Rat Devil would like a beverage today. Stindo Fly says to stretch. Let's do a little bit of one here. NASCAR wants to do a ski resort flight this winter. You know, some of the really cool ski resort areas do have airports. Colorado Ski Country USA has them all over the place. So there's obviously Aspen. Vail, you'd probably have to go to Eagle County Airport for Vail. There's one at, it's not Beaver Creek. It's, oh man, I'm trying to remember. There's one up north that's really good. Telluride is another really nice one as well. So all of this is supposed to be in the Caldera area of the old ancient supervolcanoes. Yeah, Bozeman Gallatin. So Bozeman is going to be one too. NASCAR. Let's see. Jackson Hole, obviously, for there. Aspen. Oh, Aspen. Holy moly. Aspen's incredible. That's a really nice. The 65 Yankee says Rifle is a good airport too for skiing. Hi, John F. John, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. We got a cute little turbo arrow. We're flying across the volcano caldera at Yellowstone. Stindo Fly says San Moritz. Well, really what you want to do for San Moritz is you want to take the Bernina Express train to San Moritz, right? You kind of want to do the train into San Moritz. That's right. So there'll be ATC in Jackson Hole waiting for us. All right, we should be coming up on the big Yellowstone Lake over here. Let's see, John flies an Archer too. Yeah, so this is really, this of all the airplanes that, the GAs that were out there, this is the one that I decided to pick up and I really like it. Landing lights off. Don't need light, but yeah, I really like this one. It's really cool. All right, here comes the lake. Our next heading down to Jackson Hole. 184 degrees, so 184 over the lake. Code Blue says KPWM has a very nice approach. Could you remind me what KPWM is, Cold Blue? So, John, yeah, this is just a great airplane. And you know what I also like about it? It's one of the more, it's an advanced airplane, but it doesn't have a really high instrument stack. You know, like the 172, 182s, all those, they have the instrument stacked like 3 high. You can't see out the window, really. The Cardinal has, you know, the instrument stack on the Cardinal is really nice. But, all right, 183. Here's our turn. Well, we do love our Innsbruck, don't we? CTAF, Tim Dog says it's 118.075. Thanks, Tim Dog. 118.07. Uh-oh. Those mountains look a little tall up ahead. We may need to climb a little bit. John likes the low wing comparison to the low wing, the high wings over yesterday. You were in the 182? Yeah, so the 182, my big whine about those is you see the instruments here. The instruments here are just 2 high. The others are 3 and 4 high. So when you're sitting there, you got this big stack of instruments. You got to look up, over the top to be able to see it. That's what I like about the Cardinal. And then this one is you can see out of the airplane. All right, so Tim Dog says we need to climb to 11,500 feet. So we'll just do a gentle climb there. And Angry Wolf said to hydrate. Stindofly says to stretch. Well, what's fun about Innsbruck is, what we really like about Innsbruck is it's got, Innsbruck has the famous circle to land. That's right. You feel that, John, all you see is the panel and you've got to look over it. So I really do like this one. That's right. We get an offset localizer too. All right. Everything looks pretty good. There is a nav aid for us, so we can pop that in. So our nav aid is going to be 1091. Inbound is 187. Airline enthusiast, we're going to go and get in the 737 MAX and do a Southwest flight from Chicago Midway to Boston, with continuing service to Philadelphia. So we actually, after we land at Jackson Hole, 2 more flights. IRL, if you come over the east via the Rattenberg VOR and go dive over the mountains, the left side is extremely over at Innsbruck. Oh yeah. And in fact, when you are coming in on that Rattenberg transition, you're not supposed to start your descent until the second waypoint on the arrival, because Exponent, the Independence 1776. I don't know that I've got those Southwest liveries. I've just got the ones from, I think the only liveries that I have are, okay, this is not working out. Captain's gonna have to do this. The ones from, iFly. Oh, is it in the installer? Really? Let's, once we get to an altitude, I'll go grab that. iFly Manager. All right, Southwest. There it is. That one, right? That is November 8, 8719 Quebec. November 8719 Quebec. Okay. And that's going to be for, I better fly. That's not the one that I should do. I shouldn't do that one. I'm off course. Well, the Liberty one would work. But let's see if I can find the 1776. There's the Independence one over there. You're saying use the Independence one? Okay, that is for 189 seats. So 189 seats, and that's going to be November 1776 Romeo. 1776 Romeo. All right, I will use that one instead. Okay, that one's coming down. I'm really off course now. Hi, Jimmy boy. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, we're kind of all off course, and I'm not climbing high enough to get over these mountains. We may go splat. We may go splat. There we go. Back on course. And we needed to get to 11,500 feet. We're a little low right now. Dad, game time. The John Ratzenberg transition. It's to help you avoid hitting a cliff. But, you know, you get kind of a cliffhanger on that one, right? Cliffhanger. Sorry. Did you get Hotfix 2 for the Max? I did. I got that yesterday. I got that this morning, actually. And I also preloaded it, so we don't have to wait a long time for Wasm, because Wasm is annoying.
Jacksonville traffic, do any of you see the ATIS?
120.625, Jacksonville ATIS information, Bravo. Altimeter's 3027. Winds 220 at 10, gusting to 15. Visual and instrument approaches use. Landing and runway 19. Aircraft that fail to touch down in the first third of the runway are at the risk of overrun. Did they write that just for me? Did they write that one just for a certain spy? Jeez. All right, there is 11,500. Yeah, 65 Yankee likes the Freedom one. So busy, I haven't had a chance to look out at the scenery here. Lots of lakes in this area, tons of camping, and somewhere down there, there is a stupid tourist who's got a camera and is walking up to a buffalo to take a selfie, not realizing that the buffalo is a wild animal and doesn't like humans coming up close to them. Because it's Yellowstone, right?
Jim Dog, do you want to go first?
I have not experienced it personally. I've just had to do too many news stories on stupid people doing that. That stupid tourist trick. We appear to be a little bit crabby on this one. "65 Yankee has seen it happen in front of you. Somebody decided to go up and play with the buffalo. I know. Look, the mama bear and the baby. Let's take selfies. They're such cute, fuzzy animals who don't like humans." Ooh, we need. How's our fuel? You have to switch the tanks. Not so bad. The one that I was sent to do was a long time ago, and it was an international tourist. It was an international tourist at the time. And they were actually working on an overall safety thing. Chicago to Boston to Philly. I have to keep my hands on the controls. I haven't been able to type the update. Chicago Midway, Boston Logan, Philadelphia. And I don't have any runways or routes and probably aren't going to be able to get them in. There's a switch between the seats that I haven't flipped. There we go, thank you. I was just getting a little bit more. I leaned out the mixture a little bit. There's the lake on the north side of Jackson Hole right there. The trim in this airplane is monster sensitive. Thanks for that, Dad Game Time. I've forgotten so much about these airplanes. Okay, we're kind of trimmed up. Let's see here. We're done with that. Sim brief. New airplane. New airframe. B38M Max. Select. It's going to be 189 seats. in pounds. 189 seats pounds. All right, it's going to be Southwest Airlines. And our tail number is going to be, and I'll bet it's going to be 1776. No, not 56. And pounds, save. All right, we got a profile set up too. How about that? We're all ready. We got a nice livery and this. Thanks, Dad. Game time. All right, how we doing here? It's also a cute T-tail airplane too. Really nice T-tail plane. I'm starting to go down just a little bit here. So coming in on this approach.
Jackson, all traffic, Comanche Tango Whiskey, we are about
9,600, let's do 11.
For the ILS 19er.
Now one of the things we could do is we could also hit the layers here, and that's going to show you where you are in comparison with the ILS. So we're now actually a touch high. Being able to layer that into the map is actually really quite cool. Let's see, DME is gonna be not that. 111.
Jacksonville traffic.
There we go.
7265. The Yankee is 19 miles to the north. We're going to join the final after the arriving traffic. Jacksonville.
111.
Traffic, Comanche Papa Hotel, Papa Romeo,
1091.
Runway 19er, ILS approach. Traffic.
109.1. Jackson Hole traffic. Arrows 714 Juliet Whiskey is 17 miles north of the airport, setting up for the visual for runway 19 Jackson Hole. Okay, 20 miles out. I was doing fast addition, but okay, whatever it says. Hey, we've got localizer. Hi, localizer. And remember, we've got ground 124.55 off the runway. Probably don't have to go on alligator patrol for the these lakes. It's probably pretty chilly water. I see the airport.
Jacksonville traffic, Comanche Tango Whiskey, about a 9-mile final, runway 19er.
Okay, there's Tim Dog and said what, 10-mile finals? We are 16-mile finals, but we're not in a speedy jet, so we don't have to worry about overtaking the other airplanes. A little off to the side here. And we need to go to that one place here in Jackson Hole when we land to get moose bread. Ruben, are we going to be in conflict? Am I too close to you? I don't have a rear view mirror. A little bit of a crosswind here. Ruben, I am 140 knots. I'll keep my speed up. You are to the right and above. I could do a 360. You're okay? Okay.
Breaking up approach, spacing, check traffic.
Patrick remembers these mountains off to the life. So you were over enjoying the evening on that lake. Thank you, Ruben. I didn't see you anywhere, but I guess you saw me. So.
Jackson Hole approach is GAC number 7265. Yankee breaking up. Final 19 for traffic.
Uh-oh.
Jackson Hole.
So did I get in two people's way? I didn't see anybody.
Jackson Hole traffic, Comanche Tango Whiskey, short final, 19er. Jackson Hole.
Okay, I'm going to keep my speed up then since people are coming in. Jackson Hole traffic, Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey, now 11-mile finals, runway 19. We'll keep our speed up till about 3-mile finals. Jackson Hole. Oh, Ruben, so you're using a GTN 750? So that's where you saw me. Okay. This all looks new to me. This whole river, remember when we were coming in here before, there was like none of this here. This looks really good. This is all brand new. The river and the switchbacks and stuff.
Jackson traffic.
Gears
Jackson
down.
7265. Yankee joining 10-mile final 19. Jackson Hole.
Jackson Hole traffic, Comanche Papa Alpha from Juliet, continue to scan for exit traffic.
Got the airport straight ahead. Yeah, I've never seen this little river area here coming in. So that's new, and the airport should be new as well. Hi, Raft Plays. Welcome back in. Jackson Hole traffic. Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey, 5-mile finals, landing. Runway 19, Jackson Hole. Unless I jack it all
Jackson Hole
up.
traffic, Comanche Tango Whiskey, we're vacating runway 19er.
Signal traffic, Comanche Papa Hotel, Papa Roman Juliet, turning final, straight in approach, 17 nautical miles. Perfect.
This is all new. I've never seen any of this at all. I mean, none of that at all. That's all new since we've been here last. Last time we were here, I think we came out in the CRJs, but we landed recently too. RAF Place is coming into Madeira and says it's dark.
Yankee 5 mile final 19, Jackson Hole.
Starting to slow it down here. Flaps. NASCAR has got dinner tonight. What's for dinner tonight, NASCAR? This is all new. Didn't see that building at the end. There's that big de-icing pad. Yeah, I was going for butter. Oh, I don't have, I'm not tracking. I don't have my, I don't have FLIGHTDECK going on, but I was going for butter anyway. Tim Dog had a minus 124. Jackson Hole traffic, Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey, clear of runway 19, happy landings, Jackson Hole. Oh, look at that. Is that a ski? Is that? Oh.
Signal traffic, Skag number 7265, Yankee short final 19.
Okay, 124.55.
Signal traffic, Comanche Papa Hotel, Romeo Juliet, huh?
Jackson Hole ground, very good afternoon. Sure, Piper Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey is off runway 19 at Alpha 1, requesting taxi to parking, south ramp.
Arrow 714 Juliet Whiskey, Jacksonville ground. You can taxi the ramp via Alpha Delta. Have a great day.
Alpha Delta to the ramp for 714 Juliet Whiskey. Thank you. Let's go. I'm going to do there's the terminal area. So they've redone the terminal, I think. That looks pretty good. And there's Delta over there. Hey, we didn't scratch the paint or anything. Looks like we've got a really nice GA building over here. Okay, we've got a couple of other arrivals here. This looks like there's Jackson Hole logos right over there. And I'm going to come in just on the other side of that other really cool GA airplane.
Jackson Hole ground, good afternoon. Sky November 7265 Yankee. We're clear of 19 Alpha 3, park at South GA.
November 7269 Yankee, Jacksonville ground. You can taxi to Nvidia Alpha. Have a great night.
Alpha the ramp, Sky 65 Yankee. Happy 4th.
All right, and the parking brake is down here. So parking brake on, parking brake is on. Prop all the way back. And we need to come over here and go to standby and off. And then we've also got a bunch of these to turn off. And we'll turn that off, 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 and off. So those are all off. That can go off too. That's the DME. The Garmin needs to go off. There goes the Garmin going off. And down here, those can go off too. Mixture, idle cutoff. And mixture is idle cutoff. And then over here we do the ignition switch to off. And then we do off and off there. Is there another latch back here? Nope, there's no latch there. Can't get it there. Okay, here's the Cessna coming in. Next flight, Flyer Studios. I didn't update that. Let me do that while we're waiting. I think we got 2 more arrivals. So let's see. Chicago, and it's MDW. By the way, we've got a nice payware for Midway that you might need to load. KMDW to Boston to Philly. I'll get the next command in just a second. And I think we've got an airplane all ready to go with a cool livery for this too. And the next command is up. Great lineup of airplanes there. Okay, that's all good to go. And some really cool mountains over there. The details coming in here were really, really neat. Really amazing coming in. This was really helpful too. So if you're doing some GA and you don't normally do a bunch of GA and stuff, this is incredible for being able to just go and track your flight. But also this groovy little map here is cool if you want to be a simulated tourist and see what people are looking at, which is quite nice too. We don't need that for our next flight though. And let's come over here and see what's going on. Here's VATSIM radar. And let's come on down. There's Jackson Hole. Thanks for some nice ground. Okay, so we've got another flight, 2 more flights to come in. So 2 more flights to come in. While we're here, let's go and check out the terminal because this is a new airport. They did a really nice job over here on this terminal on the, GA. Some nice hangars over here. And then it's all straight in parking. That's okay. For straight in parking, this looks really good. This is an okay terminal, especially for a default terminal. There's a lot here. So there's a bunch of parking for ground gear. There's fire trucks. Probably a good thing when spies are coming in. You never know. And the mountains look really nice. I think somebody just landed. Yep, someone just landed. Zoom. One more. So we'll wait for one more landing here and then go and do other stuff. I'm also killing just a little bit of time so that, you know, we've got plenty of time to get in and out of Chicago, but then also so that we have time to fly. You need to be at 9 p.m. local time for the fireworks to work. And we definitely want those to be working today. So while we're waiting, I'm just going to go zoom over here and see what we have. I think it's great to do that too. I know that I'm not very good at doing them that much, and I should do more. Ooh, we've got some air traffic in Oshkosh right now. Okay, nothing at Midway. Boston is up. Baston. Boston is landing ILS runway 27 for the arrival. So 27 for the arrival. Oh, almost missed it. Boy, those airplanes are sure small in that big old runway, aren't they? Hi, Panda Boy. Happy 4th. Thanks for coming in. And it looks to me as though everybody made it. And it was really nice. We had some nice ATC on the ground, too. So that was pretty cool. So all sorts. They did a little bit on the ground side here. And incredible mountains. Panda Boy, thanks for coming by. We're going to get back in some jets in just a second. They did a really good job on everything else, though. And our nice little T-tail is all ready for some more GA flights. That's a fun airplane, but it's definitely not like flying a jet. It's really not flying a jet. Okay, let's also look and see. There's Providence. We're going to do Philadelphia for our flight in, and hopefully it's dark for that one. New York, Newark is looking good. There's Pittsburgh over there. Philadelphia, there's no ATC. Okay, so with that in mind, let's look at Digital ATIS. Digital ATIS for, let's do Midway first. Midway. There's Midway. Midway is landing and departing runway 4. 04 for departure. We already know about Boston. We'll worry about Philly a little bit later on. And I think everybody made it. Just one more to come in. Thanks for doing the GA flight with me on this one. 65 Yankees going to take off. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for doing the flight, 65 Yankee. Catch you next time. Happy 4th. Big, powerful twin engine down there. Tommy Tomato, is that it? Hi, Tommy Tomato. Welcome aboard. All right. Everybody made it. Really well done. What a great flight. All right. So let's go and see if we've got to load in some airports for this. Now, we already knew Ruben had a minus 102, so Ruben had butter all over the runway. Daniel, hello, welcome. Next flight for us, it's going to be a Southwest 737, and it's a 2-hop. So I'm going to check and see if my Midway is loaded and if my Philadelphia is loaded. We already know that Boston is loaded from yesterday, so we're good with Boston. Let's see. So right now we're just going to wait over here. Daniel did Atlanta to Raleigh-Durham. Raleigh-Durham is nice unless, of course, they forget you. Because they have sometimes misplaced an airplane or two. All right, first of all, Midway. KMDW, Midway. No result. I got to load that in. I know I have a Midway. So KPHL Philadelphia. Philly is installed and ready to go. So we do have to load in Midway. And especially now that we've finally got a good, a decent Atlanta airport, that's really nice too. Let's see, 737. So we need an autopilot, and let's also start linker. 737 autopilot. Here it comes. Autopilot's good. Do we need to turn on MobiFlight? Actually, I've already got MobiFlight on. I'm going to recycle MobiFlight though. Tommy Tomatoes says buy the Antonov. It's nice. It's a smooth airplane. So you've the version 2 of the Antonov. And let's do MobiFlight. All right, and we need KMDW, Chicago Midway. Chicago Midway is a Dr. Z airport. So that means it's going to be a good one. And Moby. Here's MobiFlight. There it is. Okay, MobiFlight looks like it's happy. Let's start up sim. Ruben, you're going to call it a night. Thanks for doing the flights today, Ruben. Wonderful evening. Happy holiday, happy 4th. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening, and while you're gone, we will keep the sheep off the runway. All right, while the sim is loading, let's do a new flight. We are going to be SWA, Southwest Airlines. Flight, good. We are departing KMDW. We're going to KBOS, Baston Logan. It's going to be a 737 MAX 8. And we have a new Southwest livery, so let's make sure that we've got the new one, the 1776 version. That's it right there. It's going to be in pounds. Departing 4 right, arriving runway 27. Runway 27 is our Boston arrival. It's going to be a little bit of a longer flight. In Germany, they call the Antonov 2 the tractor of the skies. That's a good way to look at it. I mean, you can do cool things. Cool things with the airplane. You can carry a lot. 15 minutes of fuel. Probably don't need that much extra. So, JFun 2, we're good with JFun 2. Generate flight. Okay. Autopilot is now set and ready to go. There we go. We got an autopilot now. That's the wind control one. And Moby is showing up in the altitude windows, so it's good. Let's grab a PDF version of the flight plan. Always good to have that. And we need to put that one on the desktop. And current plan. I'm going to make a copy of this web address so that if you want to click on it, you can. And you can download the PDF file from SimBrief for free. And we added KMDW Midway. And a new title for Twitch. And all of that should be done now too. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. SimBrief in its wisdom says flight level 370. And file. Good. Done. Now while we're waiting for the sim, let's do a little rabbit holing here. And what we can do is go and take a look at Flight Radar 24. Look at a route. KMDW Midway. KBOS Boston. And search. Lots of Southwest flights. There's one that's active right now. Uh-oh. Every now and then, sim brief. Here's flight info. Nope, that didn't do the gates for us. Let's see. Is it map? So this one's almost halfway there. Nope, that one doesn't give you the gates either. Okay, let's go about it the other way. Let's just go KMDW Midway and show the departure board, and that should do it for us. Okay, Southwest, here's a bunch of flights. Let's see. Kansas City, Indy, SeaTac. Okay, I don't see that. Let's just get the Baltimore gate. So the Baltimore gate is gate Bravo 5. B05. Close enough. Now then, let's go and look at Boston, KBOS, Logan. Now we'll do arrivals and look for a Southwest arrival here. Cape Air, JetBlue, JetBlue. Here's a Southwest arrival from Chicago, and they're going to gate Bravo 35. So Bravo 35 gives us an idea of a couple of gates that we might use. Good to have a few of those in there in case VATSIM says, you know, what gate do you want? So with that, we can go and clean up some stuff. Anthony is on a 20 stream streak right now. Anthony, thanks for coming in. Thank you for coming by. Tomorrow, we're going to put the Greek Island hop on hold for a week, and our first flight is a double VATSIM event. We need to be ready to go almost immediately at 1900 Zulu, Warsaw to Stuttgart, in a Lot 737 MAX. My anticipation is it will be a lot of fun, and there will be a lot of lot jokes. Because, you know, lot. And if I do too many of the jokes, I'm pretty certain you'll leave me waiting in the parking lot. And I'm sure that they have probably already heard all of the lot jokes at Lot Airlines. Okay, all of our data is good there, so all of our notes are good. Let's go get the 737 MAX. Free flight. And we're going all the way to the end. Oh, see, I already got the lot livery too. It was a lot of fun getting the lot livery. But we need a Southwest livery. And there's our Southwest. We're doing the Independence livery today, which has a pretty cool name. There we go. That looks good. And save and go back. Good thing that we're flying Southwest. Otherwise, you'd hear a lot more jokes. KMDW Midway. And now we come over here. Done with that page. Jim says yellow flags on the field. Enough already of the silly lot jokes. All right, come on into Midway. we're looking for something around Bravo 5. Okay, there's the Bravo gates. Maybe we'll go over to 7. Irvy says there will be a lot of yellow flags on the field if I don't watch it. And that looks good. And starts flight. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. And we're just waiting for the sim. Shouldn't take too long. I did preload the airplane earlier, so I already got whatever WASM processing it was going to have to do done. So that should be good. I'm still super monster crazy impressed with how good the Grand Canyon looked. I really looked good. Was surprised though to read Tim Dog had said earlier that they do allow different directions of flights based on altitude through there. I figured they'd want to just keep it going one way, but you know, pretty impressive that they did, that they can do all that. Hate Rats says to hydrate. Perfect time to hydrate. Good idea. Let's do a temperature check. We were already at 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside of Spy HQ. We're up to 93, 34 degrees Celsius. It is a lot hotter in a lot of other places, so I am not complaining. Not complaining at all. There's Hate Rats. Welcome in. Thanks for coming by. And hydration is good. Oh, come on. You don't need to spend all this time. I already loaded this airplane. I already loaded this, so we wouldn't have to sit and wait. I don't think you have to WASM process a livery, do you? Next week, we've got to get ready for a VATSIM event that's going to be on Sunday. And the event that I'm talking about is Air Venture. And Air Venture is basically Oshkosh. You could see that there's already ATC at Oshkosh right now. There is a lot to read about it. It's very different from any other VATSIM event that we've done. Nivek, welcome back in. Happy 4th, and thanks for coming by today. And it's not going to be on this one. VATSIM. Oshkosh Air Venture. There we go. This should get it for us. And this is what you need to know. I'm going to put this link in chat for you. You desperately need to save this one. It's called VAT Venture. And it's all about Oshkosh. There is a payware and a freeware scenery. And you see down here the NOTAM and pilot guide. Monster super important for the flight. You've absolutely got to go and jump into this. It's not that long. It's only 41 pages. But the flying for this event to come on in, it's going to be GA airplanes. We're going to be packed. With airplanes coming into land. The arrival procedures are terribly entertaining. So there's a VFR planning guide. But the way that you land here is totally different. So as you come on in, you know, the approach that you come in is very different from anything else. And you know, so there's the water tower, there's the elevator, there's the railroad tracks. You need to know about those things. You need to know that that's Fisk Avenue. And so we'll probably go ahead and do a practice run on this one. Plus, when you're told to land, you're taught, you listen to ATC. You don't talk back to them. They basically tell you to waggle your wings when they describe your airplane. Waggle your wings, and then they tell you, all right, so, Twin Otter 714 Juliet Whiskey, land on the orange dot and get off the runway. Land on the white dot. Land on the green dot. Okay? I mean, that's what this is all about. It's crazy. So I'll be putting a couple of these flights in so that we can go and be frosty for it, because I totally forgot last year, and this is one of those events where you absolutely positively have to be ready. Otherwise, it's dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. And nobody likes dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, except perhaps Bill Murray. Uh-oh, did I freeze up my flight sim? I think I froze my flight sim. Mr. Tingle wants to know if Jimmy Boy is still here. I've seen Jimmy Boy in chat. Uh-oh. Did I freeze the sim? Is it time for Task Manager? Microsoft Flight Simulator. Not responding. Okay. I was probably trying to make it do too much. Hi, Mr. Tingle. Thanks for coming by. Sorry, gonna do a second load. Jeez. I was probably trying to make the system do too much. We'll wait a bit. Let's see. Rhino Bothma. Did I say that even close to? Oh, it's cold in Cape Town, South Africa. Happy 4th of July. Thanks for coming in. How cold is it? So, it is right now outside of Spy HQ. It's 93 degrees Fahrenheit, 34 degrees Celsius. How cold is it in Cape Town right now? I'm guessing there's probably already snow and some stuff in the area. Probably more ice because you're along the coast, right? But I would imagine super chilly and not very pleasant at all. It's really not so bad out here. Let's see. The event is still 2 hours out. Tim Dog, the event for... oh, yeah, the VATSIM event. So it's basically an hour and a half. It's almost a 90-minute flying time from Chicago into Boston. So we'll be arriving, about that time. So we'll be getting into Boston about when it begins, and we can go and do our flight down to Philly. And let's see, it is so we've got to wait. I think we're doing pretty good as far as being able to catch fireworks going in. It is a little closer to 2 hours, so I think we're doing really good, Tim Dog. And, we got time to just slowly set up the airplane. We don't have to rush on this one because, again, we want to get into Philly. It'd be great if we departed Boston at 9 p.m. local time. I don't think we're going to be able to do that, but we'll probably get into Philly for 9 p.m. And Spy Hat got that all taken care of. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. It's 2 hours and 20 minutes gate to gate. So you figure the first 30 minutes is setting up the airplane, push back and start. So this is a great flight to go and be ready for fireworks. Mr. Tingle is in the UK, and there are still 747s flying over Mr. Tingle's house. Really? Let's see. I need to make sure The I Love VFR fireworks are loaded. I may have forgotten that. Rats. 747s, are those cargo flights, Mr. Tingle, or still passenger flights? Yeah, I gotta reset it. Yep, I didn't have the We Love VFR fireworks. I gotta pop that back in. It's freight, so you see a lot of freight planes coming in there. Gotcha. I'm gonna have to do one more restart on this one so that I can get the We Love VFR stuff taken care of. Hey Rats, do you have a plan to do a flight in Glasgow to London? Not right now. We could probably put that on the schedule sometime next week. I haven't put that together, but I will pop that into a place where I keep a few notes. I should just wait here and let it finish and then... Oh, wrong button. Make sure it shut itself down. Yep, it did. Good. I didn't load in the VFR, so make sure that your I Love VFR stuff is all ready to go. Uh-oh, it didn't shut down. Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's Edge. There it is. Stop it. There we go. Now it should work, and we should have fireworks. Cool. Our route should be fairly uneventful. 130,000 pounds worth of airplane and stuff. Flight level 370. We need 17,000 pounds of fuel. It's just basically direct. There's one airway in there to Poncet, not Ponct, Poncet, as we all have had to learn at one point in time. 130 passengers, 5,700 pounds of bags and cargo. This also does some takeoff data for you. This will also give you some takeoff data and V-speeds in your flight plan, which is kind of cool. Bleeds on wet runway. Oh, that's interesting. Are there 747s? Can you fly them in Microsoft Flight Simulator? So there is a default 747, and you can, I think, get a little modification for it. Now, I will tell you that it's not great. It's not a great airplane, okay? That being said, if you're a beginner in flight sim, if you've just kind of gotten started and you're just learning airplanes, it's probably going to be okay. But really what we're excited about is there is a developer called PMDG, and they're going to be making a really good 747. In fact, they're going to make all of the 747s, I think, that were ever made. Now, it's not going to happen anytime soon. So there we go. But yes, there will be one coming. If you're a beginner, there's one that's passable. It's like Anatoly Dyatlov in Chernobyl. It's not great, but not terrible. I got it correctly. Well, thank you. Your standard, it's not cold, but for us, it's cold. It's 48 degrees Fahrenheit, and you live in a wine estate. So my guess is it's probably also windy, and you probably also got some humidity out there too, making that 48 degrees Fahrenheit feel even colder, right, Rhino? Exponent, yeah, there's going to be a 747. Apparently, PMDG is going to do all of them. So the first one ever made, all the way to the 747, latest 800. And there'll probably be some cargo variants. I think they said they're going to do an SP. That's the 747 that's kind of short. That's not very long, which is a really weird looking airplane. It's near, is it Stellenbosch? So it's also a bit elevated, and you get frost. And if you're in wine country, that frost is probably something that you've got to watch out for, because even though it's winter time, you don't want to, even though the grapes are dormant for the winter, you don't want it to get too cold and kill off your grape plants, right? All right, almost done loading, and we've got the fireworks loaded, so that's going to be good too. How are we doing for beverage? We're doing pretty good. Got plenty of beverage for this flight. Might need a little bit more for our flight into Philly. Drumma is here with beer cheers. Welcome in, Drumma. And happy 4th of July. Thanks for coming by and spending some time. Good to see you. It's a holiday weekend. We just did 2 national park flights, and the scenery in Yellowstone and Grand Canyon were amazing. Loviz did a flight from in Everglades in Florida and said that looked really good. Didn't have any reports from Loviz about the visibility of alligators. Didn't say anything about alligators or anything. Jim, I was thinking a little bit about that maybe. I don't know. I really haven't had a lot of brew lately, so I've become a real lightweight. Try exclamation point flight plan or exclamation point next, Drumma. So next is going to tell you Chicago, Boston, Philly, and give you icy cows. And flight plan is going to give you my current flight plan. There you go. Yeah, that works. Okay, almost done. You know what? It's the weekend. We're in chill out mode. Maybe a little bit. I've always got a little supply over in the spy galley. We'll see. Yeah, I've got a lot of coffee brew, a lot of that lately, but now that it's summertime, I'm trying to do a lot less coffee. I've got spy tea and green tea and, beverages like that. I haven't done a lot of soda pop lately for a long time now. Okay, come on, Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's time to go. All right, there we go. So there we are. The start window is up. Give it another 30 seconds or so. I kind of wish that, even though Microsoft Flight Simulator says, okay, you could hit start right now, the thing is it's still loading stuff. It's still loading and busy. So I really wish that they wouldn't put this up until it's really ready for us, because it's still loading. Now if we go ahead and click it after about 20-30 seconds, it should just jump right in and be ready to go. So, all right, there is iFlyJets. Looks good. KMDW Midway. Okay, nobody's out here. How about Bravo 9? Nobody's at Bravo 9. Bravo 9. Start. Swoosh. Uh-oh, looks like it's raining cats and dogs here. Yeah, no wonder the flight planner said. No wonder the flight planner said. And there is the Southwest 1776 plane. So perfect for today. Exponent is going to fly the Mad Dog, maybe? All right. Shift C to get in the cockpit. Gamer says there's a red band going right over the Chicagoland area. Oh, really? So it's a little bit stormy in Chicago. Camera views are all set. Let's make sure that throttles work. Throttles work. Speed brake works. All right, everything works. We can go and fly the plane. Oh, you know we haven't done? We haven't got on VATSIM yet. Got to be on VATSIM to fly on VATSIM. Drum is taking the Phenom. Are you going to do that like as a biz flight out to Boston with us or going someplace else? Elevate X. Haven't been doing that either. So I got to do Elevate X. Drum is going to do the Phenom from Boston to Philly. All right. We are at Boeing 38M. And connect. We are connected. Now we need Elevate X. Diamond Mike is in Boston. Diamond Mike, guess where we're going? We're going to Boston. Gamer wants to do Philly to Boston, but now you're going to do cross country. Philly to BNA. You're going to Nashville and Phoenix. That sounds like a good route. Are you going to wait until it gets a little bit later at night so that you can catch some of the fireworks? And by the way, there's a cool fireworks plugin that you can get. It's free at flightsim.to. I just put it in chat if you haven't got it. Elevate X time. Start tracking. Diamond Mike says there's a lot of broken gray clouds. And let's track it. All right. Elevate X is working and on. We got a squawk code. There's no ATC. There is a couple airplanes here. So we're good to go there. Gonna tag that Waxy flight because Waxy, that Steven flies with us all the time. I wanted to turn that airplane green too. All right, we're good to go there. Let's do airplane things. All right, so come on in here. I think by departing from here right now, we'll probably be just getting into the Boston area about the time for the event to start. So that's kind of the plan. We'll see how it works. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay, doors. I'm going to disarm my doors. I'm going to go to ground
Reinforcements
services.
incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Somebody did a raid. Let's get a jetway. It's raining out here. We got 10 minutes until landing just came in. Hey, 10 minutes till landing. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. We are getting ready to take a Southwest flight. This is the Southwest 1776 livery, and we're about to go into Boston and see if we can't get some fireworks. Thanks for the raid. I hope, I guess since you're raiding, it's probably 10 minutes after landing, right? Welcome on in. Thanks for bringing your friends aboard. It's a F landing party. We are landing. It looks like we've got some stormy weather here in parts of Chicago, too. So we're just firing up the 737 MAX, just got updated. You just flew out of Boston. It's an absolute vibe. You know what? 10 minutes until landing, Boston usually is, especially on the 4th and stuff like that. I'll tell you, it really great ATC, but on a holiday, it really does become a little bit of a party in Boston. You're absolutely right. And thanks for the happy 4th. It's the same to you. Thank you for coming by. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to do doors, and we're going to open up our cargo doors, and all of that's good. Boston was nice to fly into last night. The ATC around Boston is always consistently really, really good. 10 minutes until landing, departed Boston, and you took your tea with you. Very good. I'm trying desperately, to come up with a joke because you took so much time to tee that up for me. But it really wasn't very good. Let's go to terminal and taxi. Clear that one. And we need to go and get our parking spots. And then we'll turn that back on. And then the SID is almost always the midway departure. So the midway departure, Maestro has a 737-900. We do tend to have some decent jokes every now and then. Our first waypoint out is going to be Lukey. So there's Lukey out there. Important safety tip. All right, it's right here in red. And ATC, if they're online, will yell at you if you don't follow this. Speed restriction, 250 knots until ATC tells you. They could tell you to climb above 10,000 feet. It's still 250 knots until ATC tells you to speed up. Otherwise, they're going to yell at you, and you're going to feel like, really, really small. Really, really small. So beware for that. Jim is going to be a passenger. It's getting late in the UK. Oh, not really. I mean, come on, Jim. It's the parties are just beginning. Everybody in the UK stays out late, right? All right, taxi chart. Turn off the airport, and let's get our star. Coming in, it's JFun2. Good old JFun2. And landing runway in Boston right now is runway 27. Grab 27. And our taxi charts, we need the airport chart. And we're going to need parking gates. And I don't usually go to Southwest Land in Boston, so we're going to go to Bravo 35. Bravo 35. That's over here. No, that's Charlie. Bravo. There it is. So Pier A is where we're going. Harry says, yeah, it's only 11:30. The biggest July 4th celebrations are in the UK. Probably. All right. So all of those charts are good. JFun, 27, and airports. Great. Midway. And get the pins, parking spots, airport, and the SID. And all of that looks great too. Let's come on over here and get our load sheet. And we're going to board 17,000 pounds of fuel and 120 passengers. 17,000 pounds of fuel and 130 passengers. Close enough, right? Yep, that's a 3, not a 2. All right, it's time to turn our airplane on. So battery switch. Startup sounds in the 737 MAX are out of this world because it is they're all Boris sounds. Okay, that looks good. No smoking is on. We need a fuel pump. While that's going on, we're going to do position lights. It's dark, a little dark because of the weather, so we'll do logo lights. While everything's coming up, we'll do windshield heaters. Continue coming on up here. And heading and status. And nav. Looks good. And APU start. APU starts. And that looks great. Coming on down here. Turn up a little bit of backlighting here. And a little bit of backlighting down here. That looks good. Jim had a long day. Jim was in Paris today seeing a friend. Do you know the reason for the 250 knots? Probably because there's so much traffic, and I don't know if it's for sure. Is it Felix? Or Fellows? Anyway, I think it's because they run so many airplanes in and out of the Chicagoland area that they want everybody going the same speed, and they'll let you speed up when you're out of the congestion area. So everybody's going at the same speed. I think that's the reason. I could be wrong. Position in it. We are at KMDW, Midway. We are at gate Bravo 9. Page 2 gives us a GPS position, which we compare with our gate position, and they should be off by only a couple of little points here. That's it. So pop that in there, and the alignment has begun. Let's do route. We are at Midway. We're going to KBOS, Boston Logan. No, Baston. We are a Southwest flight, SWA, flight 441. And we're gonna put the flight plan in manually because we're real sim pilots. Sim pilot nerves of steel. So Lewke, 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 Lewke. After Lewke, we are direct to GIJ, the GIJ VOR. After that, we're direct to Evote, 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 Evote. After Evote, we're direct to Nels, N-E-L-L-S, Nels. After Nels, we're like to Keough, K-E-E-H-O, K-E-E-H-O. Page 2. After Keough, we're direct to Juliet Hotel Whiskey. Juliet Hotel Whiskey. Next, we're going to be on our only airway of the flight, the Q82 airway. Q82, that's going to take us to Poncet, P-O-N-C-T. P-O-N-C-T, not Ponked as some of us called it, and that's it. Activate and execute. Looks good. Departure and arrival. We already know what we're going to get for our departure and arrival. So it's departure runway 4 right. And it's going to be the Midway 8 departure and execute. Back to the index, coming in. We are expecting the ILS runway 27. We are on the JFund 2 arrival at Poncet and AB and execute. Come on into legs. There are vectors to Lewke, so we can close that discontinuity. There will be one more, and that's after CHAG. And there's another vectors. I'm going to close that one, so that breaks that up to AB, and that's our flight plan. let's go start welcoming our passengers aboard. So load the airplane. We'll do a 4-minute load. Passengers are coming down. APU is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please confirm the flight information on your board.
And let's go to announcements and turn those off.
Place your hand-carried items in the overhead.
Those get a little old after a while. Rhinos, your flying club that you belong to is less than a mile away from you, and they do a lot of simulated engine failures. Oh, I'm sure they do. When I was doing my private pilot's license,
As soon as possible.
I think stalls, and I really think that stalls and practicing for engine failures were the two biggest things that I did. I mean, my instructors just beat those into me, and for very good reason. I mean, you've only got one engine, right? So if you've only got one engine, you really do need to be able to handle that. But I bet it's interesting to listen to on the ground. Okay, our cruise altitude is 37,000 feet. 37000. Our cruise winds are 263 at 45, 263 at 45 knots. So a little bit of a tailwind. That'll be nice. Temperature deviation is 9 degrees on the positive side. Cost index is 18. Reserves 6.053. I bet it's 6.1. Airplane is in KGs. No. We're not going to do KGs with this airplane. My plane. Units. US systems. Okay. Gotta have it there. Have they fixed the wipers on Sim 24 to actually clean the windscreen from rain? No, not really. Not really, to be honest. And good, we are now in pounds. As we should be. All right. Our zero fuel weight is 130.3. And pop that in. And let's go and get packs on. Packs are going on. Passengers are nice and comfy now. Should have done the emergency exit lights. Arm those. That's not a good thing to forget. Two minutes left until our IRSs are aligned. Kuma has arrived with a nice 4th of July welcome. Hey Kuma, thanks for coming in. Welcome aboard. Super duper happy weekend. I put all of this in pounds, so reserve should be 6.0. Oh, it changed it. There we go. That's better. 130.3. Yep, 6.0. Let's go and do our departure perf. Oh, we have to wait till passengers are loaded for that. Ontario Bear, welcome in. Thank you for a very nice happy 4th. Good to see you. While Kuma was asleep, you spent the whole day sleeping at the pool. Oh, really? Hope you didn't get a sunburn. I think all of our passengers are loaded. And make sure it's all equal. Current 130.2. And 17. That looks good. So that's good to go too. Now we can come over. Passengers are aboard, so let's go and close up the plane. Doors. I'm going to close our doors. While the doors are closing, we're going to go onto the APU generator. Hunter Girl, you going to call it a night? Hey, thank you for coming by tonight. I hope you are having a really great weekend so far. And if you're out doing fires, you're able to stay nice and cool, or as cool as possible, and everything else. Thank you for coming by. Good to see you. And if you need a really good fire truck emote, Hunter Girl has them. Performance. And let's do data. Midway. Have a groovy evening. For right, it is not dry, it is wet, and I think there's standing water out there.
Loyalty noted.
It's probably 1 inch at the most. 0.12. It's probably minimal. 0.12. I think Wolfie just came in. Hey, Wolfie. Hey, good to see ya. Oh, Wolfie just did a resub too. Thanks for coming by. 60 months. Wow. Welcome aboard, and a super duper happy 4th and a happy Saturday. Thanks for coming in. IQB is the time for you to go to. Thank you for coming in, IQB. I know it's getting a little late, so thank you for being here, and have an incredibly good evening. And we'll catch you next time. It's Southwest. Tim Dog says that Southwest does TO for rating on this. Load the real world weather. It's 2997. 2997. Altimeters are checked and set. Wolfie, you're going to fire up the sim and catch you on the way to Boston? Hey, thanks for doing that. Right now, I was the Cessna 152 and 172, and the flight instructors were a little crazy every now and then, and I got to do 2 flights in a Cardinal, which I thought was the coolest airplane in the world. And still do, real plane that I got to be in. Okay, let's see. Takeoff is going to be TO, and the temperature. Takeoff gross weight looks good. Flaps are 5. Trim's going to be 5.29. That looks really good. Okay. N1 limits, no temperature, and takeoff. Flaps 5. Our center of gravity is 21.8. And our speeds for takeoff, 122, 135, 122, 135, and 146. 146 up here. Good. Thanks for flying. Good to see you, Wolfie. We'll be going. The Cessna is with, yes, that's the only Cessna without a wing strut. It is. And like I said, I thought it was a really cool airplane. Okay, everything looks good here. Let's do landing dispatch. This is our landing dispatch information. You do this.
Subscriber confirmed.
We're going to plan flaps 30. BAW is back with a really nice resub. Hi, BAW. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. Load the weather and calculate. This is going to tell us whether or not we can land. We're going to be a little heavy and a little bit long, but that's okay. We'll be fine there. Fireworks are annoying, Doc and Karen. You know what? I sure understand. APU is on. Ground power is disconnected. Doors are closed. Seat belts on. Electric hydraulic pumps on. So, Doc, thanks for coming in. I know we can't take away the sound of all of those annoying things, but we can help you tune out with Spy Flight. All right, let's come on over here. There used to be a Cardinal for Flight Sim. I don't know that they've made one yet. All right. Jetway, retracted. And we're going to disconnect ground power. We're going to leave in one chalk. And let's come on up here, and we're going to get GSX to push us back. Wolfie likes the fireworks, but at a special place. Yeah, it's the people, it's the yahoos and stuff that have to set up their own through the neighborhood. Those are the ones that are annoying as hell. And especially here where it's super duper.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
It's the pushback truck operator that has a bit of attitude. Well, it's raining outside. We don't, she can have all the attitude she wants. 3, 2, 4, 1. 3, 2, 4, 1 is our transponder. We are gonna do .ctaf space.
Departure checks completed.
Midway CTAF is 135.2. 135.2. She does have a little bit of attitude there. Yep, a little bit for sure. Okay, we're looking good. We've cleared all moorings. And looks like I'm the only one here. We're going to go ahead and squawk transponder. And mode Charlie. A number of cities are now saying that they're going to start doing big drone shows instead of firework shows because things are getting so dry, and it's expensive, and stuff like that. You know, you got to do insurance and everything else. Doc, we're in the 737 MAX. All right, we are expecting runway 4 right for departure. We need nose southwest on the ramp.
Release parking brakes, please.
Well, Wolfie, you know, it was a couple of months ago that I posted a video. It was a really interesting video, 3,000 feet for our initial climb, of the, in Belfast, they took a bunch of drones and programmed the drones to fly in a pattern that would have been the actual size of the Titanic and ran it out of the Belfast slipway at night and said, hey, this is what it would have looked like all those years ago. And the drones were at the actual size of what the Titanic would have been. There's a bunch of videos on YouTube about that are actually pretty cool. Cardinal RG, I think it was retractable gear. It was a retractable gear. Let's see. Wolfie, you remember the video? Yeah, it was pretty cool. Karen is making delicious 4th of July cookies. What makes them special? What makes your cookies special? All right, let's go ahead and get ready to rumble. So, ground, we've cleared all moorings. Looks good. Doors. Doors are closed and armed for departure. Navigate on. That looks good. We're squawking. I'm going to go beacon. Beacon is on. Cabin crew. Fuel pumps. Let's get ready to rumble.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Not Cucklord. Did I say that right? I don't know if I did or not. Welcome aboard. Happy 4th to you. Thanks for coming in. Okay, waiting for our engine to get beyond the crew line there. Packs off. Ground start engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Got a little biz jet over here. Doc says that Karen's cookies are a cheesecake cookie. You realize I probably won't be able to help myself and I'll come up with some sort of a cheesy joke, right? It's just, it's going to happen. Because jokes like that are a piece of cake.
Please set parking brake.
And parking brakes on. Spending the 4th alone, your wife is on vacation with her boyfriend? Okay, well, welcome in. Thank you for coming by. And everything looks good. Engine number 1 starts. Let's turn off those silly blinds. My plane's all the way at the bottom.
Unlocking gear.
Sun blinds off. Thank you. Wi-Fi, air stairs.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Yeah, that she's clearly had enough. Nope, that's
Left
not
is
it.
clear.
Captain
Right
seat,
is clear.
first officer, built-in Wi-Fi antenna, sun blinds. Well, actually, we want those. Independent nose wheel steering, no sensitivity, engines, units. Maybe it's in miscellaneous. Cabin sun blinds, open. There we go. Those are annoying. All right, there's a good start there. Let's start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts, and it's automatic, so we just do fuel. Well, that's the cool thing about things like Twitch and YouTube. You don't have to spend a holiday alone like this. Kuma was upset because Cape Verde lost to Argentina. So I just turned my captain's wiper on to, so you see it really doesn't do much. Probe heaters, I think we do those later. Jim. Plus, my probe heaters are on auto on this flight, so you don't have to worry about probe heaters. Some of the 737 Maxes, though, are not auto, so you have to check it with each airplane. Yeah, they're almost a little bit annoying, the wipers. Kuma's got to go. You got to wake up tomorrow. Hey, thanks for coming in, Kuma. Thank you for coming by. We'll catch you next time. Have a very good evening. We will behave, of course. Heading on the departure. We're going to go to the 4s, right? 047, I believe. 047. Altimeter, speed, heading, altitude are set. Flight directors going on. Flight directors are on. And let's go ahead and get packs on. Make sure our passengers are comfy. Generators to engines. Engine generators are good. Isolation valve and APU bleed is off. Yaw damper on. Probe heaters are auto. APU is going off. And everything up there looks good. Flaps are going to be 5. Flaps are 5. Auto brakes are RTO. Taxi light is on. Continuous restart, especially in the rain, is important. Cabin call, parking brakes. Let's get ready to rumble. So, throttles up halfway. If it beeps at us, then that means I've forgotten to set up something. No beeping, so that's good. You can see we're getting getting out the door, and away we go. We'll have a good weekend too, Kuma. Thank you for being here. Midway traffic, Southwest 441 is coming out of the Bravo gates, and we are taxiing to runway 04. Via Yankee, we'll be crossing runway 31 right at Yankee.
Approaching 22
Midway.
left.
This is going to be a VNAV heading hold departure. VNAV and heading hold. So it's vectors off the runway, but straight out. (135.2) right, 135.2, and then 122.8. Out of the gate area, I'm gonna go weather radar. Weather radar is on. I'm gonna arm the auto throttles. Auto throttles are on. Holy
Southwest
cats!
1714 should be in the visual approach runway 31 right. I'm about 5 miles out.
Okay, we're crossing and we're clear. Just crossing that runway now.
Traffic United 201, taxi Tango 1 right on Yankee, 2 left on Yankee, following straight west 441 on Yankee, 204 right.
Approaching 31 left.
They're on the right side, so we're good to go there. I might have to get out and clear the windshield. That's what the co-pilot's supposed to do. They have to open their window, and then they've got a little towel that they wipe the windows when the in-flight sim. Okay, we got one airplane on approach, and they're coming in on the opposite runway here. So zoom it on out. Let's see how we're doing. So here is Southwest 1714. They're coming in, so we don't want to take off until they land.
Southwest 1714 going to do another go around.
All right, they're going around, so we can go. Midway traffic, Southwest 441 is taking off runway 04 right. Midway. Oh, actually, no, we have an airplane ahead of us in the rain. Number 2 for the runway, Midway. There's a little BizJet there. Hi, BizJet.
Traffic, Western 2, lining up.
That's right. That's yeah, the pilot sometimes has to get outside the airplane. Okay, everything looks good here, right? Nothing to worry about there. Pressurization's good. Nothing to worry about there. Everything's on. We're just ready to go. There they go. Happy landings, Waxy.
Midway traffic, Wax 62, taking off forward.
Midway traffic, Southwest 441, lining up and waiting. Runway 04 right, Midway. Strobes. Cabin call. Seats for landing. Up, up, and away. TTV. Oh, Sim Murray is here. Hi, Sim Murray. You're in the United flight behind us. We'll get out of here pretty quick.
Approaching 04 right. runway 04 right.
Okay, looking good here. Let's go and look above. And there was the little waxy plane that just took off. There they are. It's kind of hard to see. Let's turn weather radar off. So there they are. We'll wait till they pass 5, a little bit more. I did get the windshield heaters on. So there goes the... And I think that was the Phenom that was departing out. Okay, so looking good there. Straight out departure. After departure, we're going to want to turn 090 to Lukey. They're making their turn so we could get going. There's another airplane coming in, so landing lights going on. Let's get ready to rumble. Throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. And thrust. Thrust is set. Midway traffic. Southwest 441's on the roll, taking off 4 right. Midway. 80 knots.
Midway. United 01 up 104 right. Behind. Taking off. Coming.
Up into the clouds we go. Positive climb. Gear going up. Flaps 1. RTO is off. Command. And I'm going to extend my downwind a little bit here, my takeoff run here, so that that airplane can get going. And flaps up. Midway traffic. Southwest 441 is clear of runway 04 right. We're going to continue on runway heading a little bit longer before direct to Lukey. We're also going to advisory, happy landings, midway. Midway, looking good. So this other airplane is looking good over there. Let's bring in the map a click. They are now 10 miles out. Let's go ahead and go... How about 090 to start? 090 to start. Taxi light can go off. Climb and maintain 1111. Let's go climb and maintain 9,000 feet for now. And there goes a nice climb there. Not much to see outside the windows today. My guess is the little Phenom up ahead of us is going to fly higher than we will. It's probably also going to be... My guess is they'll probably be faster, but I still like to get just a little bit of space between us before I go direct to Lukey. Let's also get weather radar back in there. Holy cats. Scattered showers all over the Chicagoland area. So if you're going to get any Chicago pizza, put it in something so it doesn't get soggy. Because nobody wants soggy pizza. Okay, they're 15 miles out. Let's go direct to Lukey. That should be good separation. There's 10,000 feet. Direct Lukey. Execute. LNAV. Climb and maintain. Flight level 370. The one thing that I forgot to do is as soon as we got to 250 knots, I usually will go and put in 250 knots and leave it in the IAS button. So I would leave it at 250 like that and not go, so I don't go above that. That's important. No ATC, we're looking good, so. Altitude intervention, speed intervention, we'll just let it do its thing. Scott Bars, hi Scott.
Welcome aboard.
Hey, good to see you. Thank you for a really nice fourth wish. Good, welcome. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. Thanks for stopping by. Andreas is here and did a follow. Thank you for your follow. And there's our climb. The other airplane is a good 15 miles out, so we've got all sorts of great separation. 10,000 feet, landing lights off. Continuous restart off. Taxi lights are off, APU is off, logo light can go off. Position lights and strobe and steady lights are on, anti-collision lights are off. 10,000 foot cabin call. Cabin is climbing. Passengers are not being given a splitting headache. There will be no need for legal intervention on today's flight. We are 774 miles from Boston. We'll be landing at 0103 Zulu. That means we'll be landing just as the VATSIM event is getting ready to start. One of the things we'll do is when we get up to altitude, we'll go and start looking at what's going on in Philadelphia and get ready for the flight. That way, when we get to the gate, we already know what the runways are. We already know what gates would be good for Philly and kind of just go from there. And we can turn down the sound just a little bit for voice saving abilities. Passengers complaining to the cockpit that there's too many clouds and they can't see anything groovy outside the window. Heading bug around because you got to do that manually in a Boeing. We already did check for the runway when we're landing, so we're going to be a little bit heavy and a little bit. We may want to increase our auto brakes maybe to 3. So instead of auto brakes 2, let's try 3. Re-download the weather. Landing distance is still 8077. And I'm guessing that the runway is 7001. Well, we didn't have any trouble stopping last night, and we were in a 737 MAX like this, so. Standard altimeter. Make sure the GSX is off and turn off the annoying top menu. And out we go. My guess is this is probably the most popular Southwest airplane. That and the one that's a big American flag for Southwest flights on VATSIM today. So here we all are going out here. Looks like we'll get picked up here by Cleveland Center is up. So we'll get some ATC starting at Cleveland. Philadelphia is already up. So we can go ahead and see. We know that we're landing in Boston on runway 27, but Philadelphia for arrivals. ILS runway 27 right. They are also doing visuals on 3.5. If the weather there sucks, then my guess is we won't do that. For Boston, there's probably a departure runway in Boston. Departure runway is 9 and 3.3 right. Departure runway is 9, and there's a period there. So departing runway 09. Really? Okay, that's a nice departure. Now the only other thing to do is go to Flight Radar 24. Canutus says cowboy hats. Is that what that is? It's a little small on mine, sorry. KPHL Philadelphia arrivals. Okay, here's a Southwest from Orlando. That's a good enough gate for us. It's going to be gate Echo 17. So Echo 17 for arrival into Philly. Canutus says hi as well. It looked like cowboy hats or something. All right, we're all set and ready to go. Current time, it is 7:13 p.m. Eastern time. So we've got about an hour and a half to fly. It's going to be close to 9 for Boston, and it will be past 9 p.m. Eastern time in Philly, so we should see fireworks going into Philadelphia. Keeman, welcome aboard. Happy 4th to you. Happy 4th, Canutus. Thanks for coming by. And I'm going to turn this down just a little more. It's a little loud. And we'll get the en route map now and zoom it in just a little bit, and it'll track our flight, and that's kind of nice. Loviz, have you started your vacation trip yet, or is that next week? I think Polyot is already enjoying. Is it time for you yet, or? Actually, I would imagine you're staying home for Buster for the fireworks, right? You depart on Thursday. Okay, so Loviz, we just took off from Chicago Midway. We're going into Boston with continuing service to Philly, is our plan. Yeah, fireworks. Buster the dog probably is not going to enjoy the fireworks, so. As do most puppies and kittens. VNAV is looking good. Loviz, if you didn't see, the scenery through Grand Canyon was, holy moly, was that good. So the really nice scenery upgrade was just amazing. I mean, you could see a big difference. Posted a picture of Buster this morning after so there were storms too. Yeah, my guess is Buster probably didn't like the storms either. Yeah, Buster was not doing good. Fortunately, Buster's got family that cares. The Grand Canyon looked absolutely amazing. I was absolutely blown away at how good the Grand Canyon looked. Yeah, puppies and kittens don't do too terribly well. Okay, is anybody hungry? Dad Game Time has some barbecue for us to look at. Does that take care of it? Anybody needs some more food ideas? That looks really good, Dad Game Time. Out freaking standing. And Moody Rocket, I don't know, is that a simulator or is that a real airplane? Loviz is now excited, wants a slab of ribs. Those looked incredible, didn't they? Those looked really good. Let's see, that's Moody Rocket. That's actually a real flight. Waiting in Atlanta for Moody Rocket's trip home. Does anybody need to see the ribs again? Boy, do those look great. Oh, those look good. Canutus says to hydrate. If you're flying, you should hydrate with me. Let's see. Will's dog Benji doesn't care one bit about storms or fireworks or hurricanes or World War III. So just as it's such peace with the world that Benji is a happy dog. Canutus wants those. Are we wrapping it up in Philadelphia or doing one more leg? Probably Philly is going to be it for us. So we got to go to Boston first. And we've got about 90 minutes of flying into Boston. Then we've got to spin the airplane around, depart out of Boston when everybody else is going to be going, and then you keep going. Liquid for Dawn got the Premium Deluxe Edition, and you're having fun so far. You know, Premium Deluxe is actually a really good one to get. That's a good one for sure, Liquid for Dawn. And I think you'll enjoy that a lot. You can do everything that we're doing. You get all the airports. You might not get all the airplanes, but you know, that's just fine. It's Franken. I can see your chat. It looks good. Oh, Dreams did the Jackson Hole flight in the twin prop. You want to do another one of those? I'm going to make sure that we get a few more of those. I'll make sure that we get a few more of those, Oh, Dreams. Loviz wants to know how Benji feels about zombies. And Russ had already had dinner, but the slab, and it was a slab of ribs too, so you had ribs too? Yeah, Premium Deluxe means you don't get all the airplanes, but you do get all the airports, and that's good. Seatbelts to auto. There's Will from online. You said something first. It's funny moments in my life, but apparently it was bad. I didn't see that. I usually see those. It's Franken. I'm not sure. Okay, so we already know that Boston is departing off of runway 9. They are, Philly is landing on runway 27. So we're all good to go there. Next thing for us is we're going to get beeped by Cleveland. So we'll get beeped by Cleveland going into Boston. Cats and dogs, Russ. It was raining cats and dogs. So some pretty good rainfall, actually. The airplane got washed very, very nicely. A very clean airplane. Looks like it's starting to clear up ahead. That's going to be nice. Let's see. $119,875 is the frequency it looks like. And we just got beeped. 119,875.
Toronto Center, good Eagle, Tango Echo, Pablo Beechcraft Air.
119,875.
Sound, we're just passing flight level 320.
And Cleveland Center.
United 201, Cleveland Center, welcome. Climb maintain, flight with 370.
370, United 201.
GT Boy, thanks for coming by. Have a great evening. Happy 4th to you. Happy holiday.
Toronto Center, Golf
Catch
Tango
you
Echo, Pablo
tomorrow.
Beechcraft Air.
Tomorrow we are doing Warsaw to Stuttgart. That is a double VATSIM event. Shouldn't be too crowded though, so should be a good one. Cleveland Center, hi there. Southwest 441 approaching flight level 370.
Southwest 441, Cleveland Center, radar contact, welcome.
Hello. Loviz might join us in
Big Strike
Baston.
297, contact Potomac
Loviz
approach,
flew the L-1011 from
119.85.
Miami to Philly today, and the whole East Coast had ATC. And Loviz made some news. Loviz said that there was CPDLC in Jackson ATC, right? Or was it Miami? Loviz said there was some CPDLC in the U.S. GT Boy, your mom was born in Stuttgart? That is our arrival airport for tomorrow.
Southwest 2828, establish it.
Let's see.
Southwest 2828,
Loviz said that
26 left to
CPDLC was in Jax. So Jacksonville, Florida is doing CPDLC now. That's pretty cool. Is it common for a Boeing to get a high altitude? Flight level 350. I mean, it's good. Every flight's different, Franken. So might be the weather, might not be a long flight. But yeah, they'll go up pretty high. You know, the 777 goes up there pretty high too. So, and the 787, how come I couldn't figure that? So what Loviz had was en route CPDLC, did not have to talk on the radio at all. $37,000 feet. We are 495 miles from top of descent. We are 654 miles from Boston, landing at 0101 Zulu.
Southwest 441, stay Mach.
Southwest 441 is at Mach 0.78.
United 201, stay Mach.
Wolfie was listening in when Howard was testing CPDLC? Really? I'm
201, stay Mach.
really excited to hear that they're starting to roll out CPDLC in the U.S.
JetBlue 508, radar contact, stay altitude passing. Passing with that, 400, JetBlue 508. JetBlue 508, climb and maintain flight with 390, delete the speed restriction.
Super Cuber and Will from online saying Mach. Always like to get those in there. How is Loviz? Are you going to take the L-1011 down to Philadelphia?
United 201, Cleveland Center.
United 201.
They were asking for people
United
and log
201,
on
stay
so that
Mach.
they could practice. It worked perfect. That's good to know. We ought to try and fly through Jacksonville Center
201, maintain
so that
Mach
we can do
0.78.
that. You took your advice on VATSIM, writing what yeah, you just start doing that. As soon as you hear your call sign, just write it down. Now, eventually, you don't
Southwest
have to.
441, maintain Mach 0.80.
Mach 0.80 for Southwest 441.
Waxy 62, maintain Mach 0.80, if unable guys.
But yeah, that's the way to do that. And so, you know, write that stuff
Correct, yes, sir, I
down,
apologize. Same
but
mark,
eventually you'll start popping in there. You'll start remembering.
62, maintain Mark 180 or greater. 80 or greater.
94, up another degree with birds flying by. No rain today, but it was a little smoky this morning. It was smoky this morning.
Okay, switching uniform. Good day, thank you. Air Canada 1760.
Wolfie says it timed out perfect for Wolfie. Snuck out of Detroit just in time to join the conga line. Good timing. Weekend before Grand Theft Auto 6 releases in November, NASCAR is going to do LA to Miami. You mean in the real world NASCAR? Are you going out for the game release, or is that just happens to be when you're taking a trip? It's actually been a little bit of news about the Grand Theft Auto thing. Oh, you're going to do flight sim. Okay. Amount of time you missed calls because you left your desk. You couldn't do that. You had to play Say Intentions. Yeah, leaving your desk on VATSIM, technically you're really supposed to call in and request to step away from your cockpit for a second. I do that a little bit if I can, because the apartment isn't small, but it's not huge, so I can go and, fill this up in less than a minute, and I'll turn the speakers on so that I can hear if they call me. So, Los Santos to Vice City. Oh, was that a flight in Grand Theft Auto 6? I actually have never known much about it, except that there's a lot of bikinis or something in that show, and guns. It looks a lot to me like it looks like a computer game of Miami Vice without Crockett and Tubbs, and the alligator.
Attention all aircraft, hazardous weather information, convective segment 3-6 east for severe thunderstorms within portions of Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. Available on flight service frequently.
Okay, so the severe thunderstorms ahead along the East Coast. Severe thunderstorms ahead. Now we need to go to normal. Sorcerer has arrived. Sorcerer, thanks for coming in. The Grand Canyon flight was really nice. I think that so we've got so there's a few people that are on vacation, and maybe in like 2 or 3 weeks or something, when everybody's back home, we'll do the Grand Canyon flight again for everybody that couldn't do that, because it was so good. It really was, and the scenery blew me away. There were some parts of the scenery and the rocks and everything like that, and the cliffs, they looked really realistic. And there was parts of the river that was like, holy moly, that looked good too. So, hey, USMC VAC, that's what I heard. They've canceled things in DC because of really high heat heat index. Sorcerer was been to the Grand Canyon, but you didn't have a tour like that. And there's also cool things to look at too. So, it's like doing a tour around Yellowstone. I mean, I looked up where Norris was. We really should have also tried to go past Old Faithful and stuff, but we could do those again. And there's other parks that came down there too. There's other parks that got updated, so that'll be neat. Fuel to land is 7.3. Okay, so
American
USMC vet,
2604,
important
contact New York
distinction.
Center,
It's not
125.32.
canceled. They've just put everything on hold. Gotcha. Well, that's a smart move. When you're dealing with heat indexes that high, plus some severe weather in the area, it's just not worth it. Wolfie wants to fly the Goodyear Zeppelin.
Yeah, Wacky 624,
I've heard that
contact
airplane's
Papa
full of
Oscar,
hot air.
Charlie Tango. JetBlue 508 to business contact Papa Oscar, November Charlie Tango.
Oh, come on. I wanted to descend it punked. Jim did a couple of hops around the Ring of Fire. It's not a turboprop tour. Is it more of a jet tour? The Goodyear blimp is going to be at Oshkosh. Will Herb Morrison be available to comment on its arrival? Herb Morrison is the broadcaster that did the coverage. I was about to say the play-by-play of the Hindenburg landing, but play-by-play didn't seem all that appropriate, even though it's the Hindenburg and that's old. But yeah, that was Herb Morrison.
Southwest 332, contact Indianapolis Center 128.22.
2822, take care, 332.
It will be. Nothing will beat last year when you had 2 Goodyear blimps, Zeppelins. I leave in 2 weeks for Oshkosh, so Wolfie gets to go to Oshkosh. Be sure and take your camera and send us a really cool picture for when you get there, Wolfie. We are on PC, yes. And I believe, if I heard it all correctly, GTA 6, the new one, is console only. I don't know. Maybe it's a game. It's a PC later. Let's see. NASCAR is going to be... Okay, so Wolfie and NASCAR are going to Oshkosh. Okay, so Wolfie, NASCAR, you got to do a spy meetup there, okay? You got to do a spy meetup there. Jim was listening to Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire while doing the hop. .409 miles to top of descent. So we probably should just chill for a little bit. Dreams was talking to Franken, okay. It's called a lobby, but that's another word for server. Let's see if they did anything special here in the cabin. So 737 MAX 8. There's the menu. That looks like baby diapers, I guess. I hope not. That's just gross, but there you go. Nice cabin. Nice mood lighting. Oh, they put the little hearts on the seats. I didn't see any barf bags. I didn't see a barf bag. Didn't see a barf bag. Nope. Whoops. Nope. I don't see a barf bag at all. That could be a problem.
Cleveland Center, JetBlue 13, correction, 312. We are 24,000 feet for flight level 370.
JetBlue 312, Cleveland Center.
There's a placard over there on the Independence 1 livery that we're in. Do they have any Independence Pizza up here for us? Nah, I don't see any pizza. You're kidding. Low-vis, really? Some low-cost carriers are not providing barf bags? Holy moly, really? Do you realize what kind of a mess that's going to be? Oh, no. I mean, even as a private pilot, okay, one of the things that, so I have my little, knee board and my little pilot kit. One of the things that my flight instructor said is, you put a barf bag in there. You put a barf bag in it. Ho, 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 ho. The thing is, when all of a sudden you're getting motion sickness, you don't have time to, I'm sorry, could I have a blue bag? I mean, I'm not kidding. You've got, that is just not a thing. Yeah, I hope they like cleaning. Especially going out of someplace like Vegas or something where, half the cabin is hungover and sick and broke. Hi, Alpha Uniform. Good to see you. Are you flying along with us? Oh, low-vis. That just blows me away that they wouldn't do that. I mean, that's like mission critical gear. So mission critical. Where we've got one here in the toy box here. Oh, I thought we had one. Okay, there's the life jacket. Oh, I don't see it there. There's the flight manual. Ah, there we go. Here we go. Yep, we do have the barf bag here. Gotta have a barf bag. Yep. An official barf bag. Gotta have one. Ah, it blows me away. They're not. Listen, I know they're trying to keep costs down. That's right. The oxygen mask costs a quarter. Lopez says, I think accidents out of the southmouth are more common. Ooh.
TechChef 448, Cleveland Center.
A-Firm, sending for TechChef 448.
I kept one when I flew with the airline that shan't be named as it has a word search on it. Jim, that's a nice idea. I think that's a great idea. They'd rather play the cleaners overtime and pay to clean, like the passenger sitting next to the passenger that, starts blowing chunks on the seat in front of them. Hi, Tyler. Welcome aboard. Friend wants us to play Flight Simulator. I think it will only last one session. What is there to do other than see parts of the world? What are the objectives? First, Tyler, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So, Flight Sim. Twisted. Yeah, oxygen mask costs a quarter. So the thing about Flight Sim is, if you're just curious about airplanes and you don't do an awful lot of travel and, it's sort of like, that's a bus with wings and that's how you get from point A to point B. Chances are, the question is, what do you do? Most of the people that do Flight Sim either are employed in the business or are big aviation, fans. Huge aviation fans. We love airplanes, and that's what most of us do. So once you do that, the thing is the sims are getting pretty sophisticated these days. So when you start out, you're going to start out learning like real pilots do in a small Cessna 150, small two-seater airplane, and then you slowly grow. And you grow and grow and grow. And hold that thought. I have to say thank you. Franken gifted some subs to the community. thank you for gifting some subs to the community. I really appreciate it. It's the first time that did that. Thank you. Those really do make a difference to live streamers, those of us that are trying to pay the bills with it, so thank you for doing that. And thanks for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad to hear that you're getting better and you're having some fun with us. Will from online just gifted some subs. Thanks, Will. Will, I appreciate you jumping in and gifting. Again, those really make a big difference. And thank you for helping me to, again, keep the lights on and keep this silly show going. Those are really important, and I'm super grateful. Okay, Tyler. So back to things we do in Flight Sim. So you're going to start building up, and you're going to build in smaller airplanes, bigger airplanes, and then eventually you'll start wanting to go into big jets like this Boeing 737 MAX or Airbuses or other things. And that's when you're really going to start getting into some flight sim stuff. In our case, what we do is we're flying on a network called VATSIM. And there are events in VATSIM all the time. And so you can kind of look and see, we've got all these airplanes flying into Boston right now. And what we do is we fly as close to the rules as you possibly can. We fly real time, real weather. And right now there are 941 people flying on the network with us all around the world. There are events all around the world. Europe has some incredible events. We do fairly regularly. We'll do Vectors to Copenhagen on Monday. That's a big event. Frankfurt Friday is a big event too. But now it's starting to get a little bit late in Europe, and Europe's going to bed. So that's why there's not as much ATC. There is a bunch here, and since it's the 4th of July, there's going to basically be coast-to-coast ATC all around the U.S. for the 4th. So flying different routes, different kinds of airplanes, and flying as close to, again, what the real-world pilots would do is essentially the goal. And that's kind of the way that works, okay? And the challenge is the world is your backyard. You get to fly everywhere you want. We have our favorites. We all do. We have our favorite airlines. You can go into a historic airline. My favorite historic airline is Air Berlin. So it's got a real spy vibe to it. But other than that, that's kind of what it is that you're doing. And the desire is learning about airplanes, hanging out with people who like airplanes, and flying some challenging approaches. And there are some really challenging approaches, from historic ones like the checkerboard approach into the old KJAC airport that's been gone for almost 20 years, to some modern day approaches that are pretty amazing. And there's the end of the speech. But thanks for asking, and I hope you like what you're doing. Come on in. Deep Dish Dave, that is a great name. Is that because of the Deep Dish Pizza in Chicago? I'm guessing. Happy 4th. Thanks for coming by. Franken just did some cheers. Thank you for some extra cheers. Always really appreciate the cheers. Loviz chimes in and says the air traffic controllers are real people also. Yeah, the voice that you're hearing, Tyler, these are real people that are doing ATC. Real ATC. So all of the shaded areas, that's somebody with, instead of a flight simulator console, their application on their computer looks like an air traffic control radar scope. And they're doing ATC. So the voice that you hear giving us instructions, that's a live real person. And more often than not, a lot of the ATC people are people who do real world ATC. And we even have real world pilots that come in. Because this is a great place to learn new things. The flight sim is much more sophisticated than ever before. It's a great place to learn stuff, learn new procedures, and stay frosty and practiced. Yeah, it's the chocolate hearts, Wolfie. I don't know if they did cookies or anything at Air Berlin, but they did do cute little chocolate hearts from Lind Chocolate, Switzerland. So Yeah, I always thought that it was kind of neat that they would hand out chocolate hearts. Just a little piece of chocolate as you're getting off the airplane. Say, thanks for flying with us. You're cool. That kind of deal. Okay, so we're at 37,000 feet right now. We are 306 miles from top of descent. We are 466 miles out of Boston. It looks like we picked up a couple of minutes, so we're speeding up a bit. 0058. We're still going to be there about the time the VATSIM event's kicking into gears, so full ATC there. Everything else is looking good. You can see our present position. We're just clearing the Great Lakes, and so we're just kind of coming in there. Let's see. Z Franken just did a message effect. Thank you for doing the message effect. That was neat. Thank you for that, Franken. Extra support. What's my favorite third-party plane? It's kind of tough because we've got a lot of really good airplanes to choose from. This one right here, this is the iFly 737 MAX 8. It's a very good airplane. They did a great job on it. They also did an incredibly good job on the electronic flight bag. We get some really good information out of that to fly the airplane like a pro. That being said, my favorite probably in the sim right now remains the Phoenix A319 little baby bus. It's nimble, it's quick, you can fly it in and out of anything. Plus, if you've got the wind control autopilot for Airbus and the McDo, wow, can you fly like a Banshee. You can just fly like a pro. And so those are really, really fun things. The Fokker 7100, the little twin-engine Fokker has dropped, and it's been out for a little over a week, and that's a great airplane. People are loving that airplane. I know I am. That being said, we like Navigraph. I think Navigraph works incredibly well for us. SimBrief works incredibly well for us. VATSIM works really nice. Those are some good things, but we've got good airports, and that's kind of about it. I'm looking forward to the Katie Pilot electronic flight bag that's going to come out. I think that's going to be really neat when it's available for us. The Bluebird I'm looking forward to the Bluebird too. I'm kind of chill about the Bluebird right now until we get a little bit closer. They've had release dates slide, and I realize developers have to do that, but it's slid a few too many times. There's a little drama with those developers, so I'll get excited about it when it's actually out. Favorite for Franken is the Phoenix A321. It's a good one. The FS Labs is nice. It's a little harder airplane. That airplane's harder on your system. Matt Black has got to call it a night. It is late in the UK. Thanks for coming in, Matt. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here. We'll see you in a little bit. Nowadays, there's some great, the payware airplanes are so good, and there's so much immersion in them, too. They're very well done. You get to learn a lot of this stuff. Loviz likes the A321. Phoenix is just such a solid airplane. It works great. And it works so well with the wind control, autopilots, and other things that you can get. It's as close as, mere mortals like us are ever going to get to an Airbus. So.
Yep. Center, JetBlue C12. Is there any way we can get lower? The aircraft is not wanting to speed up for us.
JetBlue 312, would you like 330 or lower than that?
Coming in over Jamestown.
We can take 330, but we're not going to be taking it any faster than Mach 82. So, we get,
you can see our airplanes are all coming in over here. There's Buffalo up there. My airplane is that little Southwest right there. And there is Boston over there. Thing about the A321, it's a cool airplane, carries more people and stuff. It's a little underpowered though. Takes forever for the A321 to climb up to altitude. And yes, Jim, That's another thing. It's longer behind the landing gear, so you have a better chance of doing a tail strike on departure. So that's the other thing. And in fact, there's some airlines that have the A321 that have a big old sign in front of the pilot. Tail strike danger, you know. Don't drag the tail on the runway, please. Because they don't want to have to fix it. Okay, we're probably going to get a descent in a bit. Descend via the J fund at Ponset.
Sorry about that. American 3, that was crossing.
Let's go run the numbers again for the arrival. It's a bit of a shorter runway. I'm just going to clear these out for the next flight.
Texture for break.
Landing en route.
Message about Mach 80.
So we're thinking it's going to be flaps 30, air conditioning is on, anti-ice is off, brakes, auto brakes 3, reversers are operative. There are no non-normals. Let's get the latest weather and calculate. And this has been saying, okay, so our landing distance is going to be 6,727 feet. I have 7,000 feet, and our landing speed's going to be 153, so we can do the landing. Had a feeling after we started flying it would be better. All right, we're done with the midway charts. I'm going to come over here. And I'm going to put in the Philly stuff now. So there's the Philadelphia stuff. And let's see if we got that. Did we get Philly? Okay, Philly. Okay, good. I've been having trouble on a second flight getting my charts to clear out. So I just put in our second airport in there. And we'll still use Boston for this to come on in, but now we're good to go.
American 2031.
And we're expecting Bravo 35 for our gate. Let's see. Franken's had 3 tail strikes. And Chops is back. Welcome back. Thanks for coming in. So all of that looks really good.
Giant 5 Yankee
Coming in on runway 27. We'll probably, unless I go hunting for butter on the runway, it's going to be Echo into the gates, and then it's a right turn. I think it's going to be a right turn on Alpha because they taxi him out on Bravo. Oh, wait a minute. We're coming in on runway 9. Wait a minute. We're landing runway 27. They're departing on 9? No. Really? They must have changed runways. Is Boston up? I don't have a Boston ATIS yet, so let's cheat and look at this one. Okay, coming into Boston, Baston, information Tango, Windsor 350 at 4. ILS runway 4 right, they flipped the runways. It's 4 right coming in. So 04 right is our arrival runway.
Air Canada 773, Cleveland Center, welcome.
04 right. Departure runway is still going to be runway 09. So they've changed the runway. Loviz says they've gone over to the real world ATIS. That's the best way to do it. That's the best way to do it. And then Philly, let's see if they've changed anything here too. Philly arrivals. 27 right. Okay. So we need to go and change a few things because they've changed their arrival runway. So let's get rid of these Boston charts and restack them. After the J Fund arrival, we now need the ILS runway 4 right. ILS 4 right. Go back to taxi. Get airport. And gates. Okay. So 4 right. So now we're going to expect Romeo or Yankee. And remember, if you're going to get the Yankee, don't be surprised when they tell you it's groovy to be able to taxi on runway 33 right. Canutus says, Kitty Love, that is a, it's a heart balloon. At least it's not a spy balloon, right?
Delta 734, Delta 1734, clean center, over.
All right, just getting all of our charts.
Waxy 62, contact Boston Center 134.7.
Okay, so after J Fund, we're going to be ready to go. So the transition is going to change, and that's going to be Jobby. So Gabe and Job. And over here, Gauche, or whatever. All right, let's go and redo our runways now. Arrivals. For right. It's still the J Fund arrival via Ponset and Gauche. And execute. Now let's go and see. I bet we've got a new. We haven't hit Ponset yet.
American 1563, the United States to the west. Chicago is offline. Radio service terminated. Frequency change approved today.
And then there's one discontinuity. We'll fill that one because there's vectors. Top of descent is still about 200 miles out. Okay, so that's good. Let's rerun the numbers on the arrival though. So our new runway is going to be 4 right. There's 4 right. And we got tons of runway. Tons of runway. So we're really good. Lobiz says they're landing 4 left and departing 4 right. Maybe they decided on VATSIM to go with runway 9 for departure to separate the landing planes and the departing airplanes. Maybe that's easier for them. Keep those crazy airplanes separate. Okay. Well, now that that's done, let's come on over here and 110.3 for the ILS. Good to go. Inbound is 035 degrees.
773 cross, Rosie at maintain 17,000,
035. 035. Minimums are 218 feet. $217 or $218? $218. $218. All right, 218. We're all set for the arrival. All of that looks good. If they tell us to descend via the J Fund to arrival for a landing on the 4s, it's going to be 6,000 at Jobby. So we're all good to go with that. 134.7 is next for us. 134.7. Always good to preset that sort of thing. This looks good. That looks good. We're really pretty much set to land. The only other thing we could do is over here on the performance tab, it says the altimeter in Boston is 2983. We could preset that. One more. 2983. Okay, well, we're all done. We're set to land. We've got enough runway to land. We won't scratch the paint.
Step out of the cockpit for
That's a good thing.
60 seconds.
Whoa, 60 seconds. Somebody's going to get a beer. Not enough time to go to
441, contact Boston Center 134.7. Good day.
Baston Center for 134.7, now for Southwest 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 134.7. Let's talk to Baston. We are 14 miles from view. Baston Center. Hi there. Southwest 441's level of flight level 370. About 13 miles west of view.
First calling of Southwest 441, Boston Center. Roger, break. Get aircraft going, Boston home.
Okay, we're in with Boston. Let's see what's happening in Boston as far as traffic. So click the top thing here. Boston's got 24 arrivals, 18 departures, 14 flight plans have been filed. So all of that looks good.
For 1674 Victor, Boston Center.
It's not too terribly busy. I think we'll probably be able to get down to Philadelphia without any big monster delays.
Stand by. Yeah, Virgin 46, I was just about to call you, but read your reference. You don't switch frequency until I tell you. Good day.
What? We're not supposed to switch frequencies until ATC tells us to switch frequencies? I thought we were the captains. We get to do whatever we want.
Guys, 420 Washington's offline. Radar service is during.
All right. Boston ATIS Information Tango is now aboard the airplane. Altimeter 2983. The winds are 350 at 4. Very nice. ILS runway 4 right for landing, departing runway 9. 33 is approved for turnoff after landing. Cool. Read back all hold short instructions. Numerous cranes in the Boston area and in vicinity of Logan Airport, including a few cranes at the loft offices of Crane Pool and Schmidt. Gotta watch out for those cranes. Passengers kind of not getting great views.
Calling it Hartford, Boston up.
Good afternoon, Boston, United Julia, 1 flight level 370.
Hey Chops, welcome. You're here. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Now would be a great time to stretch. Oh.
Velo 385 Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 360.
We're really all set. So VREF plus 30 for flaps 30 plus 5 knots is 147. That's a great landing speed. Not too fast, not too slow. Pro Keys is back in chat. Welcome in. Okay, so I was going to add a new camera view to this. As we're on the takeoff roll, and I'd like to have a fast button to be able to get my landing lights on. And so what I'm doing is I'm using a second button push of my main view here on chase plane. So here's the main view.
What's your position?
And so what we're going to do is I'm going to add a view. So plus and create. It's going to be a pilot view, and I'm going to call it pilot and lights. So pilot and lights. So there's pilot and lights there. I'm going to give it the same number as my main pilot view because I just want to be able to pop up and down there. And I'm going to move the view up just a little bit. So there are my landing lights, and that's all I want. And that's all I really wanted to do there. So now we'll come back here. And we're clear, so let's get rid of chase plane. And so now as I'm turning onto the runway and it's time for me to hit my landing lights, I've got one button and I can hit my landing lights and another button and we're going down the runway. Just a way to speed up turning on lights and stuff like that. I'm starting to add that one. So the main view is 0 on my keypad. So that's the way my views are set up on all of my airplanes. Main view is always view number 0. Flight control unit, the autopilot is always button number 1. The McDo is always button number 2. 3 is comms and radio. 4 is the primary flight display and the navigation. 5 is always the upper panel. And so those are kind of the ways that I do that. And every airplane, I keep it that way. And it works pretty good. But I'm starting to add this second little view here just so that I can hit these lights real fast. $120 miles from top of descent.
November 74 Vector, thanks. Your wing flight's approved and your route back correct. Advise ready for taxi with your requested departure runway.
So that's another one. I saw, so Franken was asking about favorite third-party add-ons and plugins. I guess I really should have said chase plane. And not just because I'm live streaming. I mean, if you're doing a big VATSIM event, remember, this is a 2-person cockpit. There's 2 people to share the workload on this. And I don't have time to do a bunch of the things that the pilot not flying would do. So if I can add an extra view to be able to get to my lights to get on the runway and gone, that just speeds up my day. And yeah, I use it all with the number pads.
November 86 Delta Lima, what approach do you want to Bradley?
We'll get the weather and Bradley. Come back to you.
That's the neat part about it. So yeah, Dad, game time. I've got several of my buttons. So I mentioned that button number 4, number pad 4 is always, number pad 2 I mean, is always the McDo, the flight management computer. Well, I've had a second button press so that I can get over really quickly if I want to go do something with the co-pilot's flight management computer before I'm going to come over here. So that's one of those little double tap kinds of videos, double tap buttons of mine. And I'm starting to add just a few more of them. In the Fokker, I have a double tap on the upper panel because there's some things we need to be able to do in the upper panel. So I've had 2 different views for there, so I could actually do a double tap on that one up here if I wanted to be able to get to stuff up at the top. Fact is, that's actually really a pretty decent view right there. So there's my basic upper panel view, and I can get to pretty much everything that I need. So if I wanted to add the second button, I would go ahead and get chase plane again, and I would add a view, and I would say create, and pilot instruments, and we're going to call this one upper dash upper.
November 6 Delta Lima, you can expect that.
And now I'm going to move this just below my other upper panel, because it depends on where things are. All right, so now we have the overhead on number 5. So step 2, put it below that, give it the same number, number 5, and save it. And now let's come in and let's position it. So let's kind of go out a bit and up, because what I really wanted was to be able to come and see some of this stuff up here. So I can see the things that are cut off here and save the position and go back. And now it's saving it. And one of the things that I've learned that I can do is I can start sharing profiles. You can share a profile with your with the people that are using Chase Plane. So I've got to sign up to be able to do the share profiles. So now I've got my upper panel here, and I can get to the other one if I need to. And now that's another fast way of using what Dad Game Time said. The second button press gives you a different view of the same thing. Buckeye, thanks for reminding me to hydrate. You should hydrate too. We've got a long day of flying today.
Zora 128 Boston Center, Roger.
This is another one of those, the number 4 button. So that's the navigation display and primary flight display. I've got a second press, so it shows me a couple more engine instruments over there.
Boston Center, hello again, text jet 448, flight level 450.
Text jet 448 Boston Center,
And you can do the same thing with cabin views. You can add several different views on the same button in the cabin. Also outside of the airplane, I've got landing gear. So I've also got the landing gear views all on one button. Boozy Sheep is here. Boozy Sheep, welcome aboard. Happy 4th. Welcome on in. We are going from Chicago Midway to Boston, and then Boston to Philadelphia for fireworks.
Who wants direct right?
The current time on the East Coast is 8:13 p.m. Fireworks start at 9 p.m. in Flight Sim. So there's a really good chance that we'll see some fireworks going out of Boston tonight. Good to see you, Boozy Sheep. Thanks for coming by. Yep, that's right. The Spy Flight has a sheep that has had a little bit too much to drink here. Because, you know, sometimes sheep just have a little too much to drink. Beethoven, happy 4th. Thanks for coming by, Beethoven. Welcome on in. And sheep kind of became the spy mascot a long time ago because I just popped off with a comment about, you know, how sheep were nice and fluffy, you know, nice fluffy, you know, sheep. And one of the moderators back then, the first moderator really on the Spy Flight, was Keela. And at the time, Keela was in an agriculture, higher education program in agriculture. And it was that day that I popped off with, oh, wow, the sheep are so nice and fluffy. That day in class, Keela had to deal with sheep, and she got kicked by a sheep and bitten by a sheep. And Keela's comment back into chat was, kids, cover your ears. Cute and fluffy, my ass. They bite and kick. So that's how it is that a sheep became a kind of a mascot here at the Spy Flight. Because, you know, sheep. Not the best day to say they're cute and fluffy when somebody gets kicked by one and bitten by a sheep. Apparently apparently sheep have attitude. Apparently they have attitude.
Silva 1 Boston, climb and maintain, level 340. Fellow 385, leaving the airspace, Washington offline.
I don't see a barf bag down there. I do see USB plugs, but I don't see a barf bag down there. Flying Eli, yes, Sometimes the sheep want to bail out of the airplane.
Roger, runway 2, clear for takeoff.
Sometimes the sheep want to bail out of the airplane too. Boy, it needs to start getting a little bit darker if the fireworks are going to start at 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Well, there's the sun right there on the horizon.
Delta 1187 Boston Center.
Coming up on Ponset, so we should be getting our descent. Ponset is over Albany, New York, to give you an idea of where we are.
Boston Station 161 300, 175 now. 1674, roger, radar contact, clear direct, kind, climb maintain, 13000. Direct kind, coming to 1330 south. Simply 508, descend to the J-2 arrival, runway 4 right, Boston, altimeter 2983.
That was the airplane up ahead of us, so they just got told to send via the J-Fund arrival for a landing on 4 right. So that we'll probably be next in line for that.
American 2031, expect runway 4 left. Expect 4 left. Taxi 62, descend via for 4 left.
There's a sky trail up there, so I think that's somebody that passed us maybe the other direction.
W508, descend via for 4 left.
Nope, I think that's them over there.
J-2 arrival, runway 4 left, Boston, altimeter 298.
That could be the JetBlue.
Up at 441, descend to the J-2 arrival, runway 4 left, Boston, altimeter 299.
2993 on the altimeter, descend on the J-Fund 2 arrival for 4 right for Southwest 441.
I just checked, it's runway 4 left.
Runway check, 4 left for Southwest 441, thanks. 4 left. Okay, so we got to go and flip the runway. It's 4 left, not 4 right. Ada says 4 right, but they put us on the left side. So we need to go and get on the left side. Let's go over to terminal. Approach. So ILS 4 left. I'll bet there isn't one. I bet it's an RNAV. RNAV 4 right. It's an RNAV.
Kenya 2 cross.
Okay. So change departure and arrival. It's an RNAV 4 left. RNAV 4 left via J-Fund at Ponset.
Kenya 2 cross Calverton, that's Charlie, Adam maintain 12000.
Let's do Naboo.
The Long Island Delta
No, Nunzo or Wounds.
Charlie, 12000. Sweet 250 and altimeter 2983.
Nope, that's the wrong one.
United 201, descend to the J-Fund 2 arrival, runway 4 left, the Boston, altimeter 2983.
293, stand by
That is the RNAV, right? RNAV 4 right. I'm not going to do any one of those. Let's just pop that in there.
November
RNAV
171, Papa Charlie Boston.
4 left. That's RNAV 4 right. That's the wrong one. We are supposed to get the RNAV for 4
W2229, contact
left.
Cleveland 119, 187.
RNAV 4 left. That's what we're supposed to do. Got it. Okay.
W2229 Boston Center.
And now let's go get our taxi.
JetBlue 2229 Boston.
Uh-oh. Sounds like we lost JetBlue. Okay.
Air Canada 224, passing through.
Altitude. Yep. That is still going to be
224 Boston Center. Climb and maintain flight level 320.
6,000 feet.
320, Air Canada 224.
JetBlue 1229 Boston Center.
6,000 feet. And boy, I did that just in time. I think we're starting our descent like right now. Boy, I got that taken care of.
Jet 448, resume.
Loviz says they're probably switching over to the real world at the moment. Curious about the story behind that emote. Dad game time. Okay, so that is Pfizer the zombie dog. Pfizer the zombie dog. Now that zombie dog is actually one of the zombie dogs from the movie Resident Evil.
Delta 1187.
And back when COVID started, there was some hysteria about you get vaccinated, you're going to, you know, turn into a zombie. You're going to die. Your hair's going to fall out. There was a lot of ridiculousness. And so when I finally got my first, COVID vaccine, I kind of, was being a bit of a brat, I guess. And at the time, I was saying, so I said basically, well, I didn't turn into a zombie. And then that's how we got Pfizer the zombie dog. And that's it. Franken, I did not know that you got a call about that. That is an incredibly difficult call to get. I think we've all gotten calls like that in our life. They're very, very difficult to take. So, Franken, I know you've got to go and you've got things that you've got to do. Please, when you've got a hard day, if you're having a hard time, come on into the Spy Flight. There's really cool people here, and we can chat about it. Can't take the pain away, but we can maybe help you forget for a few hours and take a vacation. So there you go. But Franken, thank you for coming into chat today, and good luck with how things are going, and we'll see you when you get back. Did they banned a few? There were a few bans and stuff, not much, but it was just me.
No worries, contact Cleveland 119.87.
You know,
Cleveland 119.87.
being Captain Sarcastic about that, I guess.
American 2031, contact Boston approach 133.0.
52 on 0.
Okay, we've started our descent. Boston, here we come. Passing 31,000 feet, seatbelts at 25,000. Now's about the time the captain's going to say, hey, folks, we're about ready to start our arrival into Boston Logan Airport. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood in Boston. All those things, right? Anyhow, Dad, game time, that's where that came from. 29,000. The thing that hopefully, if everything goes according to plan and works the way it's supposed to, we should see fireworks in Flight Sim. There is an application from something called We Love VFR, and it's the fireworks app that you can get at flightsim.to. It's free. It's just something you can drop into your community folder and forget it. It's not just for American holidays, it's for holidays all around the world. So for July 1st in Canada, you would see you would see fireworks. If it's Bastille Day in France, you'd see fireworks. New Year's, you see fireworks all around the world. And every night in Orlando and in Anaheim, California, you see fireworks over Disneyland and Disney World. So that adds in fireworks. It's supposed to start after 9 p.m. local time, and I think it goes till like for 3 hours or so. Uh-oh, wants some drag. Speed brakes, going a little fast. And I just put a link into chat if you don't have the fireworks. So there's a rule amongst some pilots that says when you're flying and you have to throw out speed brakes like I did, you keep your hand on the speed brake handle while the speed brakes are deployed. Now, if you've got to go and do something, go do something, but as soon as you're done, you come back and put your hand on the speed brake lever. Because what ends up happening is you got your speed brakes out, you're on the approach. Well, these boards are out there slowing you down and everything else. You go and do something else and you forget your speed brakes are out. And you're doing other stuff, and then you're on final approach. And all of a sudden, you notice that your speeds are completely off. Wait, something's wrong here. And that can cause a problem on final. So you keep your hand on your speed brake handle until you put them down, so you don't forget. And that's supposed to be the secret to that. Boston approaches 133.0.
American 8, disregard.
Dad, game time, that is probably not an unreasonable concern.
I need you at an odd altitude for direction of flight.
It's not an unreasonable concern, Dad, game time. Safety first is very important in the bicycle. I've been very lucky in my cycling. I have only had one serious wreck. And I didn't break any bones, but I broke a few other things. So, and I've had a few tumbles, but that's been about it. And tonight's going to be a reckless night. So I hate to say it, I think it's a good night to stay home. Canutus says it is late in Norway. Good night, Canutus. It's always great that you're here. Thanks for coming in all the way from Norway. I hope it's a beautiful night. Have you have you caught any northern lights lately, Canutus, before you go?
At 556, descend and maintain.
Any northern lights?
Yeah, 556 descend.
Yeah, I mean, Dad, game time. That this is going to be another night for drunk drivers, and you know, I haven't been hit by a car, but I've been bumped by cars, and our little human body on a bicycle is no match for a car. So it really is probably a good night to keep the bike at home. If you got a trainer, put it on the trainer for 45 minutes. 18,000 feet, altimeter in Boston 2983. We preset 2983. And there's 18,000 feet. So as we press that STD is going to change orange. And that's our reminder to change the altimeter. The hard part about flying the Fokker 100, it doesn't give you a nice little reminder.
Section 448, descend to the J on to your arrival, runway 4 left, Boston.
It's too early. Canutus says you don't see northern lights until autumn. Really? So if you're in Norway, you don't see them until autumn. Okay, I didn't realize that. Thanks for telling me. So when I booked my vacation to Toronto for the Northern Lights, I'm supposed to wait until after autumn. Gotcha. Thanks again for coming in, and thanks for answering that question as you were trying to get going. We'll see you next time. Got a little bit of rain up ahead of us, it looks like. And in all that yapping around, guess what I forgot to do? I left my speed brakes out. Speed brakes down. Auto brakes, let's call it auto brakes 2 for tonight. I'm going to change my landing to auto brakes 2 and recalculate. Good. Low vis has spawned into Baston and sees fireworks. And low vis is already hearing them outside of the low vis headquarters.
Sorry, who's on call? 7514,000. I believe it's American 2607, Boston Center, Roger.
So low vis is already hearing fireworks tonight. We'll see a few of them.
Yeah, I heard you as well.
You'll see a few of them on the weather cam. Most of them are going to be further to the right from that view that I'll hear about them here. But it's still like 6 in the evening, so not a big deal here.
Settle 1475, flattening 150. 150, November, clear direct Providence, is in the arrest.
Okay, we know it's going to be runway 4 left. Let's get some range rings in here. Fix. Runway 04 left. Nope, gotta have an R. And we need some more speed brake. Runway 133.0 for Southwest 441. Have a good weekend.
United 201 left turn by 30 degrees.
Boston approach. Hi there. Southwest 441 is on the JFund to arrival with information. Victor. Hi, Tyler Dog. Welcome aboard.
Southwest 441 Boston approach information. Victor altimeter 1083. Expect RNAV runway 4 left.
Expecting the RNAV 4 left. The altimeter tonight is 2983 for Southwest 441. Let's also go to 4 left and recalculate. Looking good. Still 147 to land, but we need to finish our range rings. So, over on the airport. So, on the left side here, the inbound course, the reciprocal course is 215 degrees. 215 degrees. Draw a 5-mile range ring around the airport. Give me a 10-mile range ring around the airport. Give me a 25-mile range ring around the airport. Good to go. That goes over there. Done with that chart.
American 2031, turn right heading 310.
Okay, that looks good, and we're gonna be over on 4 left. That looks good. Lovis says there's Tyler Dog just arrived. Welcome, Tyler Dog. Northern Lights from late September till late March. So that's the time to book your vacation to Norway to go and see the Northern Lights. Thanks, Canutus. Northern Lights from late September to late March. NASCAR has got fireworks in Boston. Thanks, Canutus. Good night. Happy weekend. Beethoven says it's almost 90 degrees. Stay cool.
That. Charlie Boston approach. Good evening. Descend to maintain 5,000. 5,000.
Okay, all of that looks good. I wanted to go and put in
American 254.
147.
Supervisor, you're 3,000 feet above your assigned altitude and you're non-compliant with the heading assignment I gave you. We're going to we may have to disconnect because I didn't know we're putting in stuff and I didn't know what the aircraft did. Yep, I would highly recommend you disconnect before you get in trouble.
Take care, Canutus. Thanks again for all the extra chat as you were trying to call it a night. And it started raining again. Man, just raining cats and dogs all over the place.
Approach course, descend and maintain 2000.
What's 020 to descend and maintain 2000 for the final approach course.
Just get a little floodlight here.
4752, turn right direct paths, contact Boston Center 134.7.
Okay, we're on approach. Boston Towers, 128.8.
American 2031, 5 miles from Mattapan.
128.8.
RNAV, runway 4 left approach, maintain 170 knots to Mattapan.
There we go. There's also Boston ground. Ground is 121.9.
170 from Mattapan.
November 1, Papa Charlie. Notice region for Pittsburgh. The runway 14 Pappy, beyond 3 nautical miles, unusable. Runway 32, runway and identifier light, unserviceable. Runway 14, runway.
Okay, did we get seatbelts? We sure did. Seatbelts are looking good. Up 8,000 feet, landing lights. And cabin call.
Number 1, Papa Charlie, cleared direct to outlet if not already.
And I do have my extra button there too. That's going to help out a bit.
Subscriber confirmed.
Canutus gifted a sub to Beethoven. Canutus. Hey, I know you were trying to call it a night, but thank you for also gifting a sub to Beethoven. That was super duper nice of you. It's 89 degrees at 8:34 in DR. So you're on the east. You're in the Eastern Time Zone too, right? Thanks again, Canutus, for everything you do. Have a great night. Cheerio. Cheers, cheers. Ryan the Hawk says posture check. Yeah, I need to do that.
Number 1, Papa Charlie, cross outlet at about 4,000, cleared on app runway 3 to approach at Pittsburgh.
Okay, we got 220 knots at Spiced. So, or Spy SD if you care.
American 2031, contact Boston Tower 128.8.
128.8, that's next for us. Looking good.
Departure Delta 1307, 3.8, climbing 5,000.
Delta 13.
Lights coming on here.
Contact. Climb and maintain 14,000. Turn left direct Highland.
Hey, look at that. There's Boston Airport. Hey, that's where we're going.
Blue 508, reduce speed to 170, then descend and maintain 3,000.
Oh, wow. That downtown area, downtown Boston looks good from here. That's pretty good. Can even see Denny Crane and Alan Shore.
United 201, turn left heading 140, vector for your descent.
And that looks good there. Maestro, you can upload a flight plan when you're loading in with SimBrief. Yeah, I think you can. I know that I'm pretty deliberate about when I upload a flight plan.
American 1147, Boston departure, radar contact.
Ryan the Hawk said posture check a minute ago, so we should probably sit up straight for landing.
Waxy 16, turn right heading 020, and attempt the full right final approach.
How about some flaps? Flaps 1. Auto brakes 2.
Waxy 62, turn right heading 020.
How about flaps? 5. Flaps are 5.
508, turn right heading 300. Waxy 62, 5 miles from Mattapan, turn right heading 070. Maintain 2,000 until established on the final approach course. Cleared RNAV, runway 4 left approach.
It's slowing me way down. We're supposed to only slow down to 210. It was going way too slow.
1347, Delta 1307, happy 4th. Right, CT.
And it's speeding us up a little bit. Good. Yeah, it was a little bit too slow there.
Number 1, Papa Charlie, no radar traffic observed between you and the Pittsburgh Airport. Report AFR cancellation or missed approach on this frequency or via private message if unable to reach me on the ground. Change to advisory frequency approved.
Oh, wow. Did you hear that? Remember when we were going into Telluride the other day? And we couldn't talk to center? That's pretty cool. Hey, Alex, thanks for the follow.
JetBlue 508, descend to maintain 2,000.
6,000 feet, 210 knots. Perfect.
Southwest 441, descend to maintain 3,000.
3,000 now for Southwest 441.
United 201, turn left, heading 240.
I think we're done with speed brakes. Let's arm them.
American 1147, have a great flight.
Speed brakes are armed.
134.7.
Looking good there.
134.7, have a nice
And heading hold.
508,
Looking good there. Outbound is going to be 213. That's looking pretty good. And we're going to do the RNAV, runway 4 left. There's the RNAV 4 left. Minimums on the RNAV are different. 318.
United 201, turn left heading 220.
That's 220.
November 5, Papa Delta, Boston departure, radar contact, say altitude leaving, climb and maintain 14,000.
Maintain 14,000, hold, Papa Delta.
Southwest 441, turn right heading 310.
Right turn now, 310 for Southwest 441.
JetBlue 508, maintain 170 knots to Mattapan, contact Boston Tower 128.
They're bringing us in fast.
United 201, descend to maintain 3,000.
It's time to get ready to do airplane things. Okay, no ILS. Let's cancel that. Okay, lights are good. Continuous restart, cabin call, and we're done up there. Bring in the map another click, please. There's 10 miles now. Is there an airport over there? Yep, there's an airport. There's the runway. Get ready for the turn.
Southwest 441, turn right heading 020, 5 miles, maintain 2,000 until established on the final approach course. Cleared RNAV, runway 4 left approach.
Maintain 2,000 till established on the final approach course. Right turn 020. And we're doing the RNAV for runway 04 left for Southwest 441.
United 201, descend to maintain 3,000. Number 5, Papa Delta, contact Boston Center, 134.7.
347, have a good night. Ocean 5, Papa Delta.
Yeah.
Boston Bruce, Super 212, Super with you, 4,000.
Seabird 212, Super Boston departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 14,000.
Climb and maintain 14,000, Super 212, Super.
Southwest 441, maintain 170 knots till Mattapan, contact Boston Tower 128.8.
Tower's 121.8, and it's 170 knots till Mattapan for Southwest 441. Thanks.
Yep.
Gear, that's what it's yelling at me about. 128.8. Ground is 121.9. 121.9. Looking good. Autopilot going off. Baston Tower, hi there. United 441's on the RNAV, runway 04 left.
Last aircraft morning, was that Southwest 441 as opposed to United?
It was Southwest 441. Happy New Year.
441, Boston Tower, good evening, runway 4 left, clear to land.
4 left, clear to land. Southwest 441. Yeah, we're starting to get to the point where I'm going into autopilot mode, and autopilot is United for me. That was a Clint Eastwood movie, Dad, Game Time. Oh, autopilot off, by the way. So let's see. Did we declare land? Taxi light.
American 316, stop.
Gear down 3 green. Hey, look at that. Fireworks. Did you see the fireworks? They're starting to show up.
American 316, you can contact departure now 133.0.
123.0, American 316.
American 316, negative 133.0.
122.0, American 316.
American 316, let's try this again, 133.0, 133.0.
500.
Pixeled Penguin is back. Hi, Pixeled Penguin.
13.0.
Thanks for coming by.
American 316, 13.
Got a little bit of a breeze from the left blowing us to the right. Landing.
200. 100.
Actually, 62, contact ground point 9.
50. 40.
0508, welcome to Boston, hold short of runway 15 right. Welcome to Boston
10,
and contact ground point 9.
Speed brake. Speed brake. Speed brake.
0417, a slight amendment to your clearance. Climb by the Civic and maintain 3,000 on departure.
Reversers did not engage.
0417, runway 4 right, clear takeoff.
Runway 4 right, clear for takeoff at 417.
Reversers did not engage. Nope. No reversers.
Southwest 814, runway 4 right, line up and away.
Runway 4 right.
Crap. Boy.
And Southwest 814, a slight amendment to your clearance. Climb via the city, except maintain 3,000.
Maintaining 3,000.
Okay, I know why. So, this is a new livery, I think. It's a newly updated airplane. I have to change my controller settings.
Good evening. Cross the
That's easy to take care of.
Cross the 4 left approach, continue Bravo, Frontier 3085.
Blue 417, contact departure 133.0.
Wow.
133.0, drop to 417.
And there's a runway we're not cleared to cross, so we should stop here. But we did make it. All right, let's see here. Flaps up.
Turkish 8 to heavy.
Speed brakes down.
Cross the 4 left approach.
Auto brakes
via Bravo.
off.
Continue taxi Bravo, Turkish 8 to heavy. Southwest 814, thanks for your patience. Runway 4 right, cleared to take off. Frontier flight 3085. I need to amend your departure clearance.
So to fix this, all I need to do is come over here and hit my controllers.
Climb by the SID, maintain 3,000 for our departure.
Go to throttles and change it to the PMDG setting.
82, same for you. Amendment to your clearance. Climb via the SID, except maintain 3,000. Maintain 3,000.
That's all it takes. Now if we come over here and let's try and do the reversers. There's reversers. Come outside the airplane.
85, that limitation has now seen, so you can now climb via the SID and disregard.
And we've got reversers. We've got reversers. So all of that's going to work now.
Sorry about that. And Turkish 82 heavy, same for you. Climb via the SID and disregard the 3,000 initial climb.
Okay, everything else is cleaned up. We look good over here. APU's ready.
Turkish 82 heavy, negative. You no longer need to maintain 3,000. You can now just climb via the SID. The 3,000 limitation doesn't apply anymore.
Roger, Turkish 82.
Frontier flight 3085, runway 4 right, line up and wing.
Runway 4 right, line runway, Frontier 3085.
Southwest 814, contact departure 133.0 p.m.
133.0, Southwest 832.
We may have been forgotten.
United 204, Boston Tower.
Boston ground, hi there. Southwest 441 is on November, holding short of 15 left. Parking tonight is Bravo 35.
Southwest 441, Boston ground, cross runway 15 left, hold short, runway 15 right.
Crossing 15 left, stopping at 15 right for Southwest 441. Let's go. And they didn't bat an eye, so let's have GSX be ready for us. Bravo 35. And we'll have gate services waiting for us there, so that'll be good. See the fireworks on the horizon? Fireworks have started. This is our Universal Studios ride music.
Southwest 441, cross runway 15 right, taxi ramp via Alpha.
Cross 15 right, taxi to the ramp via Alpha for Southwest 441. Thanks. See you on the way out.
Sounds good. And I think someone was trying to get the hold of ground. Go ahead.
Happy 4th flying, Eli. Thank you for coming in today. The sky remembers us as I was landing. Hey, at least it wasn't like we are gonna die or something like that. Flying Eli, thank you for coming by on a holiday. Good to see you. We've got one more flight. We've got fireworks just starting up, so we're going to do continuing service from Boston here. And we're going down to Philadelphia. That's the home of Liberty Hall and where they've got the Liberty Bell. Yes, I will probably make a few jokes about ding-dongs at that point in time, but there you go. All right, so it's going to be at the end there.
Kind of 008 Boston ground. Just hold your position. I'll get right back to you. You would squawk 1401.
Squawk 1401.
APU is up and ready to go. Okay, coming on in there.
Southwest 441. What'd you say your gate was?
Going to Bravo 35 tonight.
Roger. Penn 008, pushback on the Alpha. Third use caution. There's going to be a Southwest 73 entering the ramp as well.
Southwest 73 and pushback with Southwest.
Boston ground, American 120 at Bravo 14, information Yankee, we're ready for push and start.
There's there's Loviz coming out.
120 Boston ground, push back on Echo approved.
Push on Echo approved, American 120.
Boston ground, American 1014 heavy at the Echo 10, information vector on board, request push and start.
And there's our ground crew all waiting for us. Bravo 35.
Yeah, 201 Boston ground, roger. Can you turn your transponder back on, please?
Turn your transponder back on. Okay, taxi lights off.
Just leave it on all the time. And I believe it was American 1014 that's looking for the push.
Hey, firm.
What was the gate one more time?
American 1014 we're at Echo 10, 6 request.
American 1014 heavy, okay.
Parking brakes.
Advise ready to tag.
Push minus 50.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, everybody's departing for right, so you already get your wish.
Engines off.
201 taxi by Alpha Cross from 15 right. If you would just try to get your friends on it.
And okay, well, I just know it's there now. It's even going on with it.
Stand by and stand by. Looking good there. Let's get the AP bleed up. Let's have GSX. Disarm the doors. Open the cargoes. Ground. Shocks. Make sure that the door opened. It did. Okay, everything's clear over here. That looks good. This is all we need over here. Let's get ground power in. We'll use the APU. Oh, seatbelts. We'll use the APU for packs. And everything else is good. All right, let's go do our next flight plan. Passengers are unloading. And there's hi passengers, see you later. Thanks for flying with us. Have a groovy day. Watch out for sheep on the runway. All right, we now know that they are departing here off of runway 04 right. So 04 right is our new departure runway. Let's check Philly. Philly! Can't read it.
No recruit detected.
Okay,
Welcome
Philadelphia.
aboard, stay sharp.
Still arriving runway 27 right. So 27 right is good. King Aladdin, thanks for your follow. Welcome aboard. We're just getting ready to spin up a new flight plan here. We are up here in Boston. It is the fireworks are starting all up and down the East Coast. We're going to see fireworks all on the flight. So good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Let's do a new flight. We are going to be our Southwest and SWA. Flight 441. It is departing KBOS, Boston Logan. KPHL, Philadelphia is our arrival. And I'm going to stop and let's listen to the song. Thanks for coming in. Happy 4th. We'll see you next time. Thank you for being here all the time. Cheers, man.
Pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds.
get those zeros in here. And that's one of our favorite chassis songs. And that's just going to clear this out over here. Okay, that clears everything out, so that's good there. Now we go to Navigraph. And import Simbri. That's good. We just got a clearance. I think we're good to go there. Boston to Philly, so that looks good. Make sure the operational flight plan says Boston to Philly. It does. That's good. Now, this one gets a little bit problematic. So it did put Boston over here, but let's see if it... Yeah, see, there's an error here. So that's the problem that you run into. So what we need to do is come back over here and put Boston in here. KBOS. And now we can go and get the charts that we need. So let's come on down here to parking gates for Boston. There's parking gates for Boston. We need to go and get the airport. That should be the airport. That's good. And our departure is going to be, I forgot. Let's see. USMC vet is here. Deadeye. Will you see fireworks through the thunderstorms? No. It's if there's clouds, the fireworks have to be above the clouds or you're not going to see them. That's kind of the way that's going to be. There's a barbecue party at BNA. Boy, that would be nice. All right. No, keep the crew aboard. We got another flight. So our pre-departure clearance, SOX departure, and we're coming in via Jim's at Philly, flight level 320, and everything else is good. ATIS and location to push and start. Yay. Okay, so it's going to be the SOX departure. And SOX departure. Sunset is looking really crazy tonight. I'll bet it's really nice. And 5,000 feet is our climb clearance. So 5,000 feet, that was important to have. Fred Rain, hi, welcome aboard. We always try to keep the music good and the vibe good here. All right, let's come on up here, and we're going to restart navigation. Navs are groovy. And navigation date is great. July 9th is Navigraph Day. We are at Boston. KBOS. Boston, Logan. We are at gate Bravo 35. Bravo 35. Somebody just did a resub. Hey, thank you for the resub. Let me look up and get the GPS position and get this thing aligning. Fred did a sub. Thank you for the resub for 3 months, Fred. Thanks for coming in. Welcome aboard. We're just getting ready to go and fly through the fireworks here. All right, so all of this looks good. There is the SOX departure, and basically the SOX departure is going to be right turns. That's easy enough. Should be a nice departure. All right, so that looks good. Pin those. Now let's come over here, and this is going to get us the Philadelphia stuff that we need. Okay, so over on taxi charts. And everything's clear. Let's get the arrival. So the star is going to be Jim's. Calvin Codelro. Philadelphia. Uh-oh, that's not working. Now that's not working. Okay, let's go over to the fourth one. KPHL. So they're going to need to fix this. There's Philly. Okay, so we're going to have to skip this one and go with those two. They're going to have to do this. Hate Rat says we need to do a quick hydrate. Let's get the arrival set up first. There's the Jim's arrival, and we're expecting runway 27 right. It's going to be McCord. Okay. Approach. ILS or localizer 27 right. And taxi charts. There's the airport. And we need parking gates and pin it. Jim's, ILS, everything's good. So after McCord, do we have a transition or something funky? No, we don't want to do a transition. Let's do the flight plan. And the flight plan basically says 129. We should also start loading the airplane. We have GSX going, so we needed to have GSX ready to go. So let's go get that set first. Okay. I think the way you do that with this airplane is GSX makes it look good, but you have to come over here to load the plane. So you can see balance and payload 130.57. Let's look and see. Nope, that's not correct. So we need to come down here. Hate Rats, we do need to stay hydrated. So read from SimBrief. Those are correct. 126 and 13.5 is our fuel. Yep, that's correct. Got to make sure those are correct, otherwise it's going to look bad. Load the airplane. And we'll just go ahead and do a fast load on this one. But let's also get GSX working for us so we can make it look cute. Request boarding. Attach the tug. No. Do you want to board the crew? No, the crew is aboard. Now let's just do that. Okay, so that's good to go there. And hydrate. And if you look over the airplane, you can see the fireworks have started in Boston. I think somebody forgot to turn off his beacon. Very embarrassing. Oh, terrible. And we also have a new cruise altitude of 32,000 feet. Got to fix that for sure. All right, let's come on down here and do the flight plan. Route. So Boston, Philadelphia, KPHL, Philly. We are a Southwest SWA. Flight 441. Bing. Page 2. Our first waypoint tonight is going to be SSOXS. SOX. SSOXS. SOX. After SOX, we're on the Q167 airway. Q167. And that puts us out at Rifle. R-I-F-L-E. R-I-F-L-E. Rifle. After Rifle, we're on the Q439. Q439. Q439 puts us out at, I can't read it, Briggs. B-R-I-G-S. B-R-I-G-S. Nope. Forgot the B. B-R-I-G-S. Huh, forgot it twice now. B-R-I-G-S. Briggs. There's the flight plan. The plane and the fireworks do go well together. Yeah, it's a livery that you can get from iFly. It says the brake temperature is a little hot. I'm not surprised. I stomped on those brakes. Activate it and execute it, which means we may need to leave the landing gear down a little bit on the departure because my brakes are hot. We don't have brake fans and stuff. I don't know if the brakes glow in this airplane or not. But yeah, we don't have brake fans like in the Airbus. We can monitor that. Yeah, brakes are a little on the warm side over there. Loviz says it's a nice departure in the MAX. Loviz hasn't been in the MAX for a while. It's such a cool airplane. They did such a good job with this and everything else. You get some really, really good immersion. 4 right for departure. It's the SOC 7 departure and execute. Coming back in for the arrival, we are expecting 27 right. ILS 27 right. We're doing the Jim's arrival. We're going to pick up Jim's at Briggs. And let's see, Ensign or Mengi. Those are our choices of the arrival. Let's make a good, smart choice on this. I know, what am I thinking? It's not going to be Mengi. It's not going to be either one of those. We're coming in the opposite direction, so none of those transitions. Come on into legs. And our departure, it's going to be an LNAV, VNAV departure out.
May I see your boarding pass?
And Martin after vectors and engage. Nice departure. Captain Chris, this is a great looking livery. Again, you can get this livery from iFly. It's in the iFly manager. It really is. So you can get this, and with the fireworks and stuff over the top like that, makes it the perfect 4th of July airplane, right? We should turn on our logo light, though, on the tail. Gotta have the logo light on. Loviz says we have a lot of choices. We've got really, really, really good airplanes. We really have good airplanes now to choose from. And they're more and more realistic all the time. Initial climb clearance is going to be 5,000 feet unless they tell us otherwise, so that looks really good. Departure, Boston ATIS, information. Whiskey is now current. The altimeter remains 2985. And it's 2983 over there. So 2983, 4, and 5. That looks good. Okay, so back to route and performance. Loviz needs to be playing some Boston. I know. If it weren't for the music police, we could have so much fun with music, right? Especially here in Boston. Cruise winds, that's on page 1 of the flight plan. Cruise winds are 278 at 31. 278 degrees at 31 knots.
Good evening.
Temperature deviation, plus 13 degrees. Getting warm out there. Cost index is 46. Reserves, 6.1. 129.3 is our zero fuel weight. That's in, and let's execute that one. KB is back in chat. Welcome back. It is. We've been flying for about 7 hours today, so probably ought to call it a day. Probably should consider calling it a day. All right, all of that looks good. We did get a new squawk code, didn't we? Sure did. Our squawk for our flight down to Philadelphia is going to be 2445. 445. Looking good. Let's see, runway heading for departure here at Boston Logan. We are going to be departing out here on 4 right. That is going to be, can't read it, 035 degrees. 035. This looks good. How are the brakes? They're still kind of warm. They're still kind of warm. I wonder if the ground crews for a Boeing would like pour water on your brakes. Let's see, General, can we cool the brakes from here? I don't know if we can or not. Other systems, maybe. I don't know if we can cool the brakes artificially or not. I think we're just going to have to leave the landing gear out for a little bit. I think we're going to have to just do that. I think we're done loading. Yeah, passengers are aboard. It's time to go. So let's come on down here. You could blast them with a fire extinguisher. Yep, we're loaded, right? We sure are. Let's close doors and go. Doors. Closed, closed, and closed. APU is up and running. I'm going to go ahead and do APU generator and disconnect ground power. Disconnecting ground power. Chalk, chalk, leave 1 in. Jetway gone. And there goes ground power. There goes the jetway. The fireworks are going to be fantastic tonight. Still waiting for those guys to go. Why are they still here? Prepare for pushback and departure. There's our ground crew. And there goes the trucks.
Hello,
cool.
Captain. We are ready for pushback.
All right, let's do performance. We're fully loaded. So let's clear this page. That page needs to be cleared. Takeoff page cleared. And let's do read data. Boston, there we go. Boston, 4 right, it's dry. Flaps, 5. Air conditioning on. Anti-ice off. It's southwest, so you don't derate. Get the latest Boston weather. There's Boston. And calculate. All right. 53 degrees and takeoff is going to be 1. No, it's 0. Takeoff. We said flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Center of gravity is 22.3. 22.3. And did that set the trim to 5? Yep, it did. Trim's good. Speeds for takeoff, 134, 135, 147. 134, 135, 147. 147 up here. That's already set. Let's see. Facing south on spot. Which spots are we going to do? And we have to come back over here and do the departure landing. Facing south at Charlie 13. That's probably us.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, they're going to have to wait a second because we have one more to do. We need to go to landing dispatch. Landing dispatch. And we need to get data. Okay, we're going to probably have to put this in manually. So it's going to be KPHL, PHL. There's Philadelphia. We're expecting runway 27 right. It's dry the last time we checked in Philly. Our flaps are going to be 30. Air conditioning is always on because we care about the comfort of our passengers. Anti-ice is off. Brakes are going to be auto brakes too. Get the latest weather. And that should be the weather. And calculate. And we're good. We're all green for landing. So that's one of the things you do. You check all of your weights and stuff before you push back from the gate to make sure that you're going to be okay to land. Pixel Penguin is enjoying the music too. It is really nice, isn't it? Okay, let's go and run through doors. Arm our doors for departure. Doors are armed for departure. And closed. Ground services. Everything's clear here. The parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove the chocks. And everything is clear over there. Come on over to Navigraph. Let's go start squawking and listen to ground control. Transponder is on. Good. Check the latest ATIS. Make sure we got the latest one. Boston ATIS Information Whiskey. Baston Ground. Hi there. Southwest 441's at Bravo 35. Information Whiskey's aboard requesting startup and pushback.
Southwest 441, Boston Ground, pushback to the alley approved.
Pushing the alley approved. Thanks for Southwest 441. Shall we go? Seatbelts on. Electric hydraulic pumps on. Fuel pumps on. Seatbelts on.
Ground, American
Bacon on.
Gate Bravo 11 with information.
Here we go.
Waiting for pushback.
Commencing push.
Again,
All engines clear. Start at will.
Pushback into Echo Blue, American 1422.
Fireworks are going to be spectacular going out of Boston. They should be great going into Philadelphia as well. Diatso TV, did I say your name right? Welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. So we're just going to do a nice little push there. We're clear of the ground area. Let's go start some engines. So packs off. Ground start engine number 2. And go ahead and add fuel. It's all automatic here. And this is a push-pull. So it's going to pull us forward to that spot that I told it to pull it towards. And great fireworks.
Bravo, Echo, cross runway 15 right.
15 right.
Rarely use the word delightful in the world anymore, but adding the fireworks on a holiday and stuff adds a certain amount of delight. A little, it makes you smile. And it's putting us right on the spot.
Please set parking brakes.
Logan Ground, good evening, Delta 2.
Parking brakes set.
Alpha 20 with Whiskey on board, requesting start and push.
Starting 1. And 1 starts.
Delta 2, let me find your strip here. I don't know where it went. Okay, Delta 209, pushback of the ramp, your discretion. At spot 7, advise ready to taxi. Information with
Alrighty, push and start approved. We'll advise ready for taxi for Delta 209. Thank you.
Unlocking gear.
American 1776, Boston Tower, good evening. Runway 4.
Somebody's got a call sign, American 1776. That was really cool.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Good. Going out there. And we're getting a good start on both of our engines. They look really, really nice. So flaps are going to be 5.
1426, Boston ground, hello, CUD.
Flaps are 5. Let's get the packs set up. Got to keep those passengers comfy. Engine generators flipped over there. And we're done with the cross bleed. Everything's good there. We do need to turn on the yaw dampers. Everything else is on, so that's looking pretty good. Done with the APU. APU can go off.
Short, Juliet, monitor tower 28.
And everything's good to go here. Auto brakes. RTO. Brakes are still warm though. So our brakes are still a little bit on the warm side. They're not cooling out, so what we need to do is leave the gear down for a little bit here on takeoff. What's flaps retraction? I mean gear. You can retract it up at so 235 is as fast as we can retract. Okay, that's something we'll just have to do. Let's see. Flight directors going on. Flight directors are on. It's going to be an LNAV VNAV departure. And I think we can call for taxi. So we are at spot Charlie 13. Let's get the big map out here so that we can follow along a little bit.
Delta 4692, tax ramp by a kilo. Have a good day.
Back to the kilo ramp, Delta 4692, good day.
Boston ground, high again. Southwest 441 pushed and started from stand Bravo 35. Whiskey still aboard in various forms, requesting taxi.
Hey, same here. Southwest 441, runway 4 right, taxi via Alpha, hold short Echo.
Taxi via Alpha, we will hold short of Echo for Southwest 441. Cheers. Oh, that was great.
Cheers.
Although we don't actually have a whiskey aboard, I thought that that would be funny. Okay, looking over there, there's that American. They're holding for us. So, taxi going on. Continuous restart. And make sure. Okay, they're just there. Alpha holds short of Echo. That one was a good one. And we're supposed to come out via Alpha. That is the inner taxiway.
American 221, Boston ground, runway 4 right.
Denver has a United traffic jam tonight.
Taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short Bravo. You're going to be giving way to an A350 Heavy on Bravo.
Let's do a configuration check. Config check is good. We're ready to go.
Let's just make sure we get full reback. So it's Alpha.
And we're stopping at Echo.
Hold short of Bravo. You're going to let the Qatari A350 pass you. He's going to be passing by on Bravo.
Probably letting that Qatari go first because domestic flights are going to be busy tonight because there's so much ATC.
Bravo, hold short Juliet.
Ground American 1776 with you.
And there's Echo. We're going to stop here.
Southwest 441, I just want to verify hold short Echo.
Southwest 441 pulling up to Echo and holding short.
Yes, sir. 1426, taxi ramp via Echo. Your the opposite direction company there on Echo is going to wait for you.
And there's Echo right there. So that airplane's coming in.
Ground American 1776.
Let's be nice, and we're going to turn off the taxi light for a second. Let them know that we're stopping. We see them, and we're not going to taxi into them. Because we're nice like that.
American 1776, Boston ground, hello. Tower's trying to get a hold of you. Make sure you stay on their frequency till they tell you to switch, okay? Cross runway 15 left, hold short runway 15 right.
Cross runway 15 left and hold short 115 right, American 1776.
Southwest 441, continue taxi by Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, hold short Juliet.
Alpha Kilo and Bravo, we will hold short of Juliet for American 441. Alpha, Kilo,
ground, Delta 209,
and Bravo.
departure, gate Alpha 20, we're on Kilo facing south, ready for takeoff.
Holding short of Juliet. Alpha, Kilo, and Bravo holding short of Juliet. Alpha, Kilo, Bravo. Where's Juliet?
Hold short, response 7 for Delta 209.
Sorry, 339 heavy, hold short, Juliet, monitor Boston Tower, 128.8. American 1776 to your gate.
Okay, let's get going.
Whatever's open.
American
Taxi.
1776.
Juliet is the approach hold point for 4 left.
Bravo, hold short, Echo, American 1776.
Thank you, Wolfie.
221 ready for question start. With information missing.
You apply 221 to gate.
Gate Bravo 10, I believe.
You apply 221, push back of the ramp at your discretion. At spot 7, advise ready to taxi.
Yeah, I didn't see it on the chart until you came up to it and you saw it. Okay, so that's how you saw it there? Alrighty. Okay, anybody over there? Nope, good.
American 221 KE. We missed the turn there. Just so you know, for next time, heavy jets are not actually allowed to taxi on the portion of Alpha that you're on. That's why I was having you turn on Charlie, because your wingspan is too big to pass by airplanes that are parked on the ramp. Just please listen to instructions next time. You can taxi by Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, hold short Juliet.
American 221 Heavy apologizes. Gonna continue on Alpha, Kilo, hold short Bravo. Sorry, you said Bravo or Juliet?
Alpha, Kilo, Bravo.
American 221 Heavy, it's Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, hold short Juliet.
Okay, Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, hold short Juliet.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Yep, right turn to Bravo. I was just checking my chart to make sure we were going the right way. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're just right in the middle of the intersection. It's a 90-degree right turn. You'll be where you need to be.
I saw the runway ahead and just wanted to make sure we weren't going in the wrong way.
Better safe than sorry. Delta 209, runway 4 right, taxi by Kilo, Bravo, hold short Juliet.
And 04 right via Kilo Bravo, hold short Juliet for Delta 2.
Yep, turn right there. Let's see. Diazito.
41, hold short Juliet, monitor Boston Tower, 128.8.
Hold short of Juliet will monitor tower 128.8. Happy New Year. Thanks from Southwest 441.
Have a good one.
All right. 128.8.
American 221 heavy, hold.
Departure is 133.0.
Southwest 441, Boston Tower.
Southwest 441, just on your frequency, holding short of Juliet.
Southwest 441, good evening. Cross the 4 left approach and continue via Bravo.
Cross the 4 left approach, continue via Bravo for Southwest 441. Juggernaut, did I say Happy New Year?
Good evening. Cross the 4 left approach, continue via Bravo.
Really? Did I say Happy New Year instead of Happy 4th? Really? You're kidding. New York Center is on his own and is doing a... Oh, I guess that's probably why they laughed at me. I said Happy New Year. Hey, and I haven't even gotten any adult beverages in the cockpit yet. What's going on here? I'm probably just getting old. I'm just getting old. All right. Yeah, that's right. It's already 2027, right? Okay, everything is good to go. We're ready. There's our hold short point up there. I confused American and Southwest. Oh, I'm sure. And I will probably do a United too in just a sec. All right, looks good. TCAS is on. I think it's time to go. There's going to be fireworks all over the place. I did forget to say Happy Halloween, didn't I? Diazito TV. Yeah, sometimes there's so much going on. You know, normally the person that's operating the airplane, taxiing, flying, they don't spend a lot of time talking on the radio. So they share duties and stuff here. And in my case, I'm all alone, so you never know. Probably a little separation going out here. And we're going to start turning down the brightness a little bit here. That looks good.
Southwest 441, thanks for your patience. An area of moderate to heavy precipitation extends in your departure corridor for approximately 10 miles. Runway 4 right, clear for takeoff.
4 right, clear for takeoff. We'll watch out for all those raindrops. Southwest 441.
Delta 209, Boston Tower, good evening.
Are we ready to go? We're clear for takeoff. Let's go.
All right, we'll continue our traffic on Bravo crossing the 4.
Russ is coming in behind us.
American 221 heavy, runway 4 right, line up.
Approaching 04 right.
American 221 heavy, line up runway 4 right. Thank you.
Anybody coming? Not on our runway. Landing lights.
On runway 04.
Throttle up.
Right.
Halfway. Engines are stable. Thrust is now set.
Tower, good day, Arcana 750,
80 knots. You don't get speed call-outs on your second flight on this airplane.
Canada 760, Boston Tower.
Wait, there you go. We got it there. I didn't get it before. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear staying down. AP. AP's good. And it's already cooling them down. So they're no longer...
Stop at 441, contact departure 133.0.
Over to departure for Southwest 441. Cheers, thanks.
American 221 heavy, an area of moderate. 310. Sorry, 330.
I'm going to do flaps 1, but leave them out just a little bit longer. Auto brakes off. How are these brakes? Yep, they're going down. So we've got some tight turns here, and our speed is maximum 250 on the turn. We're at 230. I'm gonna hold it at 230 here because we can't put the gear up after. So the gear is still out, so we can just get the brakes a little bit cooler. Looks like fuel is imbalanced here. Okay, we'll worry about the imbalance next. That looks good. Departure. Boston departure. Hi there, United 441. Overhead Muse. 4,600 for 5.
That's Southwest 441.
It is Southwest 441. Good evening.
Southwest 441, Boston departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 14,000.
14,000 now for Southwest 441.
JetBlue 2110, turn right heading 020, intercept the final approach course.
020 to intercept JetBlue 2110.
Flaps up. Now what we're going to do is we're going to monitor the brakes here and see if they continue to drop down a little bit.
JetBlue 2110, 5 miles from Mattapan, maintain 3,000 until established on the local.
And let's also go with speed intervention now.
Maintain 3,000 until established on the localizer.
And 2.1, 2.1. I think they're going down.
American 221 heavy departure.
American 221 heavy, Boston departure.
Okay, so we're a little heavy on the fuel on the right side of the airplane. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the cross bleed. I'm going to turn on the cross feed for our fuel. Cross feed is on, and I'm going to shut down the fuel on the right side of the airplane. So this should stay steady, and we're going to juice off the left side of the airplane. Make sure fuel flow on the right side of the airplane is still good. It is.
Sorry, 339 heavy, Boston Center 134.7.
And we're just going to balance out our fuel tank.
Southwest 441, contact Boston Center 134.7.
134.7 now for Southwest 441. Thanks.
JetBlue 2110, contact Boston Tower 128.8.
134.7.
Arrival, runway 4 left, Boston altimeter 2985.
10,000 feet. Landing lights.
5 arrival, runway 4 left, altimeter 2985, Southwest 452.
Continuous restart off.
United 97, descend via the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 4 left, to Boston, altimeter 2985.
Descend via the Ocean 5, 4 left, United 97.
Boston. Okay, 7.44. We need this to get down to 6.7, and that'll take care of the imbalance there.
Last aircraft taken.
Русская команда линию Лузи, crossing 15,000, подлетал 230, direct Virka.
Cruise 221, Boston Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 290.
Maintain flight level 290, вышел.
Number 4, Echo Romeo, wind 280, correction, 280 at 7, runway 33, clear to land. Actually, 47 Echo Romeo, disregard, cancel landing clearance and contact tower 120.3.
It did. Kuma, it got really busy here.
It did, yes.
JetBlue 817, request altimeter.
JetBlue 817, the Kennedy altimeter 2986.
2986, JetBlue 817, thanks.
Boston, good evening. Southwest 441 overhead Jester at 14,000.
Southwest 441, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Flight level 320 now for Southwest 441. Thanks.
American 789, contact New York Center 125.32.
Looking pretty good. So our left fuel tank
Allegiant 3053
is supplying all the fuel, and we'll balance that out.
Boston altimeter 2985.
Kuma, things are really hot in a lot of areas. It's an unusual spring and summer. Definitely warm in some areas. Hate Rats said to hydrate. It was 41 minutes ago. We probably ought to get that taken care of, right? Thanks for reminding me to hydrate.
If we need to, we can change it. The weather's not too bad in Boston. It's just the ceiling 7,510 miles visibility. Okay, yeah.
And we're going out, and all of that looks good.
JetBlue 817, contact New York approach. Actually, New York Center, 125.32. Yeah.
125.32, JetBlue 817, see ya.
Brakes, yeah, that's all. It's dropped down, so we don't have to worry about the brakes anymore.
American 221, Boston Center. Hello, climb and maintain flight level 320.
Climb maintain flight level 320.
American 221, I mean this in the nicest way possible, and you should do like audiobooks or something. American 221, as I mean this in the nicest way possible, and you should do audiobooks or something. You get a great voice. Dang, wouldn't it get?
All right, standard altimeter. Yeah, it's got a really good voice there. I'm not surprised that.
Quarter 2399.
All right, we're now getting close, so we've got to monitor the fuel here. Airplane's flying good, we're climbing, so we'll monitor this to get the right side fuel turned on at about 6:17, and that'll balance out our fuel for the rest of the flight. That was hilarious. Deadeye got feet of snow and ice in New York. Really? No kidding. 1.5 meters of water all through central Portugal. Even a highway collapsed. Yeah, Kuma, unfortunately, there's going to be an awful lot of that going on now. Some things are a little scary. So 6.77, that's still good. Out we go here. This is going to be not the longest of flights. So progress, 301 miles to Philadelphia. I could cancel the little warning up there, but I want it in front of me to remind me that I've got to get the right side fuel pumps turned on at the right time so that we can have balanced fuel for our flight. Because balanced fuel means a balanced flight. We're supposed to have 6.0 for final reserve and alternate. Have we gone to Madeira? It's always windy there. There was a live streamer some years ago named Bish. Bish grew up on Madeira, and Bish used to say that there's always gusty winds coming into Madeira, especially if you're on that circle to land visual. And there's always a wind that's going to come down the hill and blow you back out to the ocean when you're on that final turn to circle to land. So, I mean, that's kind of a cool thing there. It's always breezy and windy at Madeira. Let's do seatbelts. $25,000 seatbelts could have gone off early. Let's see if Philly has got an ATIS up yet. Philadelphia arrivals.
American 1014, contact Cleveland Center, 119er.
Philadelphia arrivals, information golf, simultaneous approaches to parallel and intersecting runways. Arrivals, expect ILS runway 27 right,
508,
visuals to 35 right, or visuals to 26. That's pretty much every one of their runways. Every one of their runways. So we could get anything. And 25,000, everything is normal except for the cross feed.
At 80,000, the Stewart altimeter 29990.
Second, Qatar 39.
Cross Baby at 8,000, the Stewart altimeter 29990.
6.37. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
American
So
405,
it takes about 7
flight level
seconds for 1
340.
click. So at about 6.09, we'll flip them back on. Or
Lufthansa
6.10.
410, leaving my airspace, Moncton is closed, frequency change approved. 6.
Change approved. Beyond the
Delta 124 Alpha, same for you, Moncton is closed, frequency change approved. 6.
It's the CR7 statue at the airport entrance. Man, I don't remember that. I don't think that that's ever been in my scenery, Kuma. Nothing to change here. Cabin's climbing. Everything looks good. Okay, now it says we're not imbalanced anymore. But let's go ahead and try and match them up. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. All right, less than 10 to go. So we're probably about 30 seconds from going and flipping them on.
1674 Victor, no traffic observed between you and the Saratoga County Airport. Report IFR cancellation or missed approach in the air on the ground on this frequency. Change to advisory frequency approved.
And almost to 6.07, and we will have very balanced fuel tanks.
Boston Center, Delta 952, level 340.
Delta 962, Boston.
And fuel tanks
Center.
on.
Hello, are you descending as well?
We will be descending to make news at 270.
Roger, perfect.
And now we're really close. 6.07, 6 points. So that looks really good. I'm going to turn off the cross feed. But I'm going to come back to the engines, and I'm going to make sure that my fuel flow is still good. So we're still sending fuel to both of our engines, and we are. And we have very balanced tanks. We're expecting our landing fuel to be 9.4. Freak out fuel is 6.0. So we are doing great in fuel. We're at our coming up to flight level 320.
Etihad 1230, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 4 left, Boston altimeter 2985.
Coming into Philadelphia. So let's see. My guess is they would bring us in on 27 right, blast them off on 27 left.
Order 2399.
So Kilo 4 was probably what we would get. And we're going to gate Echo 17.
1230, maintain 310 knots or greater, and
all right.
Published speeds at Roebuck.
Echo 17 is at the end over here. Okay, so that's where we would have to go if they tell us to descend via There are no altitudes on this one, so they'll just tell us what to descend to. Captain Sort of, thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Thanks for some nice cheers. Kuma, you've got a picture of the statue.
405, leaving my airspace. Washington is closed. Frequency change approved. Yeah.
All right, Unico.
32,000 feet.
And happy 4th.
It is Southwest 441, cross Dunny at flight level 200.
Crossing Dunny at flight level 200 for Southwest 441.
Southwest 441, you can go direct to Dunny.
And Southwest 441 is now direct to Dunny. Thanks.
Delta 209, same for you, direct to Dunny.
Hey, direct Dunny and 200 for Delta 209. Thank you.
Yeah, for now you can keep climbing. I'll give you the descent in a little bit.
Direct to Dunny. Gonna need to bring the map out a little bit on this. There is Dunny, top of descent in a while.
221, descend via the ocean.
So that looks really good. Let's go ahead and plug in the ILS for what we think we're gonna get. Kuma, I think that we do more buttons in a, well, everybody knows we do more buttons in a Boeing than we do in an Airbus, right? Maestro, did your first flight in the 737-900? Airbus is a lot easier, isn't it? It's very nice. 108.95. 1089. Whoop.
Delta 962 descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival. Runway
108.95 for the ILS. Inbound is 267.
Delta 962, you can maintain 310 knots or less and resume the published speeds at Roebuck.
Okay, 310 or less.
267. And minimums are 211.
Bird 228, you're leaving my airspace. Function is closed. Frequency change approved. 6.
Oh, we need a call. Center United 907.
And there are minimum set. The altimeter in Philly is 2998.
I'm not sure 4 will do it. Do you think we could plan for 4 ride instead?
United 97. Bye-bye.
Altimeter is preset. We're all set to land. Let's see. Boeing has a lot of buttons. It's not terrible. Well, the thing is there's a lot more to do in this airplane. There's a lot more to do, and so the thing is pre-planning. If you're really good with pre-planning and you've got everything done in advance, like I've already got my runway set up for landing and all that. The ILS and everything's ready to go. If there's a change, I can do it, but this way I'm not having to go and just go crazy at the last minute. Blue Angels is here. Blue Angels, welcome aboard. Happy 4th. Thank you for coming in today. Wendell Sanders is in chat on YouTube. First time. Let's see. Trying to get into Flight Sim. I need to lose, which allows you to leave your debt. Well, good luck with that. That is a big, I mean, that's a huge a goal to reach. That's a lot of work, Wendell. I can't imagine having to deal with that. Good luck with that. Come on back into chat and spend some time with us. The only thing that people get judged on is me, and that's my really crappy jokes. So, but Wendell, good luck with that. That's a long road, but my guess is you're working hard and you'll get there. All right, let's come on over here. All right, there's the arrival, and that's good. Here's the arrival. The New York controller is at the end of the patience. Loviz was just saying that the controller was really hot rocking and flame throwing. I don't think it's easy to do New York. I don't think it's easy to do New York at all.
Contact Boston approach 133.
All right, let's do performance and landing. So it's going to be landing now. So Philadelphia, we're expecting the right side. Let's go and get weights on the airplane. Let's get weather on the airplane. 30.02. It's 27 degrees. This is Philly, the right side, it's dry. Reversers are operative. No non-normals. Landing weight, VREF. That's different. Let's look at the weather here. Philadelphia.
Yeah.
3002.
Okay. I don't know how long I'm going to be on for, but we'll see.
Okay, there's a new ATIS, that's why. All right, Information Hotel is now current. Same runways. 3001. Okay, that's good. Let's calculate speeds. 147, we got plenty of runway. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Top of descent, we're good to go there. VNAV, LNAV, VNAV is set, 20,000 feet, and that's going to be... We're good at Dunny. We're going to make it there. Kuma has a short temper. Well, some people do. Captain Sort of, have you heard Lufthansa flight number Munich to Toulouse? Do I know about a flight number? I'm not sure. Is there something special? New York and Boston are hard. They are very hard.
Okay, Eagle Flight 221, clear direct Sierra Echo Yankee.
Okay, let's make sure that we get our descent. I think it is, but it should be good. Captain Sort of, it would be Lufthansa Flight 2222 to Toulouse.
American 2031, Boston Center, hello.
Is that a real flight number to Toulouse? Because that's a bit of a tongue twister. That's a bit of a tongue twister, and pilots are not necessarily known for being able to handle tongue twisters.
Boston Center, good evening.
Just ask Stephen Fry, who had to say Harry pocketed it in the audiobooks. Okay, there's our descent. 2222 Toulouse. I would think that somebody's got to think that's a bad idea. Wendell, so, all right, well, good luck. It is a huge cut, but good luck with that. Again, that's going to be really hard, but keep going and come in and let us know how things are going. And, you know, if things aren't going well, you still get to come in and hang out with friends who like airplanes. Captain Sort of says that's not a joke. That's a real thing. Incredible. It's a real lofty flight.
Good evening. Southwest 1452 at Portland.
Wolfie says that there was a video on that. Really? I bet the pilots had a little fun with that.
Southwest 1452, Boston Center, hello. You're cleared to the Baltimore Airport, Nebel 4 departure.
Okay, VREF, flaps 30 plus 5 is 147.
Expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure.
147 to land.
With me.
And we said auto brakes 2 and VNAV. Good.
Number 4 departure, conversion transition down 5, 93,000. Expect flight level 360, 10 minutes after departure. Departure braking speed.
Oh, you see Wendell here where I live? I tried to have a pizza delivered once from DoorDash and they couldn't even get it to me, so I guess I got lucky there. Mad Noob, have they gotten CPDLC? As a matter of fact, Mad Noob, yeah. Low Viz was flying in Jacksonville Center, and they were testing CPDLC. So they're starting to do CPDLC in Jacksonville Center. It's en route CPDLC. I don't know if they're doing like clearances that we get in Frankfurt and stuff like that. Well, my guess is they're probably, they've got to start rolling that out.
So the 962 resume normal speed.
Normal speed on the 962.
And we're going to hit,
209, cross Dunny, flight level 200.
we're going to cross just fine.
And Dunny, flight level 200.
25,000 feet seatbelts.
Eagle flight 221, stay
Seatbelts are on. But yeah, Mad Noob, so what you'll do
Are you able to
is you, I would imagine, so the way to find out Mad Noob is to come over here and like, we're talking to Boston Center right now.
Okay, yeah.
So you would click the Boston Center tab and there's information about that, and that's where they would tell you where to get, if they have CPDLC up, they'll tell you if you click on them. And that's how that would work. Philadelphia arrivals.
At 12:30, contact Boston approach 133.0.
First flight tomorrow is Warsaw to Stuttgart. Lovis landed. A huge microburst popped up over Philadelphia, and that was crazy. I'll bet it was. Minus 128 Lovis. What a great landing weight. And you said you were in the max tonight? That's a great landing rate. Minus, we have a goal. Ooh, did I get?
Flight 221 perfect. Maintain 310 knots or greater. 310 or greater. American 2031, maintain 270 knots.
I didn't set Elevate X. I knew I was forgetting something.
Delta 962, contact Boston approach 133.0.
All right, now we got it fixed.
Boston Center, November 1 Delta.
Loaded the fireworks into 2020, not 2024. And there's 20,000 feet, and we're good. That's probably a good reason to decide on which one you're going to keep. Oh, Mad Noob, that's, I don't think you can go and retroactively pick it up.
Checked in on answering.
November 1 Zulu Delta.
November 1 Zulu Delta, Boston Center. Hello.
We're just crossing into New York Center. Let's see if they're going to talk to us.
New York is closing, so frequency change approved. Yeah.
Over to advisory for, Southwest 441. Thanks. Happy New Year.
Yep.
We're going to have a little flood down on here.
FedEx 791, your direct Proby.
Direct Proby, FedEx 791.
Qatari 339, New York.
122.8. Okay, there we go, 122.8. Now then, I did think that there was a little bit of a rival. Boston, so we do have Philadelphia Tower, which is 118.5. 118.5. 1185. All right, so here we are coming on in. Over on the Econ descent, we are now high on the descent. So I think we should just plan to go down to about 3,000. And we'll let it descend us there. There we go. And are you descending airplane? Nope, I got to intervene. Descent intervention. We're about 500 feet up. It'll catch up. Right, airplane? You're going to catch up, right? speed brakes. That's right, Captain Chris, I mixed up my holidays. I said New Year's and it's July 4th. So yeah, when it's New Year's, I'll have to say July 4th. Absolutely crazy. Mad Noob is doing VFR in Tucson. I'll bet you'll find some nice ATC there too. Altimeters. Okay, we just caught up with our descent profile. Speed brakes down. Auto brakes are set. And we'll arm them. Philadelphia Tower is still up. Let's take a look at the map and see what we've got up here. So we're coming on there. There's Philadelphia Tower. Let's just go ahead and set ourselves up for the arrival. Hey, there's Spooky 5. Spooky 5 is doing like touch and goes, it looks like. Hey, Melvin. Good to see you. This is a cool, Melvin Leroy. This is a cool call sign, Spooky 5. I bet that airplane gets a lot of business on Halloween. All right, our descent is good. Happy New Year to you, Melvin. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. It's tough to see, but we've got the really groovy Southwest 1776 livery on this flight. So set ourselves up on the arrival and request tower to let us land. Now the next thing to do is go and click the Philadelphia airport and then come over here and click the arrivals, and you're going to get arrival times. So Spooky 5 is doing touch and goes. JetBlue 508 is arriving, landing at 2:16 Zulu. There's a Frontier flight at 2:12. We're at 2:26, and then at 2:30 there's Russ and Delta 209. Those are the arrivals that we have. So this helps us figure out how we're doing and if we need to speed up, slow down, or just do that normal thing. I think we just do the normal thing to come on in, and that should do it for us. We'll just go ahead and plan on the ILS for that they've got up there. So 27 right, which we've already got set up. So ILS 27 right. My guess is we could probably get Kilo 4. Kilo 4, it's going to be Juliet to the Echo concourse, and our gate is at the end, Echo 17. So always kind of a good idea to plan that out a little bit too, especially on a busy VATSIM day, although it's kind of winding down a bit, it looks like. And sadly, we're not seeing any fireworks. If it hadn't been for as cloudy as this, we would have seen fireworks all the way down to the ground. Would have been nice. Captain Squid saying Happy New Year to everyone, and cheers and a large drink of cold lemonade. Captain Squid, Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year and thanks for coming on in. You know, if we want to, we could even advance it forward and call it Happy Christmas and start talking about what gifts we want this year, right? What gifts for the year? And we're really pretty much all set for the landing. The brakes worked really well. See, the brakes are totally cooled off. Part of the reason is it's not in an actual gear bay. I mean, there's no covers that close. There's no doors that close to keep the heat in. So that actually cools the brakes even more. Okay, coming up on Briggs. Russ liked the EKBI. Oh yeah, that one was really cool. And going into Brussels, I think, is another really good flight. So like Frankfurt to Brussels and stuff, because Brussels does more with CPDLC, and that's really nice because as you come in, they're going to give you your runway through CPDLC, so a text message on your runway, and it's going to give you a gate number, so you can do even more planning ahead, so you just taxi like a pro, right? Okay, Captain Squid is going on record as saying you want a large sim setup for Christmas. Okay, let's get the Christmas spirit going right here and right now. I'm all about that. Shall I shift the playlist over to the Christmas holiday playlist that I think I've got? Thela wants to know if we'll do Halloween at Easter. And our descent is actually going pretty good. We're right on the profile, so why change anything? So we'll come over here, Briggs all the way around like that. So Captain Squid, do you want the Airbus cockpit setup or the Boeing cockpit setup? That's right. I say get started on the holiday season right here and now. I think we could all use plenty of that. And let's bring in the map a click now. So that's 80 miles. I'm going to turn it into a 40-mile map. We've got a couple of slowdowns coming up here. There's 12,000 feet. We've got seatbelts on. Passengers in the cabin finally getting some nice views out the window. Should expect to start seeing some fireworks coming in, I hope. Maestro needs to take time to set up keybinds for the 900 on your Thrustmaster. Mad Noob, I totally forgot range rings. Thank you. So we're coming in on 27 right, and the opposite direction is 087 degrees. So thanks, Maestro. Fix. We're coming in, so RW for runway. 27 right. 27 right. Okay, that opposite direction is 087 degrees. 087 /5 for 5-mile range rings. Now /10 for a 10-mile range ring. And /25 for a 25-mile range ring. Back to VNAV. And as we look over here, you can see the 25-mile range ring has already appeared. Maestro, it's going to be a pain. I will tell you what, Maestro, I stopped using a lot of the buttons on the, except for very specific things. On the Thrustmaster Airbus. In fact, I don't think I had any of those buttons on the side. I had the hat switch, the push to talk, and the autopilot disconnect. That was really all I did. Captain Squid hasn't learned Boeing, so it's going to be a bit of a decision to decide on whether you want Boeing or Airbus stuff for Christmas. Because, hey, Christmas in July sounds perfect. It's the throttles. That's what you're setting. So throttles, that's a little bit more of a pain in the butt, especially if you want the fuel cutoffs and start switches to work. So it's kind of a couple of extra settings on that one. But once you set it for one airplane, it's virtually the same for everything else. The biggest difference I have in my throttle settings is for the Boeing, I have to push one of the red buttons on the side for reverse. Airbus, you lift the little levers and pull it back. I mean, that's really the big difference for me. Okay, just coming ashore here, and there's Philly. So there's Russ coming in behind us. I'm going to keep my speed up because I do have an airplane coming in behind me. Will the Bond, am I? Yes, the Majestic Q400. Oh yeah, we had the Q400 in X-plane, and that was a fun little prop commuter airplane. It really was. So you bet I would like that one for sure. Continuous restart. And good. And of course we can't see any fireworks. Well, we had great fireworks going out of Boston, so that was good. With Boeing, do you start with the throttles and yeah, so for Boeing, you know, on the Airbus, how you lift the little lever and then pull it back? For Boeing, I lift the levers up and turn the lock on the side so they're permanently up. So my Boeing throttles are all the way down and all the way up. There is no reverse on the throttles. I have to press the little side button, hold it down, and then move the throttles forward to get reverse on mine. So it is definitely a little bit different in Boeing, for my Boeing and my Airbus, but they're different airplanes. And to do that, Maestro, there's two settings in the sim. One of them, it's either toggle reversers, the other is hold reversers. I do hold, because toggle sometimes doesn't work so well. Sometimes you hit the toggle button and it works, and sometimes you hit it and it doesn't. So what I do is I hold the reverse button, my reverse button down, and then look over here, and on the top line here there's going to be a yellow REV and then a green REV. When it's green, I push the throttles forward. Oh, sneeze time. Russ says not many fireworks along the Atlantic coast right now. That's too bad. All right, there's the obligatory sneeze coming in. CT Aviation, if you have the budget and the space, I'd recommend the Honeycomb Bravos. There's more than a few people that fly with us on a regular basis, and the Honeycombs are their throttle of choice. Those are the ones that they like. I'm going to take over control of the speed now. So we'll come over to init ref for landing. Let's also listen in on tower, 118.5. It's Philadelphia Tower is what we've got. Uh-oh, it's raining again. And remember, you call tower when you're established for landing. Wolfie used the Bravo for a long time, then you got wind control. You switch to the Bravo when you're GA. And you can have 3 levers for the throttle, the prop, and the mixture. You really need those. So like a lot of the airplanes, the Twin Otter, well, it's got 2. But having the prop, mixture would be nice too.
Approach on the parallel prior to arrival.
Top of the traffic, clear to land, 27 right, Frontier, flight 1792.
Still a nice gentle descent here. Coming up on Jim's. Let's just look at the legs. Make sure it's putting us out where we want to. McCord. That's the one we wanted. And then there's a break, and that's going to be good for us turning around. And we want to go down to, right now it's 3,000. It's a gentle descent. I didn't get a here at the end. Now, as we're kind of coming in here, let's look at the clock again. So, arrivals at Philly. Spooky is still flying around. There's a Frontier flight, our flight, that's 31. We're at 34. Russ is at 37. So, we're looking pretty good. And nobody else is coming in. There's only 4 arrivals here. There was a pop song called Spooky a long time ago. Now that it's kind of buzzing around in my head now.
Spooky 5, runway 27 left for the option traffic on a 4-mile final, runway 27 right.
27 left, clear for the option. We look for the traffic. Spooky 5.
I'm going to stop us at 5. Stop us at 5,000 coming in.
Correction, 6-mile final.
Melvin says here's to 44 more.
Confirmed.
Oh my
Top
gosh,
clearance
Melvin.
granted,
Thank
agent.
you for a nice
Loyalty
resub.
noted.
Man, not kidding. Thank you for being being here for 44 months and helping me to... I have no idea how much the live stream was a big change in my world and my life. So thank you for helping me to keep it all going. And keep building up. Thanks, Melvin, for being here. Okay, there's an airplane coming over here. That might be spooky. Yeah, that's... Well, there's an American over there. They're just departing out of Philly. I'll bet that's that American Airlines there. There's Spooky, Frontier Flight, and us. So they're leaving. They're leaving. We could probably trim it a little bit. Let's go direct to McCord now. That'll bring us back behind Spooky just fine. 44 months. Some of the number of months that this live stream's been going is kind of amazing to me. All right, let's go ahead and drop our speed now to 210 since we did that really big direct to. Wolfie had minus 365, 2 miles from the runway. Visibility dropped. Is the autopilot, toggle the autopilot in master and settings? I don't think it's a toggle. You're talking about the red button on the Airbus? I think that all that is autopilot disconnect. So hitting the red button in an Airbus is only to disconnect the auto throttle. Is it to toggle it on and off? It's autopilot disconnect is the way it's supposed to be. And flaps 1.
W508, welcome to Philly, next right when able, and say parking.
Parking. Let's see.
Apologies.
Yamaski 91 says Airbus is autopilot off for the binding. Thanks, Yamaski. I hope I said your name right. It's supposed to be autopilot off. That's what you want. Okay, this one is exiting the pattern. They're leaving.
Tower, say parking.
We're looking for Echo 2, Frontier Flight 1792.
Frontier Flight 1792, are taking taxi to the Echo Gate via November Juliet.
November Juliet to the Echo Gate, Frontier Flight 1792.
Okay, so they landed. Let's see what Spooky's up to. There's our Southwest. Spooky's coming in. Let's continue the descent now down to 3,000 feet. There we go. And 180 on the speed. Let's get ready to vector. It's not something that you're going to hear at the Monster Truck Show when they talk about let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to vector. And we're going to come over here and heading hold now. Heading hold is armed. I do have glide slope and localizer. That looks really good. We're next, so let's go ahead and make the turn in. Okay, speed to land. Speed to land is 147. Posture check time. Oh, and it's raining again. Cool. Let's make the turn in. There's 3,000 feet. How about 310 degrees? I'm going to let it go down just a little lower here, but I'm going to reduce my rate of descent here just a bit. 2,100, that's what it is. Looks good. Irvy had great chicken and leek soup tonight. You're feeling better? Hey, Irvy, good luck with feeling better.
Spooky 5, runway 27 left, clear for the option.
27 left, clear for the option. Spooky 5.
Philly Tower, very good evening. Southwest 441 is about ready to make the turn to final at Martin with Information Hotel.
Southwest 441, Philly Tower. Runway 27 right, clear to land. Traffic will be a C-130 in the pattern. Runway 27 left. Will arrive prior to your arrival.
Southwest 441, clear to land. Traffic up ahead will be gone, but we'll keep an eye out. Southwest 441. All right, let's get a little help from approach. Runway approach course error. Uh-oh, what? 10895, 10895, 268. Oh, I was off by 1 degree. Excuse me. And it's raining cats and dogs, so no great fireworks here. 180 to, I'll bet it's Hadini, I guess. It's a common cold. You know, the spring colds are out there too, so we got a bunch of them.
Southwest 441, maintain 160 till 5 if possible.
160 till 5 miles for Southwest 441, not a problem. It's somebody's last day with all their fingers? 147 to land. Can't see much of the livery or anything else. Can't see much of the ground or anything else. We are 9-mile finals. A little more flat. And nothing else to worry about up here, right? Nope. We're looking good there on the airport map. We're hoping to get Kilo 4, and then it's going to be Juliet to Echo 17. There's about 7-mile finals. We were supposed to do 160 till 5. Passengers very upset. They don't get to see any fireworks coming into Philadelphia, just rain. Oh, there's some fireworks. Did you see that? There's some fireworks. Hey. Finally. Kind of soggy fireworks though, but not complaining. Not complaining. 5.9 miles, 147 to land. I don't see anything that looks like a runway out there. $147, flaps 30. And we're just gonna let the autopilot do its thing until we see something that looks like a runway, because I don't see anything right now. Of course, we're gonna want to look outside and see fireworks in the rain.
Suki 5, welcome to Philly. Pay attention.
We'd like to taxi over to Cargo City so you get some refuel. We're just about empty now.
Suki 5, Roger, you taxi to the Cargo City via Yankee Juliet.
I think I've got a runway. Wind is down the runway slightly from the left and ahead of us.
At Philadelphia Tower, good evening. Delta 209 checking in with you on base for runway 27 right approach. We're at 3,800 for 3,000.
Delta 209, Philly Tower. Call when you're on final.
I know, rainy fireworks, right, Kazan Racing? A very soggy approach.
Approaching 27 right.
Suki 5, you may see a whole short sign for 27 right there. If you see that in your scenery, just hold short.
We got the ILS critical area, then we'll hold short at the departure at which one?
Suki 5 disregard. Should be no factor. There's some sceneries have some different requirements there, but you should be okay.
300.
Okay, do you want us to still continue to cross at the departure?
Flight 200. Minimum. Flight
Landing.
slow.
Suki 5, you can cross runway 27. Actually, you know what, we've got to hold position for now.
Alright, we'll hold at the correction departure at first with you back.
Yeah, no, the scenery is completely...
Flight 50.
Philly is always
40.
really, really different
30.
for a lot of people.
20.
No worries.
10. 5.
Reversers are yellow, reversers are green. Boy, so cool when your reversers work.
Southwest 441, welcome to Philly, next right and safe parking.
Southwest 441, we are going to Echo 17 tonight.
Southwest 441, roger, you can taxi the Echo Gate via Kilo 4, Quebec, Juliet.
Kilo 4, Echo and Juliet for... I think I got that wrong. Kilo 4, Echo and Juliet for Southwest 441. Sorry.
So this 441 negative. Kilo 4, Quebec, Juliet.
Kilo 4, Quebec and Juliet. There was a Q in the middle of that. Thank you for Southwest 441.
No problem. 235, you can cross runway 27 right at Yankee.
All right.
At 27 right at Yankee, and we got to change of plans. We're going to look to go to the east pad to spot 6. We got some volleyballs to pick up off the Echo 17 from that southwest.
Volleyballs to pick up. Oh my gosh.
Roger that.
That's right. We probably got some Wilson volleyballs in there.
Juliet.
They really have. Melvin, this has become a favorite airplane of mine. I've really enjoyed this plane. The electronic flight bag blows me away. The other thing, though, about this airplane, though, is when it first came out, it was really pretty good airplane. One of the biggest reasons, I guess, that I really didn't do an awful lot with it is because of the original electronic flight bag, which, you know, wasn't their bad. It was, you know, they set it up because that's the way Boeing did it. You know, and that was one of the very first electronic flight bags that ever came out. So, you know, when everybody, you know, doesn't like that EFB, it's because they made it really, really well. Okay, we're going to the Echo gates, and we're going to Echo 17. Echo 17.
Really tower closing in 5 minutes.
And we're southwest. And Russ is coming in next, and I think everybody's made it into Philly. I think those are either fireworks or raindrops. No, those are raindrops. No fireworks visible from the airport. And there's Juliet, and around we go. And a really, really nice airplane, too. This is perfect for the 4th of July. Really nice. You know, Southwest did this. Oh, probably ought to get flaps up. Yep, flaps going up. Lovis says, so far the Fokker, the Max, and the TriStar updates are great. Now we need to try the A306. So, yeah, there's a new one there. I think that one dot there is actually, those are Russ's landing lights. So Russ is coming in and made it here. And there's the Delta, and then next is ours. Yeah, the F-28, the F-70, and the F-100 have just been so much fun to fly. Loviz says the A306 got another update yesterday. So we ought to probably put the A300 on tomorrow's flight plan too. And we're going to 17, which is right at the end of that. Right at the end of that one. So the A306, that's the INI builds, Airbus A300. You know, the last update that we got from that one really made it a smooth flying airplane. Really made it a smooth flying airplane. And there's our gate. I see Marshall. And taxi light off. No blinding the ground crew. And welcome in. It was updated a little over a week ago, and then it got another update. parking brakes.
Delta 209, welcome to Philly. Next right and safe parking.
Russ has arrived safely.
Yeah, if we could get Echo 14, that'd be great for Delta 209.
There we go. That looks good.
Delta 209, Roger, you can taxi.
And that looks good. So engines. Engine number 1 and engine number 2. And transponder off. Come on up here. Let's get the APU bleed and the cross bleed off. We don't need the electric hydraulic pumps anymore. So we're going to go ahead and pop those on.
Delta 209 is Kilo 4.
And we're going to come up here and...
Alright, got my Quebec mixed up. Echo 4, Quebec and Juliet.
And these can go off.
Delta 209.
No, I don't think it's you. I think I'm saying Quebec wrong. It's the second time it happened to me today.
That was an interesting sound. I think that the band ran out of music. That's how long we've been. Okay, we only need 1 fuel pump for the APU. And we're done with anti-collision lights. And seat belts can go off. We can also have our friends from GSX deboard the airplane. And that's going to go and get us a jetway. And holy moly, that took off. Making all sorts of noise. Go to the doors tab. Let's disarm our doors right now. And we'll open up cargo. Cargo's coming out. Come on here, and we need some chocks. And we're going to need a ground power cart. And let's go and look at doors. Make sure, did it open? It did open that one. We're going to come up here and do ground power and have the APU do the AC for us. And we made it. Russ just landed. I think that's Russ's tail coming around. Russ is going to go to the gate next to ours. So we'll kind of sit here and wait for Russ. Tomorrow's first flight, though, is a double VATSIM event at 2 airports we don't normally go to, Warsaw to Stuttgart. And we'll do a lot Boeing 737 MAX on that. Brenton is over in chat. Hey, Brenton, guess what? Life does get in the way. Happy 4th to you. Thank you for coming in. Buckeye said we need to stretch. Yeah, we've had a long day of flying here. I see a couple of fireworks off on the horizon there. And then we'll come around here. And we should see passengers getting off. Yep, there go passengers. So that looks good. Everything's kind of clear down here. We'll turn off that auto brakes. Boy, when the reversers work and stuff like that, when the reversers work, you don't have really hot brakes when you're landing, which is kind of nice. So let's see. I think we've got a nice airport for Stuttgart. If you don't want to fly the lot flight, you could also probably do a DHL because I believe Stuttgart is also... it's also a really good, really big cargo airport. So you might think about, instead of maybe the lot, you could do a DHL A300. Maybe I'll shift over to that since we've been doing a lot of 737 Maxes. So we could check out that update Loviz mentioned on the A306. And that's any build, so you just have to go and check that. Russ made it too. The landing was probably okay. I think I was hunting. Yeah. I stretched it out a little bit looking for butter, so I missed the landing point. Minus 220. Not that bad. And we'll complete that. And that's going to do it for ElevateX today. A really fun day of flying, though, here. I think that the VFR flights were a ton of fun. I'm still blown away at just how amazing the Grand Canyon looked. So if you haven't taken a plane through Grand Canyon recently, and maybe in about 2 or 3 weeks, we'll do the Grand Canyon flight again, because wow, was it a really, really nice flight. Justice is back. Happy 4th. Thanks for coming in. Spooky wants volleyballs. That's right. We have all sorts of Wilson volleyballs that we had to transfer over from a FedEx flight. Flyer Studios, thank you for flying along. It looked like you were having some nice touch and goes on in the C130. So maybe switch over to the A306 for Warsaw to Stuttgart tomorrow. I'll let you know. Be sure and go and check your INI builds to make sure that it's all ready to go, and you should be fine. That'll be our first flight, Warsaw to Stuttgart, and we'll find some other flights to do tomorrow to stay out of trouble. Well, maybe not. Maybe we'll do things to stay in trouble, and I'll find a couple of flights for you then. In the meantime, it's a little bit late. I think that Stu is still flying. Stu's doing Indianapolis Center. Why don't we go and see Stu, who's doing Indy Center, for a little bit. Time for me to do my usual thanks and stuff. Thank you for flying along with me. There were some nice gift subs. Thank you for a few extra gift subs. Those really mean an awful lot. Thanks for helping me to keep lights on and all that other crazy stuff. Also, some nice cheers. And a couple of new subscribers over on YouTube. Thank you for being subscribers on YouTube. But mostly, as always, thanks for being such great Flight Sim friends. Thanks for taking a little bit of time to come and share the holiday and do some holiday flying with me. Really appreciate that, too. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. Happy 4th of July to everybody, but a happy New Year to... Thank you. A Happy New Year here. Russ, thanks for doing the flight. All right. Enjoy saying hi to Stu, who's doing ATC. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time's normal time, 1800 Zulu. Thanks so much again. Have a wonderful evening. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Cheers. Good night. Stay healthy. Stay safe, okay? Good night.